Boom. Off green zone.
The Commerce Casino and Hotel. Experience the thrill of the world's largest poker room, Macau-style baccarat, and cow blackjack, all right here in the heart of Los Angeles. At the Commerce, you can count on more action and more tables than anywhere else in L.A. Not to mention, our players won over $20 million last year alone. So come play your game, find your local getaway, and most importantly, win big at the Commerce. More money, more tables, more action. That's why you choose the Commerce Casino and Hotel.
Do they have any fresh juice?
Most likely.
Hey, welcome to Live at the Commerce PLO edition, 4-card style. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble. Thanks for tuning in today. We got a wild night of action here. I'm joined by my co-commentator, Jonathan McGowan, a.k.a. Cosmo of San Diego fame. Nice to have you in the booth today, Jonathan. What's up?
What's up, Adam? Thanks for having me with you. It should be a fun stream here.
Yeah.
Our favorite game.
Our favorite 4-card game. We're former 2-card no-limit players that got converted.
And hopefully we can convert some more 2-card no-limit players to the beautiful game of Parliament Omaha.
We are here doing the Lord's work for the 4-card people out there.
Absolutely.
So, and I know you're a lot more familiar with the player pool than I am. I think a few of these people are maybe from San Diego, perhaps. So
yes,
I guess definitely fill in the lines on that one for us.
Yeah, we got a good mix of players here. Let's see. Okay, look.
I know we have Jamie in the game.
Yes.
Who organizes and plays a lot of Parliament Omaha games. So she'll be fun to have Jamie in the mix. I think she's the 2-seat.
Yep. 5-seat here. We got Jazz, also known as Drip Poker.
4 hours.
4 hours.
He does have some drip.
Yes.
5 hours.
Jazz has been playing a lot of Parliament Omaha.
I gotta leave after.
In the 6, right here, my good friend Justin goes by Panda. And today we're going to have 2 pandas on our table. This is our panda from San Diego, but LA has a panda in the seat 1 that we'll see soon.
I guess the zoos are letting him loose today, boys. Letting him out for some 4-card.
Next to Pando, we have Gugo. And then in the 8th seat, it's gonna be a surprise in a little bit. We'll get back to that. In the 9th seat here, we have Shai.
This fella I've played with a few times. I definitely recognize him from the 10, 20, quarter 50 PLO streets for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, in the 1 seat here in the white sweater, we got Matt. This is LA Panda. And I think Matt's going to go by the regular Panda in your graphics here. Our San Diego Panda will go by Justin.
Yeah.
And as you can see, it's a 10-20 game. It's a 3K min, no max. So that's kind of the structure of the game. There's not going to be any double board pots from what we understand. Also, I think there's going to be no 5-card as well. But, you never know what happens when a poker game breaks out. But that seems to be what the schedule is going to be. Just typical old-fashioned 4-card pot limit Omaha. So
beautiful.
Should be a lot of fun.
They've been adding a lot of variations to this 4-card PLO game. I hear in Florida they add the 5th card and sometimes the 6th card, and they got the double board versions every 30 minutes in a lot of spots. But today, it's back to just simple 4 cards.
Very traditional today. It should be nice. As you can see, those white chips are the $100 chips, and those yellow chips are $10 chips. You might see some teal chips in the mix. Those will be 1Ks, and the pinks are 5Ks.
Making a mess. Can we pick these cards up? These are.
And if you want to join us in the chat, we're on YouTube. Bally Live Poker.
Go ahead.
Come join us. And already we got a multi-way pot going to the flop.
That's Parliament Omaha for you. Lots of people seeing the flop.
You don't get many heads-up pots in this game. Jamie, the nice wrap.
Nice little wrapped around that 10-8 with the Jack 9-7. Got backdoor clubs as well. If you're a no-limit player, you definitely got to be very cognizant of your backdoor draws in pot limit Omaha. Backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draws. Definitely add a lot of additional equity to your hand. Definitely something to be cognizant of when you're playing 4-card.
And if you're coming from the no-limit streets and you're wondering why you saw top pair fold, top pair is just only 1 pair in this game, so you got to be a little bit more careful than normal no limit.
Gotta be way more careful with your top card. You gotta see what your side cards are. Do your side cards bring in an open end straight draw that somebody could have, which kind of would make your two pair not as good. You know, you just gotta be thinking ahead a lot in pot limit Omaha. And as people know, the equities run closer together, so
oh yes,
that kind of fosters more of a gambling environment compared to no limit, where there's a lot more disparities in equity.
What's under the gun mean?
I have an idea. Why don't we, on a couple of these hands, do like a no limit translation?
Yeah, that could work.
Of how strong some of these hands are. You know, like Jamie's hand here at the start was a wrap. Yeah, 5 card, I guess, wrap around the 10 and the 8.
Yep, the Jack 9-7 around the 10-8. Yep.
So in Hold'em, that would be the equivalent of maybe a flush draw and a gut shot?
Something like that, or maybe 2 pair perhaps or something. A pretty strong hand that you're pretty happy to get stacks in, like 100 big blinds or less. You're pretty happy.
You're like, okay to get in, yeah.
Especially on a rainbow flop, that's another key point. Now, she had a wrap or a big straight draw, but obviously it's even stronger on a rainbow board like that. If it was a flush flop, your straight draws are a little diminished by the fact that you could hit a straight that makes a flush. So those are all things to definitely keep in mind.
And then we got the...
Looks like we're having a limp pot here.
Oh,
a lot of times in early, there we go, spoke it into existence. I think we're pumping it up here, it looks like.
Double suited queens.
Pretty favorable holding in Omaha, especially in position.
Oh, no, it was just a limp.
Yeah, it looks. I thought I saw him throw a white chip in, but I guess.
Oh, no, Sean was getting in there in a small blind.
We got a little delay.
Yeah.
How much is pot?
Huge flop here for Sean, flopping the nuts here at the ace-10 of clubs.
Oh, it was a raise. Yeah, we got the raise there, and because the ace-jack 10-8 here.
That's an absolute monster pre-flop, and then
absolutely
smash the flop.
There we go. And this is a look at Sean here in the 3-seat.
And I've played with him as well, actually. I can't think of where I've played with him, but I've definitely played with this feller as well.
Yeah, beautiful flop for Sean. Going to be really hard to beat the nut flush. And you get a nut flush in this game, it's still as strong as in Hold'em.
Pretty strong. That's definitely something you got to get used to when you're coming over from no limit. Is the flush draw boards play so much differently than no limit Hold'em. Obviously in Hold'em it's a lot harder to flop a flush with a 2-card hand, but in Omaha it's a lot more easy to flop flushes. You'll see people easily fold flushes in Omaha on a 3-club board, for example, which would be a lot harder to do in a no limit game. But you'll see that play out over time. If somebody just had the ace of clubs that hand, they would often be betting that as a bluff. But yeah, it's definitely a different dynamic, the flush boards in Omaha versus no limit for sure.
We got Cushy shooting it up from downtown here with the Queen Jack 9-8.
There we go.
There we go. It's fooling around the small blind.
Only because he said it's my turn.
Yes. Young is in here.
A couple snapper hands, double suited hands.
Absolutely.
Up here.
Oh, Jazz got a nice defend in the big blind, and let's see the flop. A lot of interesting possible flops that can happen. The pair is going to kind of kill some of the action.
How much is it?
It's 210 right now.
Young coming out with a bet, trying to rep that 10. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to do anything else. Young takes down his first pot.
Oh, it wasn't a house.
It's a good flop to bluff. He's got a 7, so he had the bottom pair on the board. He blocked some full houses and some hands that are in people's continuing range, especially with the Jack 9, the hearts. So he's blocked some of the continuing range there. It's not a bad hand to take a stab at.
Dennis was moving my office.
Oh, got it.
It's the thing with 4 cards is easier to make hands, but you got to remember everyone else knows that, and so that's kind of carry a lot more respect than they do in Hold'em.
Very true.
A lot of people are very curious in Hold'em. They try not to believe that you have a pair when you have aggression sometimes, but in PLO your bets do carry a lot of respect.
Especially a lot of times because if you're betting, it's often going to be on a multi-way pot. So you're betting into 3 people on a 3 flush board or a straight board or whatever. Yeah, it definitely will get some respect, obviously. So it kind of cuts both ways for sure. It's hard to be bluffing into a lot of people because you're going to run into somebody having a hand as well. So it's an interesting dynamic for sure.
We got Matt Panda, LA Panda raising it up here. Double suited ace, king, 9-5. And
that's a beautiful hand there.
And now we got some cards on the screen.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's good. What is that? Can I feel like I'm in Hawaii?
Nice assortment.
That is. What is
I haven't seen too much blood drawn yet, but oftentimes in a poker game on stream, I feel like it's kind of like their first round of a boxing match. People are kind of feeling each other out, learning each other's reaches and whatnot. And
they're not good.
I feel like once a few orbits get underway here, we'll start to see things open up quite a bit.
Huh?
Is that the question of the gun?
Oh, Justin, the trip queens. Deciding to opt for a check here. No one else has anything, though. Oh, and we got Sean making the 3 half flush.
Has a flush, but cannot beat a flush.
Cannot beat many, any flushes. So, Shai coming out with a bet. Interesting combo to bet here.
He does block some full houses. He's got the king 6 blockers, so you'd prefer to have a spade in your hand as well.
Absolutely.
Perhaps if you're making a bet like this, but
got rid of the flush. Now, Shai gives it up, and Justin will take down a pot with the trip queens.
He's taking it down.
There you go.
It's like he, bluffed the turn, but kind of gave up on the end there. To being a one-pump chump, so to speak. But it's not easy to double barrel, like you say, in Omaha. It's.
Justin found the defend on the turn, and you could tell he was not happy with seeing the aggression on the turn, but very relieved in seeing a check and then winning at showdown there.
I think if I'm betting like the boat blockers on the turn, I'm probably just gonna you gotta always kind of maybe fire on that river there, perhaps.
Yeah.
But
going back to your bets do carry a lot of respect, and even though it looks like Justin has a big hand there, it's there's a lot that can beat trip queens when a flush comes out there, and I mean, guys betting into how many? 12 ways.
I think when you have a hand with no showdown value, like, counterfeited king 6 on a king, queen 6 board, I think if you're betting turn, you need to probably just barrel that river and try to get rid of queen X's that we're trying to fill up that don't fill up. Low to mid flushes, those are all going to fold. So I think there's a lot of merit to barreling that river, but again, it's a lot easier said than done. When you're in the octagon, it's a lot harder to pull the trigger, so totally understandable on that.
Jamie's got a premium here with double suited kings. King 7-6.
Super nice hand.
Scares me. Yeah, I'm intimidated.
And got some action. Ace king 8-5 needs help.
Oh no! Don't run with scissors, bro.
Not much there.
Yep, king's up here for Jamie.
Huh? No, it's the first time.
Different type of stream.
I got a stream for you.
And I like it. Shai is coming with the heat in a lot of these spots. Jamie, they both make a straight or a flush. And Shai's gonna run into it here.
300?
Looks like he's just going to get dinged for like a 40% pot bet on the river. Could be worse.
Very good.
My friend. Told you not to run with scissors.
Beautiful hand.
That's a great pot for Jamie.
Nice spot there for Jamie.
I knew
Ooh,
it.
Shai's chips. Love it. My favorite. Hold on.
Jamie's a fun player. I've definitely commentated her before. She's a woman of action, that's for sure. She gets in there and mixes it up. So nice to see her in the game today.
Can we do side bets?
She has a creative online handle that I feel uncomfortable saying on the stream. Poker BI something type of name. So, but she probably wouldn't mind saying it. Obviously, if that's her handle. But yeah. And your handle, by the way, you pretty much, your name is Jonathan, but you go by Cosmo pretty much universally. That's your brand.
Yeah,
so what's your handle there on Twitter and social?
Poker Cosmo.
Poker Cosmo.
On both Twitter and Instagram.
Yep.
And then Adam here.
Yep. I'm Comedic Gamble on all the platforms.
From the stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do some stand-up comedy. I do some commentary. I've been playing 10, 20-ish plus full-time for, 15, 20 years now, just like yourself. We're both a couple, 2 decades decade-long cash game weathered veterans at this point. You know, we've got a lot of battle scars on us over the years. But it's nice to be on the other side of the curtain with you, man. We used to playing, 10, 20, 20, 40 Omaha together over the years, 10, 20 no limit. And nice to have our paths merge here in the behind the curtain in the booth. As a matter of fact, you knocked me out in the main event last year, you son of a gun.
I did. I completely forgot about that.
You sent me home packing.
Oh, I know.
You sent me home packing.
Yes.
Somebody opened early position. You 3-bet from middle position.
Yes.
I had pocket jacks with like 20 big blinds. I jammed over. You called.
Ace queen suited.
You hit your overcard because you're, got the skill, and I was sitting my walking papers.
And then I ignited all those chips in a terrible hand about 30 minutes later, and that was probably what I was thinking about the rest of the day. I completely forgot.
That's it. You know what? I figured if I'm going to get knocked out in the main event, I want to be to somebody that I like and I'm a friend with. So it was bittersweet, but I was obviously happy to send my chips to you and not some other random person. So worked out.
You reminded me that I was playing that main event like a PLO player, and that brings me back to the idea of that I forgot how disrespectful no limit players are to some aggression.
Oh, for sure.
They're two very different games.
No doubt about it. They're very different. There are some similarities, but yeah, they're definitely different. But we definitely made the switch over. I switched over to probably about 5 years ago to Omaha full time. I still probably play 10, 20% of my hands at no limit, but yeah, I probably made the switch about five or 6 years ago. So
yeah,
happy I did.
I think I started playing 10, 11 years ago in PLO, but not well. It definitely, my learning curve was slower than usual, slower than your average.
It can take a bit for sure. We got a nice hand of consequence here between Sean and Panda. We got a flop set versus a double draw here, straight draw and a flush draw. So we shall see how that unfolds. We've got 2.5K in the middle as we speak here on the turn. Action over to Sean after Panda checked.
Here, a tobacco fiend.
Panda firing the pot.
Looks like Sean potted, I believe,
Sean
after
potted.
Panda checked to him here.
Yes.
This looks like Sean's putting in a little over half his chips here with this bet on the turn. Looks like they're going to go with it here.
We're going to run it.
We're doing showdowns here?
Set in pretty good shape here, as you can see with the equities. Obviously, a pairing spade will not do Panda any good. That'll make Sean a full house.
Twice, right?
All Panda's outs are live, though. Spades and a 10.
Needs a spade, needs a 10. Sean has no spade in his hand as well, which is useful.
What are you going to do?
Just go it twice, okay.
Oh, Sean
Clean river. You know what? I didn't see that. I guess it doesn't matter. He was ahead anyways, but yeah.
And here today we're going to be running it once.
Oh, that's right.
And,
that was one.
Yeah, that's right. We were both waiting for the second run out.
Yeah, we're so programmed for that second run out.
Most PLO games, I think, all over the country, since the game is so high variance, most of the players that play this prefer the second run out.
And to be honest, that's kind of why I like PLO. A lot of times in no limit, people can just get away with playing really nitty and only get in their money when they flop a set or have a big hand. You can kind of hide and play super nitty if you want. But in Parliament Omaha, you can't really hide. You're going to be in there seeing a lot of flops. You're going to be in hands, multi-way, post-flop, and you're going to be getting it all in with the set versus somebody that has a lot of equity. And it's so given that, people want to run it twice more often because your stack just gets in the middle so much more often than a no limit. So.
Yeah.
No, man, 2 years.
Which is why it's a beautiful game.
It's a beautiful game.
Lots of action.
We haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure at some point we will see the multi-way all-ins. Yeah. And this might get bloodier than usual with the run at once.
And speaking of getting bloodier than usual, we believe we might have a special guest coming here at some point in the future to the game, perhaps, that might make the game very juicy if you want to stay tuned for that one. So that should be could be fun later on here whenever our mystery player enters the ring here.
I call.
That is rap.
Earlier, Drip said he didn't know what under the gun was. I didn't know if he was trolling or if this is going to be that amazing of a game, but that's a very good thing to hear in a high-stakes game, having somebody ask what under the gun means. So I thought that was interesting.
I'm probably not supposed to do this.
Sean's not going to like to see that all his 8s are removed from the rest of the deck. And we got a multi-way pot.
You got your standard 6-way flop here. A lot of cards to decipher.
A lot of sharing cards here. The 9-5-3 deuce is not looking so bad.
Yeah, all the mid-range cards are.
And Jamie
burned.
flops a wheel draw. 57% with the 9 high. Look at that.
Not too shabby.
Beautiful. No one seems to have anything because all the cards are being shared, and Jamie just wheel right off the bat. Firing pot.
Yeah, she pinched off that wheel instantly on the turn there.
I mean, you saw on the flop with all the cards being in everyone else's hands. Most of the remaining cards were her wheel cards and I mean all the low stuff.
And somebody might be wondering, why did somebody fold a flush draw? You know, that's not uncommon for somebody to check fold a mid to low flush draw in Omaha, especially on the turn. So for the no limit people wondering, that's not a crazy fold to check fold a mid 10 high flush or something on a turn, on a flush turn, or on a flush draw turn with no additional equity.
Absolutely.
It is.
The table's in the out there. Let's
Hey,
I don't want to touch him.
It's a beautiful setup they have here at Commerce Hotel and Casino.
It really is. I'm impressed. They did a great job. I was used to this being the arena bar my whole life.
I haven't been here since 2018, and the last time I was here was the restaurant was right where we're located.
Yep, it was a vestige of a previous time, the old arena bar. But yeah, they're
absolutely
updating the place here bit by bit. So nice to see the Commerce at a stream game. It's definitely nice to have.
Look over, he's not wearing glasses. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I've never seen him without glasses on.
Shai and Jamie. Oh, and looks like we have the straddle on.
I'm like, they changed him out.
Very common feature in an Omaha game is often straddled.
The price of poker is going up.
oh my god.
It's the first time in my life I've ever played poker with no distraction.
No distractions. I'm like waiting for someone to say something, but no one's saying anything.
I got something distracting for you.
I think when you play the poker, it's a distraction from the other stuff.
Yeah. Oh, back row.
D True in the building.
Get this man a boba.
Give him a boba.
Take a break from the other stuff to play a hand of poker.
It's been a fairly quiet table so far, which has worked out today since we have a two-man booth. We've been able to kind of talk and fill in the gaps, but I'm sure the players will get more familiar with each other as time goes as well. Maybe we'll see some friendly banter, roasting, or whatnot, perhaps, as the players get more familiar with each other. But I'm kind of curious how many of these players have played against each other.
I believe the 1 seat through the 5 seat
are all pretty familiar with each other.
Are pretty familiar with each other.
And are these 1 through 5 more San Diego?
No, I believe LA area.
Okay, LA. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Justin seems to be the only one from the San Diego area.
Oh, okay.
Matt's come to visit us a couple times down in San Diego. Thank you so Here we got Shai here.
Let's go.
With a pretty one.
Let's go.
Nice to have double suited hands.
And no action.
No action.
Which is rare. Rare to see the blinds fold, and we just move on to the next hand.
To be honest, I think that's the
that is the first.
I think that's the first pre-flop no action in probably about 15, 20 hands. So.
That's a PLO walk.
Yeah.
When there's a single raise with no callers.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. Pretty rare.
You don't get many hands that just fold all the way around to the blinds. That's for sure.
First time I've seen we ought to have.
So many hands just look more enticing in PLO. You know, hands just look enticing. Oh, I think that might be the mystery man I was mentioning.
What is this? Look who we have here.
things are about to get interesting, I reckon, here shortly, looks like. Should be fun.
Oh, stretch.
This person about to sit typically plays a lot bigger, so I'm wondering if we're going to see what they call a stake spew, where you're used to playing 50, 100, 100, 200, then you get in a 10, 20 game, and it all kind of feels like ashtray money, you know.
Yes.
So we shall see how that develops here.
This was not a good call, Shai.
I know. Also, then.
And one thing that's deceiving about Sean's hand on this flop, it looks like he doesn't have much, but having that Jack 10-9, he's got two backdoor flush draws. He's got that kind of backdoor open-ended, as I call it, with the Jack 10-9. But these are kind of things that you want to be on the lookout for when you're playing Parliament Omaha, all those additional backdoor equity. It really adds up.
Sean with the middling two pair takes that down.
Middle pair turned into two pair, but I was kind of hoping he pinched off like an 8 or a queen for that open-ender with the flush draws. You know, that's what's fun about Omaha, those backdoor draws coming in. Makes it interesting. But this is where I learned how to play Parliament Omaha. I learned how to play Parliament Omaha at the Commerce. I was a 10-20 no-limit regular for so long, and my buddy Brian Cox was always playing the PLO game, and it was 20-40, and he was all saying, you got to play Omaha, you got to play PLO, the games are better here, and I was basically, I go into everything cynically, so I was basically like, half as many hands an hour, twice the variance. That's challenging math for me, so I'm out. Like, you know, but kept seeing the player pool. I was like, man, this player pool looks a lot juicier, and eventually I just jumped in the 2040 PLO game here and just
trial by fire.
Trial by fire, yeah. That's kind of how I got my start in Omaha, just converting from 10-20 no limit commerce to the 2040. Back with Majid and Trinidad and Loy, who everybody probably knows, Commerce Loy, who's the phenomenal Omaha player. Great gambler, but yeah, there's a lot of characters in the Parliament Omaha player pool, that's for sure.
Drip finds the first aces of the stream here.
Yeah, how about that? That's pretty rare. We haven't seen aces yet.
Yeah, and it's been a couple hands. Aces has been, for those who don't know, aces in PLO come around. I think
it's like 4% of the time or something.
No, or is it 2.6% of the time, which is basically like if you imagine queens, kings, aces, and ace king in no limit. That's all the combinations. It would be aces in PLO.
My math is fried now because I've been learning 5 cards, so I'm all like trying to separate all these equities and percentages of like, what percentage of your hands is aces and kings.
It's even more than 5 cards, right? It's probably like 4%.
Maybe. At first I thought in 4 card it was like 3.9%, but maybe it's 2.9. But
Double
details.
Yes.
Yeah, how much is it?
Yeah, normally you see aces quite a bit.
Yeah. Dealer change. No.
But again, aces are not. They're not your same aces as they are in 2 card.
They're not your father's aces.
No.
They play a little different.
No. They play a little, and there's differing varieties of aces. They can range from very good to kind of a little shabby, a little dusty.
And then every now and again you're going to get dealt 3 aces, and you're like, well, what do I do with this? I just come over from no limit. Are 3 aces good? How does that work? It's it's a lot of little nuances to uncover, but it's kind of like putting that Apple fingerprint. The more you put your thumb on it, the more the lines fill in. So it's the more you play, the kind of more you get the hang of kind of what works and what doesn't. But typically the shorter your stack is in Omaha, the better your aces are. Obviously, if you're super deep stacked, obviously it's going to be more about the post-flop nature of your hand. And obviously the shorter stacked you are, if you can get all in, even with 3 aces, you're going to be an equity favorite. Maybe a small one with 3 aces, but
I remember when learning this game, learning it from playing too many hands, and then a friend of mine told me I'm playing way too many hands, and then I reverted over to being way too tight. And my same friend told me, you can't do that because the percentage of hands you're playing, the aces becomes like half the hands. And then I was always confused as to why everyone put me on aces every single time. And then it was like, oh, because you do get aces kind of a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you're playing all your aces in that way, it's similar to why people put like ace king and no limit, like putting a tight player on ace king, because ace king happens more often.
Yeah, just
than the
more
pairs.
combos of it. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm beginning to wonder if your friend that gave you this PLO advice is the same friend that I'm thinking of, who kind of gave me some interesting PLO advice. I always remember, but is it one Mike Gordodinsky, a.k.a. Gordo?
That is absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm sure I butchered his last name. Sorry about that, Gordo. But just like your name's Cosmo in the poker community, it's Gordo, you know.
Yes, yes.
But former World Series Poker Player of the Year. But yeah, I remember when I was down in San Diego hanging out with Gordo, and we all went golfing, and this is right when I'm starting to think about playing Omaha, and I remember Gordo saying it's easier to hand read in Parliament Omaha, and I remember my head exploding. I'm like, what is this guy talk? How is it easier to hand read? There's twice as many cards. There's so many more combos. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But then, of course, later on when I started playing Omaha, I was like, I see what Gordo's saying. It is kind of easier to put people on a range of hands.
You got twice as much information in your own hand versus in Hold'em.
Yeah, so at first that kind of seemed counterintuitive to me, because it just seemed like, more cards, more possibilities, harder to put somebody on a hand. But it's actually the inverse, to be honest.
Absolutely.
I don't know what to do.
Shout out to Gordo.
Yes. Shout out to Gordo.
He showed us all the way. He led us to water.
He did.
He led us to water.
A side note, Gordo was not the one to tell me that I was playing too many hands. That never happened. Gordo was the one to tell me I was playing too tight. Gordo is an absolute animal when it comes to a lot of these.
And now he's games. PLO is one of the 29 games that he's got a doctorate in, pretty much. And the guy's a mixed game absolute legend. So
it's 14 for 14. It's 14 per play.
And we had like an 8-way pot there. Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. It looked like it was like a bomb pot, and I know they weren't doing bomb pots, but it looked like a.
I got you. So 44.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting.
Everyone was in there.
Really?
So you would get $40 for
and it was the board that confuses a lot of no limit players new to the game. The trips on the board.
Oh, that's always we'll have to go over that at some point too.
You're gonna get it.
Wait, how much is it? 152?
It's 152. No, it's 112. It's 112 for the rig, and then 40 for the dealer for tip.
Let's make it 50.
Yeah, that's for the dealer. That's not even enough. That means bomb punches should be playing $100.
So are you drunk or something?
You're not.
I'm trying to get on the good side of the dealer too. Apple juice?
No more bomb pots.
I just feel like $100 flip.
I like my hand a lot.
Do $100 flip.
Is it 70?
Yeah.
I want to stack Shai on the stream. Send him on Kiero.
All right, I can do it now, huh?
Double suited queens for trip.
Super pretty hand
for trip.
The DJ in him, he's like, he's got that Jack 10. He's got wrapped around that 9. He's got Jack 10-9, but backdoor hearts, backdoor spades.
Wow. Good fold by Drip here. Especially with how aggressive Shai's been.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would have been tempted to look this man up.
Yeah, give him a call. Pitch off one of those back doors, those backdoor straight draws, flush draws. Maybe rep a 9 if he checks, then just barrel off, right?
You got to get a little action to get a little action.
Yeah.
Shai is certainly one right now to deserve the action.
If I've actually played, Shai plays a lot actually at the Commerce. I've played PLO with Shai at the Commerce quite a bit. He's a big imposing fella, Shai, because he could be like a central casting for like a bouncer or something. He's a big fella, but he's super nice. He's good action as well, so I'm hoping he does well today.
Oh, and Jamie.
That's a nice
with a
juicy little hand.
Nice looking 8 high here.
See, that hand will have like 40% equity against aces, for example,
Yes.
per our previous conversation. So obviously it can vary on what kind of aces. Do the aces have spades or hearts, etc. But generally speaking, that's going to be pretty live versus all the premium hands like aces and kings.
Ultra. What is it?
Shai with the cleanest draw here.
Yeah, he's got the double draw. He's got the nut flush draw. He's got the gut shot to the 10.
Looks like he's just going to take it down.
So far, we haven't seen a lot of intersections as far as like hands butting up against each other. But as we all know, playing poker, sometimes it just be like that sometimes. So
I can't straddle.
at some point, the hands will converge and we'll start seeing the chips catapult into the pot. But
I wanted to straddle under the button.
Oh,
Under the button?
looks like we have someone trying to straddle the button.
I did it for you.
Gugo, possibly.
Yeah.
Shai might have more drip than drip.
Yeah.
Dude, Shai's packing, dude.
he
Shai's
is.
got some. Like, drip doesn't really have any drip on his wrist. It's just that big drip necklace. It's kind of, oh, it's interesting.
Don't look at your cards when it comes to you, just whatever the pot is.
And here we go.
Oh, water's warm.
In seed 8, the man, the myth, the legend, Mickey.
The straw that stirs the drink. The man of action.
Was paid to be here.
Commentator.
Always has colorful clothes and personality and all that, so it's going to be fun to see him in the mix here tonight. That's for sure. I'm not sure I've seen him play 4 cards, so I'm curious to see how that goes.
Bro, because you guys connected the mics on us now. We can't
I
talk
just want to play
anymore.
baccarat with you.
Sean picking up the kings. When we were talking about the spectrum of these pairs.
These are terrible kings. This is as bad of the kings as you're going to get. King, 7-2 rainbow, so that's pretty tough. But obviously, you know, you're hoping to get in there and flop top set.
Yes. When you flop top set with kings, it's usually the best set.
It is. Although oftentimes it'll be a king 10 4 board with 2 spades and you got no additional equity and somebody's got queen jack of spades and you're praying to hold.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Jamie with the straight, the flush.
Now, interesting here, if Sean wants to be a really aggressive player with Sean's hand, would turn this into a bluff because he has some of the blockers to the nuts, which is king 10. But we shall see how he proceeds. Not as powerful as having the nut flush blocker, for example, but having half the cards is helpful. But he's going to elect to get out of the way.
He don't give a fuck about Google. Thank you.
A wise man once told me blockers are the death of good PLO players.
You can run wild with it for sure. You can definitely
Whatever you want, bro.
go overboard.
that's for sure.
Like a State Farm commercial.
But then when you go overboard, you just cope. The cope is, oh, when I get hands, I'm going to get paid. So really,
Exactly.
did I lose anything? Like that's how you.
Trading mistakes.
That's what you delude yourself into thinking. When the reality is, you'll probably still get paid off with your big hands, and you don't need to do. That might be the actual lesson there. But
Where is the Magen David?
CA
Oh, really?
in the game, how much? 10,000.
So you were like 5 years old? Asian don't raisin, man. This gives me rap vibes.
We have a poll running in the YouTube chat. Will Mickey run it up or punt tonight?
High cards for my rap.
It is
like material.
dead split, 50-50 right now. Go in there and cast your vote. I think he's going to run it up.
Man.
he's a live
I
by the
have
sword, die by the sword kind of player. He's going to be a big winner, a big loser, very possibly, I think. So
The
we shall
poker
see.
gods reward gambling in this game.
They tend to, that's for sure. And you can see Mikey's got that pink chip, that juicy little 5K on top there, on top of those 1K teals. So it looks like he's starting with about 10K, it looks like. So, yep. Whites are 100, greens are 1K, and the pinks are 5K.
Is it Mickey or Mikey?
I was waiting for you to say it yourself first, actually, because I was a little unsure if it was Mickey or Mikey. For some reason, I thought it was like Mickey, but I could be way off on this.
I thought it was Mickey.
I'm thinking that's what it is. I'm thinking it's Mickey, too. Maybe somebody in chat will correct us, and they'll say from previous streams. Maybe we can get some help from the chat on that. Chat's another fun way to engage with the show as well. We appreciate all the likes and comments we get. Thanks for tuning in and engaging with the show. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble. Got Jonathan McGowan in the booth, a.k.a. Cosmo.
Poker Cosmo.
Just back from a recent trip to Vegas, I take it, right? You've had a trip in the book so far. What's the damage so far?
Oof. Never got above starting stack. So
all right.
They took my money and almost hit me with a car on the way out. So
well, there you go.
We're going to try our luck next week.
It's like Mickey stacking a nice little pot there, racking the chips up. Okay. So how many buy-ins we down? What tournament you play? Tell the fans out there at large.
3 bullets in the 5K PLO and 4 bullets in the mystery bounty.
Okay, so how many bullets was the 5K PLO? What's the max? They used
to only so back in the day they used to all be freeze-out tournaments, right?
Yeah.
And you could only, if you busted the tournament, that was it for the World Series.
Yep.
And you got to wait for the next day. But recently they've added the option to rebuy in some of these tournaments if you see fit.
You're a glutton for punishment. You're a masochist.
and it's a very dangerous option for some. And I took maximum benefit or maximum
max punishment, max pain, max brutality.
At least they capped a lot of these rebuys. The 5K PLO was only 2.
So you couldn't have bought it a 4th time, right?
No.
So you exhausted the options there.
Yes.
And speaking of 5K PLO, shout out to a longtime LA regular, Bryce Yockey, ended up winning that event. I actually played 10-20 or was it 20-40 quarter 50 PLO with him a few weeks ago, and then next thing you know, the guy's winning a 5K Omaha tournament. So really happy for Bryce. He's a great player, great steward of the game as well. He's really a really good guy, good for the game, and it's nice to see somebody that works hard at their craft get rewarded. So hats off to LA Reg Bryce Yockey for that bracelet win. And getting Cosmo's money.
Yes. You're welcome for the donation. And we got Justin with single suited aces.
Nice hand there.
You going to Vegas, Joe?
And just like that, you see a multi-way flop with the aces, and you didn't improve your hand much, and now you got to play some poker and figure it out.
Mickey already might be going 2 for 2 here.
He's flopped pretty big here. He's got a bottom pair, and he's got the nut flush draw, obviously, as the main component to his hand, and he instantly pinches that off.
Wow.
Going to be hard to get action here in a 4-way pot.
Yep.
No one else with a flush, so.
Nobody else home, really, in this hand. No smaller flushes, no king of clubs, no sets, so.
Oh, Shai, though. Shai's the one taking the stab here. Optimistic
paired board. Probably not going to be a big enough pot to bluff somebody off a flush here. But
check on the end.
4 or 5 that go in.
And this might look odd, but
I know.
I'm not. Our Mickey's check back here is not as crazy as it looks. With Shai leading into 4 people and the board pairing, you do have to be worried about these boats.
You do, although
it's the smaller flushes are a thing, but I can see from Mickey's point of view being like, on the turn.
I don't play a lot of tournaments.
You normally don't see the smaller flushes on the turn betting out, right?
Not often. They're often going into kind of counter punch, check call kind of mode with the small mid flush for sure.
He's such a good player.
Huh?
He's a good player. Bryce won a bracelet.
Oh, it looks like they're mentioning Bryce now. Looks like they're funny timing there.
Bryce was on the receiving end of probably one of the worst bad beats I've ever seen on a poker stream.
Oh, I remember. I think he posted that on Twitter like maybe 3 years ago or something. I don't remember exactly, but yeah.
I believe the 50K Player Championship in the Deuce to 7 portion. Also a different multi-card game. For those listeners who don't know, it's a game where you want to make the worst hand, and the worst hand being a wheel, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. No flush draws, right? Or no flushes. And Bryce was dealt the second nuts in a triple draw game against a hand that was drawing dead, technically. Josh Aryeh had a 6 in his hand and could only draw to basically the third nuts unless Josh made a wheel first, or a 6 high straight first, and had to pitch the 6 to make the nuts, which is what ended up happening. Something like 1,000,000 to 1.
That's crazy. So I'm confused. Pitching the nuts, what, it gets reshuffled back in the day? I'm like a Neanderthal in these mixed games.
So Josh's hand, I believe, it could only approve. He had a 2-card draw to a 6-5-3, and so the best card that the best draw that he can make was a 7-6-5, and Bryce already had like 7-6-4.
Okay.
Or no, 7-6-4. So Josh needed to be able to pitch the 6 to beat Bryce.
Well,
and he had to make a straight first. So on the last draw, Josh had 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and pitched the 6 to get the 7.
But cliff notes of that, it was like 1,000,000 to 1 equity.
It was like 1,000,000 to 1. Like, it was the
incredible.
worst beat. Yeah, it's impossible to get a bad beat worse than what Bryce Yockey took in this tournament.
Might even be hard to get half as that. I mean, even 500K to, I mean, like whatever it was.
Like, in PLO, these beats are not possible. This one was a special one. Nick Schulman was a commentator in that one.
Shout out to Nick Schulman. He just took down another bracelet.
25K. No limit hold'em last night.
Yeah. What a player. What a player. What a commentator as well. What a very talented fella.
Absolutely.
Nick Schulman.
Legendary commentator. An inspiration for both of us.
I'm telling you, man, it's almost like a thing in poker where, like, if you were good 20 years ago, it means you suck now. It's like,
the case for Nick Schulman.
That's what's impressive about somebody like Nick Schulman. It's like he was literally playing online, the biggest, toughest games online back then, and now he's playing big live mixed game. I mean, he's literally like conquered so many different realms of poker over such a long time span. It's really impressive.
And especially to do it in a game like Hold'em.
Yeah, I mean, it's
understandable to transition to mix and the other games like this, Omaha, but I mean, Hold'em is so studied now, and being able to beat some of the best in the world in Hold'em in this day and age is really impressive.
It's really, 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 really impressive stuff. So, I mean, it's some guys that always have a lot of respect for, some of those OG guys that kind of stood the test of time, guys like Nick Schulman, guys like Prahlad Friedman. I just love all these types of guys that were great players 20 years ago and still are, at the higher heights, doing their thing right now. So and obviously Nick's like the perfect example of that. So.
Oh my God.
I ain't going nowhere with this one.
Okay. Yeah, he was surprised.
We got kings for Mickey.
And I was like, I said, oh.
I ain't going nowhere with this one.
I said to Hesham last night, yesterday.
Look, he's going to jack this up from early position here. The King 8-3 single to the high side. Beautiful hand here for Shai, though.
Shai and Panda.
25.
Panda with a double paired hand, Jack 10-10. That's a great double paired hand there.
Yeah.
They changed us.
If you have a double paired hand, you flop a set roughly 1 in 4 times, which is pretty sick. So not too bad to have that going for you.
A little rough for Panda here. His diamonds are covered, and Shai has one of his jacks in his hand.
Eight, 7-3 rainbow flop.
8-3 for Mickey.
It's always interesting when you have a pocket pair hand that flops 2 pair something with your side cards, like we have here with Mickey's hand.
I want to get a shirt that says maximum.
Those are really deep stack situation. The Jack 10 is kind of an interesting hand to play because you can obviously represent a lot of straights on the turn as well as turning sets, but in a shallower environment, maybe there's not as much merit to call him with hands like that. But
what a turn card for Shai.
Incredible turn.
Probably, this is the best turn card in the deck for Shai.
Yeah, this is what you hope for. He's got top 2 here now and the nut flush draw.
Shai puts out 600.
And probably the worst turn you could see for Mickey.
Absolutely.
How do you know?
It's okay, I know.
Mickey tags along, but
Sometimes I just know.
he's hoping for a 3 or a king here.
Check.
I've been nice. I always say.
He's not wrong. It's a little nice.
Definitely, you want to definitely bet there and get called by worse aces up and stuff. There's definitely a lot of worse hands you can get called by. There's not really too many straights note. I mean, there's a 4-5. I guess that could have somehow got there, but
hard to imagine the 4-5 after the bet on the
flop. So you definitely want to be betting your top 2 there.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you get raised or jammed on, then it's probably not a great spot to call off, though. But definitely want to just keep betting your hand for value and think about what hands can call me here that are worse. And it's definitely worse hands I can call top 2 there on a board like that. Mainly lower 2-pair aces.
We'll go in the parking lot. Because if it did, I'll be back.
You want some white? Are you good?
Yeah. You want to give me some? 200, yeah.
You watching the basketball at all?
No.
So where are you playing now, Baccarat? Or are you done with
I
it?
play online, Kiero.com. Yeah, Kiero.com.
What.com?
Kiero?
Which one?
Another double paired hand here. This one obviously quite a bit worse with the lower pair disconnected, no suitedness going.
But it's good because you could always move over. They have a sports book too.
You can break the screen.
Maximum?
Bro, you didn't invite me.
Maximum.
How much maximum?
I love how Mickey pots. Maximum. Here in this beautiful game of Omaha, you can only bet the size of the pot. And for you no limit enthusiasts out there, and you're asking yourself why don't they just play no limit PLO? That actually, I would assume, makes this a worse game.
I'm not doing online. Only the app. Friend.
They have for the mobile too.
No, the PLO app.
It's sunny too.
Yeah, if this game,
Maybe I'll...
the no limit aspect would really kind of ruin action in
Definitely.
PLO. Yeah,
Force people off hands that otherwise would call pod or call half pod.
Exactly.
Check.
It also requires a little bit more skill post-flop and kind of navigating these multi-way pots, navigating the board changing.
100%. The nuts are always changing. You're often playing against multiple people across multiple streets, so it's definitely it could be like a minesweeper or something in a bit. Yes. You're always kind of trying to walk between raindrops and kind of figuring it out. But that's what makes it fun, the murkiness of it. That's what's beautiful about it.
So here we got Young with top 2. But Panda sitting with the best hand with just kings, but kings with a flush draw.
And Young also's got that gutty to the 4. He's got backdoor clubs as well, so he's got top 2 with some additional equity as well, which is helpful. Obviously, kings with the most powerful draw here with the king high diamonds. That's the nuts. No ace high draw out there as well. So pretty good, nice little fair fight here, 60-40. So we shall see how it plays out.
Check.
Now, normally here you'd see Young's equity higher, but with the cards that were out, seems that there weren't many diamonds folded.
That's kind of, when I looked at the equity, I was like, that doesn't make sense to me at all.
No, it's the math. They incorporated the math of the dead cards.
Yeah, because
I noticed that. I was like, it should be the top 2 that's ahead.
Because I was about to say the equities are about to diverge here on this brick turn, but then when I saw, I was like, what? But yeah, I guess that's,
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see with once we know the dead cards and then removing them from the math here. I like that.
It's a little confusing if you're a newer player because you're probably thinking, wow, this hand has this much equity, which it typically is not against the, preponderance of turns you're going to like. But yeah, just there's a unduly amount of cards, I guess, that tilted the equity there that were burned.
Rap vibes.
I'm wondering, have you ever seen the Card Player article with Phil Hellmuth way back in the day that had the PLO hand with the set of kings on the turn?
I don't think so. That's pretty deep cut there, it sounds like.
Yeah, there's a hand that you can probably look up where it's pot limit Omaha, and the turn, someone turns top set of kings, and it is the nuts on king 10 6 2.
A lot of trouble there.
And because of what the cards that are remaining, kings are drawing completely dead.
That's crazy. Wow.
It is
like a perfect storm of cards being dealt out there, it sounds like. Like, it's crazy. Was it 8 ways to the flopper? I can't even count. This is insane. Crazy multi-ways. Like, I mean, might as well call this a bomb pot, effectively. This is pretty wild.
Yeah. Looks like we have Sean here with the best hand. Huh?
No problem.
Is that correct?
Let's see who's got the bomb pot skills in this kind of hand here.
Full.
Oh. Okay. Well, sorry, Mickey and Shai here with the same hand.
Each with the top 2. Nobody has a backdoor flush draw as well. So
yeah, extremely deep at this point. I got 8K effective. I got over 400 big lines at risk here.
Yeah, there's definitely some meat on the bone in this hand, although of course it's going to end up being pretty much a chop, barring some random unforeseen runouts. But
I think that helps me.
Not supposed to say that, you know that, right?
I'm an honest guy.
barring somebody catching running 4s or running 2s on the flop or whatever. But yeah, now it's a chop here pretty much, unless somebody can spook somebody else off a hand.
Mickey comes with 320 and a call. Looks like it's probably going to go check here. Both players happy to get the showdown.
For sure.
We have exactly the same one.
Oh, 4, he wins.
Nice to see Vicky dealing, man. Vicky's been dealing me here for probably 15 years, man.
I remember Vicky. Oh,
good old
yeah.
Vicky, one of my favorite commerce dealers. She's a great dealer here. Yeah. Been dealing me since I was a young pup. So nice to talk to her as I walked in today, seeing that she was going to be dealing the game. She's one of my favorite, definitely one of the better dealers here for sure at the commerce. It's truly the Lord's work being a poker dealer. I mean, a lot of us are unruly folk. You know, a lot of poker players don't handle losing well. And shout out to all the dealers out there for putting up with us.
Yes.
You know, a lot of times losing money brings out the worst in people, unfortunately. And unfortunately, the dealer can get the brunt of it. It's pretty tough when it happens. But
it's not, yeah.
Treat your dealers well, people.
Absolutely.
Can't have any games without them, so.
Can someone teach me how to do like the little, that thing? Yeah.
You don't know?
Yeah. No.
You've been playing poker all these years.
I know how to make it rain, but I don't know how to shuffle chips.
You're the only one that I know that I can say that your hands are so big that bigger than mine.
I didn't even see my hand yet.
Yeah.
Trip with a fun one here.
Yeah, that should be double suited to the high side here at the King Queen 5-3.
Justin coming along.
Clean, right?
Hey, my time for you.
Solid. Raising hand here.
A solid Broadway-oriented hand. He's got the button as well. Position is key in Parliament Omaha. It's definitely
certainly makes your life easier.
Yeah, the boards are always nuts are always changing. You know, it's multi-way hands. It's definitely helpful to be in position, even more so than no limit. I feel like for sure.
Mickey in, Shai in, Jamie in. Trip surprisingly out. Looks like he had to go do something.
Yeah, sometimes you make one of those, I got to go to the restroom type folds, you know. We've all been there. Nice flop here for Shai, flopping trips with the 10-9-7-3 on this King 7-7 2-heart flop. Nobody with hearts in the field, though. Got Jamie in there at the King X, King Jack 9-5.
Okay. Check. Should I unclip it now?
Yeah, go ahead and put it on.
Okay. It's like one size too small, so it may or may not work.
Yeah, bro.
That's all good. I was just trying to show love. My boy is like a mushroom brand.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, I was just trying to show love, but too small. Am I still good here?
Looks like Shai is going to bet and get a call from Justin. He's got top pair and a gut shot, and look what he found on the river. He found that 10, but of course the 10 fills up the 7X, so this could get messy here.
Look at it.
Bit of a graveyard river card here.
Cute.
It fills Shai up and makes the nut straight here for Justin.
Yep. Justin pays to see it.
Pretty small bet considering the size of the pot, and he also has
What would you get a 25 from?
he has an ace in his hand as well, which blocks some of the boat possibilities. So obviously, you know, having ace queen jacks, you know, a little stronger than having, you know, queen jack without any blockers in your hand. So
I'll pay you 30.
And as we said before, Shai is a man that deserves his action.
he deserves his action.
He's given it. And when he has it, you just
Gotta lose some money.
sometime.
Yeah, he bet 300 into 800, so he's, you know, getting almost 4 to 1 or something.
You gotta
you know.
give it to him.
Just click the call button and hope you win.
Those are high rollers, bro.
Very good at flip.
Shai, Mickey, and Sean all sitting deep.
Yeah, very good.
Sean, big winner so far.
This side, we're okay.
All right, we got this.
Shai right
I
behind.
just want to win the flip.
Sean, big winner, and Panda stuck in the basement,
Yeah.
stuck almost 4K. But thankfully, you know, good thing about getting stuck in Omaha is you can get it back.
You never really feel stuck. You always feel one hand away from getting even or being up, realistically.
And when you get stuck like Chuck in No Limit, it can feel the despair can set in. It's like, how am I going to get this money back? You know, it's going to be tough. But
Yes.
it's a lot easier to get your money back in Omaha. So
At any point, we could be seeing one of those 3 or 4 way all-ins that Omaha brings.
Yep.
And tonight, with Run It Once,
yeah, for sure.
could get a little messy for sure. Really hard to lock up a win in PLO. You know, sometimes you're just forced into it.
Yep. And then with running it twice, it's
Let's make it exciting.
it's hard to scoop sometimes.
Yes.
Getting both those runouts to go your way can be tough.
One card.
Oh, one card?
Yeah, let's make it exciting, bro.
Oh, looks like we're playing some games here.
It's like we're doing a run it board situation, I guess.
Oh, my God.
Drip with a set of 6s. It's gonna hold.
Perhaps when we're seeing these hands, I'm not sure if that's how they're paying for dealer collection. I'm not sure how they're adjudicating doing that.
That's probably what this is.
That's my guess. And for those wondering, if you ever come out to California or Vegas for that matter and play PLO or whatever, oftentimes they're doing the rake with these double board bomb pot hands. Typically a game that's normal PLO will have a double board hand on the collection, and whoever wins that double board hand will pay the collection for the whole table. This is a pretty common way it goes down out here, the 10-20 plus games.
This is a setup.
Is how they do it down in San Diego, by the way?
I mean, double board. I think double board has become the standard in a lot of Palm and Omaha games.
As far as how to pay for the rake, yeah?
So we don't do a collection. We just do per hand.
Oh, per hand rake down there. Okay.
Yeah, but double board seems to be the standard for any collection game.
Yeah, for sure.
He's saving his luck for the next one.
And for those who've never played double board bomb pots, that's everyone anteing in, and there are 2 flops, and it would be half the pot to the top board and half the pot to the bottom board.
And it goes flop, turn, and river, so you get, you get the full board. Obviously, you can bet and win without showdown and take the entire pot. But if it does go to showdown, half the pot to top board, half the pot to the bottom board, and it's almost like you use your 7-card scud skills, where you're like you have one hand on a board, but then you look at the cards on the other board, you think, okay, well, my hand's stronger actually because these cards are on the other board. So there's a little, some different muscles required in the game, but it's fun.
A lot of good Omaha 8 or stud 8 players they would get that game a little bit better with the split pot nature of it.
Sure.
The importance of having a little bit on both the boards instead of being tunnel visioned on one board.
Yeah, in the early Wild West days of double board, you'd see somebody like, oh, I got the set on one board. I'm just going to put a bunch of money in. I'm going to get everybody to fold, and then I'm going to scoop the pot. But doing that is a good way to get three-quartered or scooped in a lot of situations.
I knew it.
Because the hand you got a set on, somebody has a flush draw on, and they hit their flush, and then you're naked on the other board, and then their hand wins, and next thing you know, you're up in smoke, cuz.
My first bomb pot ever in Houston was against a legendary Houston PLO player named Herschel.
Oh, I've heard of Herschel. I think I maybe played with him in Vegas, if it's the same Herschel.
And on one board, I flopped top set of aces on an ace-king 6. And on the second board, I flopped a flush, ace-high flush. And we kept raising each other. And when all the money got in, he looked at me and was like, Sonny, what do you have?
Now we have a better
and I'm like, the nuts on both of them. And he goes, no, you don't. And he showed me the straight flush on the flush board. And then he showed me the jack 10 for the free roll on my ace king board. And that's when I realized,
yes, sir.
The nuts needs to be the actual nuts.
Yeah. When 8 people see a flop and there's 2 boards, you'll see straight flushes a lot more. And yeah, it can get wild out there for sure.
Yes.
I'm just gonna use it.
A lot of people stubbed their toe pretty major early on learning that game. Definitely, I've made some mistakes as well. Obviously, we all do. It's part of the journey of a poker player, learning new games, and you're gonna take some lumps early on. But the hope is, in the long run, you'll get the gold. But you just got to get through those early, tough growing pains. But that's just how it goes.
The best way to learn is to get in there and play.
Learn by doing, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. Superstition by Drip here?
Yeah, perhaps. Definitely some OCD type of card formation thing going on here for sure. I look at my cards like a fish. I do all my cards like vertical, straight in the face. I don't know how to do the parallel sidewinder one by one card peel thing people do. I don't know. I'm really bad at the easiest things in life. So
what is it?
Things as simple as looking at cards I'm a fish at. So
it's definitely harder to look at a PLO hand with the 4 cards. You know, you do kind of want to fan them in a way, like in front of you.
Yeah, I create like a little cave and do like the 4 cards straight. Yeah. I'd put a cave around them. That's ridiculous. But that's a good thing, actually. I'm glad we're talking about that. You really got to be careful not to expose your cards to your neighbors, because you can really, I mean, giving away a single card in Omaha can really reveal a lot, obviously. It's a big thing. So you really want to be careful about looking at your cards in a very discreet way.
Gugo with a massive flop here.
Huge flop here.
Again, no one with anything. Ooh, a little sneaky check back.
There we go. Playing with fire there.
A little bit.
Kind of like it. Usually people are so afraid to slow play in Omaha that they play their hands so fast forward and transparent that they don't get action.
Yeah, but look at this. He induces from Shai.
He does. Now, of course, if Shai had 7-7, then we'd say, oh, you don't get free card. You do the results-oriented commentary. But yeah, no, he definitely gave his opponent some rope there.
And Gugo's going to show him a tricky line here.
Yeah.
And Shai immediately with the fold.
3 time chips, guys.
Oh, they're playing with the time chips, I see.
Interesting. That's nice. So far, there hasn't been anybody tanking too hard. So
yeah, I mean, it's all these players seem to be playing at a pretty quick pace. I don't foresee these time chips being used almost at all.
And to be honest, that's kind of another thing I appreciate about Parliament Omaha is it's a lot more of a carefree kind of general. People are just having fun. Whereas the No Limit, there's freaking 4-seat change buttons and people are tanking in a hand trying to get a neck pulse read. It's just a lot more cutthroat of a vibe at the No Limit tables, where in PLO it's a lot more casual. Money's exchanging hands, people are conversating while they're in a hand. It's just a lot more of a kind of fun vibe. So I think that's kind of another thing I appreciate about 4-card over the 2-card variety.
Yeah, absolutely.
6'3" with shoes on.
Damn. No, I'm taller, a little bit taller, but
there's a lot less justice in PLO. So it's kind of like an accepted thing where it's like, if it's not my day, it's not my day.
Yeah, people are just accustomed to getting their stacks in, losing, reloading. It's
like, okay, you beat me up today, maybe I beat you up tomorrow. That's
fuck it, why not?
It's a fun game. Why did I not jump over sooner?
Yeah.
That's what we all regret.
Man.
Something the AC is freezing.
That was kind of hot.
I think what I always pretty much say is if you want to play against like
What is it?
solver nerds, play No Limit Hold'em. If you want to play against gamblers, play Omaha.
Yes, exactly.
You know, you tell me what you want. But I like playing against gamblers and people that are having a good time over, people looking at solvers between hands and getting on Twitter threads, getting outed for using their whatever the heck. That's like the whole thing now on Twitter. Poker Twitter is somebody getting outed for using a solver in between hands at a world. You're not seeing that at the Omaha tables near as much. I don't think.
This game is quite a bit away from being completely solved.
Yeah. A lot more murky waters over here.
Especially with, just by a simple, like, mobile app. It's funny, I always ask some No Limit pros, like, why they haven't switched over yet. And the number one reason I get is they can't win every single month. And I'm like,
which is funny because that's something I would levy towards tournament players in a way. So it's kind of a funny.
No, exactly. It's just like they're like the consistency. I mean, like you have so much more control because your edge seems to be much bigger, especially if you're a good No Limit player.
You can control your session and the swings easier in No Limit. I would say,
absolutely.
For sure.
Whereas PLO, a lot of the variance can be exponential.
Yeah, no, we've been character assassinating No Limit all stream here. But one thing, to be fair, I will say is like if I was staking somebody on a shorter roll, or I was giving advice to somebody on a shorter roll, I would say No Limit's a better game on a shorter roll for sure. But that's also why I think it's a bad game because you can kind of hide and just wait to get your money in with a set or something. It's like, but that is to be fair as well. It's if you're on a smaller roll and you're trying to build your way up, No Limits, you can kind of control things a little more.
Yeah. Everyone definitely has a chance to win in any session of PLO, which is kind of a beautiful part of the game.
And of course, over the long run, the grid players are the players that are going to be winning. Obviously, that's no different.
Yes.
That's still the case in Parliament Omaha. It's just, you might not win 8 sessions in a row or something.
Yeah.
But net money won is what we care about. So having the higher hourly, having more fun while you're doing it.
It was easy for me. I used
to like drip and Shai here.
Because I never really
2 nice rundowns.
Yeah, nice little
no big deal.
Connected snapper kind of hands.
It's easy to stop.
It's crazy the dearth of aces in this game. It's unbelievable how few times we've seen aces.
That's true.
It's really wild. I feel like usually somebody has aces like one out of every 3-4 hands or something.
I'm kind of waiting for the spot where like 2 people have aces and you get the other people knowing that both the players have aces.
That's a fun thing we can get to at some point is the dynamic, where it's like 4 or 5 bet pre-flop and you can kind of tell, hey, these people are cannibalizing each other with aces. Yes. Therefore, my Jack 10, 9, 7 hands in a great spot. But we'll see if that happens here as the night unfolds at the Commerce Casino here, live at the Commerce, brought to you by Bally Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Joining with me tonight is my boy, Jonathan McGowan, a.k.a. Cosmo Poker of San Diego poker lore and fame. So nice to have you up here north with us for a few days.
I'm glad to commentate with you for the first time. We've been talking about this for years. Actually,
we have. We've always crossed swords at the poker table, so to speak. Down when I come down to San Diego or in Vegas, or when you're knocking me out of the main event, But it's nice to share a microphone with you. We've even talked about like having a poker podcast or doing some kind of poker, content because we've been doing poker for so long. We're both pretty jolly fellows, but of course, since we play poker, we're also lazy. And,
yes, exactly.
It's really easy to talk about something, and it's a lot easier just to not do it. So it's pretty much what we end up doing with regards to that. But who knows? We'll see. Maybe one day we'll fire something up.
We should.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Like it.
We have a lot of noteworthy friends. I mean, we're nobody peons, obviously. We're just people chopping wood at 10-20 to quarter 50 anonymously at open casino games. But
we're adjacent to success.
Yeah, we're adjacent to success. We have a lot of friends who are, have a very good hand in mobs. So, and played Real Heaven online and all these super crazy high stakes. We could definitely wouldn't have a hard time getting interviews for sure. We could definitely.
We know good poker players.
No doubt. I've never had any like poker self-esteem because like I'm friends with all these people that are like have top hats on full tilt and play real heaven, and like guys like Gordo. I mean, it's like hard to think much of yourself, and the friends that we have are like literally like the upper crust of poker, so it's like definitely can keep your self-esteem down pretty good for sure.
Yeah. That's dope as fuck.
We're basically like the last guy on the bench in an NBA team.
Yes.
Like, we've been around. It's impressive to be in the game and playing the stakes we play, but, unless you're in the league, you ain't going to know us.
Yeah. We've been on some teams, but, it's like...
We're the guy in the background in the picture, but we're not the one holding the trophy.
Yes. We're in the arena, though.
Yeah, we are a man in the arena, for sure. But that's what's cool about these streams. It's kind of nice to be able to impart kind of our experience and wisdom and knowledge just to people that are playing 2-5 and 1-2. Because I remember when I was coming up in the game, I was playing 1-2, 2-5, and after I graduated, I would watch these streams, and it's a great way to really kind of get some practice and experience without having to actually risk some money of your own. So it's very happy to try to recount kind of some of our experience over the years, because I definitely remember being one of those 1-2, 2-5 grinders as a 21, 22-year-old.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I mean, I learned poker on ESPN with the beautiful words of Norman Chad in my ear. So
shout out to Norman Chad, who's a big Royals fan this year. I'm a big Kansas City guy. Nice to have Norman Chad on the Kansas City Royals brand. But learning. That's what's so cool about these streams is you're seeing every hand. See, a lot of times with TV poker, you're just seeing these showdown aces versus king hands, which are exciting, but you're not really learning much about how to be a pro, just seeing these kind of highlight cooler hands. But these streams are great because you're seeing every single hand.
Yeah, and I mean, you see. I mean, it's a decent amount of folding. It's not all like the degree all-in moment.
Yeah, a lot of poker is all those hands on the margins. It's easy as a poker player thinking, I had a kings and lost to aces. But that happens to everybody. What you really need to be focused on are those volume of those spots and situations where you're betting and picking the pot up on the turn and it checks to you and just little things like that. That's kind of where it adds up over time, is all those kind of hands on the margins that don't make the highlight tape, but add up to your bottom line a lot over time.
We got a pretty interesting spot here.
Yeah, really big spot here. Top set.
Sean with the key card here on this board. Not flush blocker. Young with the only flush, and Drip with top set on the flop.
Yeah, this could get messy here. We shall see.
Young, not a believer.
Now, again, of course, when you have 3 clubs in your hand, it's a little harder to put your opponent on also having a flush, so that can make you a little more sticky when you have 3 clubs versus 2 clubs. It's harder for your opponent to have a flush when you have more clubs in your hand.
Oh, but hey, look, Young finding this raise here, and Sean knows that Young can't have the nuts. These spots are off. Ooh.
Yeah, this is what makes Omaha fun here. Is he going to have the courage to fire back with that nut club here?
Because Sean here might know that Young is raising kind of for information to see where he's at. Yes. And Sean knows that he can't be at the nuts. And what does Sean do here? It looks like Sean puts in 2,300. And
great.
Gets the fold.
The power of the blocker bluff right there.
There you go.
Who says blocker bluffs are a way everybody loses money, Cosmo?
That's
like
right.
what you said earlier, that's nonsense. Bluff away with blockers, people. Look at Sean did right there. Well played there by Sean.
Well played by Sean.
Maybe.
I was with her last night, and she said that she saw the flyer, and she said that you guys are friends. She's like, you're going to see my friend tomorrow.
It's obviously easy to say you should pull the trigger when you're in the booth and you're doing commentary, but obviously it's not as easy to come over the top and fire that extra shell. But with the nut club there, it's definitely I would say a mandatory play for sure. Obviously you can't call with just the nut club there either. You have to either fold and give up the hand or fully rep it. So
yeah. And Sean told a very credible story from start to finish.
Yeah, of course. He led out, got raised. I mean, it's...
I had no desire to ask him that question.
Is it back in the stream? Sorry. I'm curious.
You're the one that wants to know. We know all the guys doing...
No, I was wondering the same.
What is the question?
It's true. I got pink eye. I got pink eye in both eyes.
Now, it would have been interesting had he had like a king high flush, for example, on 3 clubs, because that will be a spot where you'll see people get sticky.
Yes.
Where even though they don't have the nuts, they're saying, you know what, I got the second nut flush. I got 3 clubs in my hand. It's harder for my opponent to have a flush with 3 clubs. So some people would kind of do an F it all in with a king high flush there with 3 clubs, but with 10 high clubs, you still have 3 clubs though, and it's polarized versus the ace, yada yada. But it's would have been interesting to see what he would have did there with 3 clubs king high.
All the guys wanted to ask you this, not her.
Do you ever have sex in a casino?
That's quite the question. It's like some Mile High Club casino version. That's interesting.
That would be interesting, yeah. Never in a plane either. I've been wanting to. I haven't done it.
I did a plane when I was
overrated.
I was 18. It was like my school did a trip.
I got a dragon for you.
So me and my high school girl, we did. And you know, in Vegas, there's a company that does. It's called like Mile High Club or something like that. It's a plane with a bed made to have sex in.
The more you know.
Yeah, I did not have this topic on the menu for today's talking points, but I'm here for it. We're here for it, Cosmo.
You heard it, the Mile High Club. If you're in Vegas, you can go look into that.
We're very sex positive here. We're not shaming anybody. It's, you know, live how you want. So
Small. It's not easy. It's not enjoyable.
I would think it's hard.
One of those things you do just to say I did it, you know?
Yeah, you could Google with the aces.
What'd you say?
And you come out and
yeah, I feel like we're due for some mean reversion in the aces dealt here. I feel like we're about to go on an aces dealt heater.
What is it?
7 makes it 7.
Oh shit, really?
You still hot, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally.
7.
And as you can see here, the equity here with Queen 10, 8, 6, not even that great of a hand, but, you know, 40% equity versus the aces here, so.
My friend.
I will block it.
Obviously, no limit aces versus anything's like 80-20, you know, I mean, it's, you know, pretty.
You're gnashing with aces and hold them. Omaha, they're going to take you to the flop.
They're going to make you earn it. You're going to have to think your way out of it.
Yes.
This is the my friend special.
A lot of spades out here.
But I think sometimes that's why people do like playing short stack in Omaha. It's really easy when you get these aces kind of hands, especially with the bet pre-flop, multiple calls. You can kind of 3-bet, get half your money in pre-flop or a lot of your money in pre-flop. But when you're deeper, it's you don't really have that option. You got to kind of see flops and boards and kind of maneuver post-flop with what often is going to be a single pair hand.
I'll give you my number. You can also ask me.
It's a pretty fair fight on this flop.
Yeah, so far.
We got drip here, open under in a pair.
Last time you had longer hair, right?
Yeah, I cut all my hair off. Yeah.
Recently?
The face tattoos were more significant for you?
They were. No, because I've been removing them.
So it's the same face tattoo, just different haircut, different guy. This is crazy because you haven't played a hand the whole time. And
I was waiting for my rap to materialize.
I have a hand now.
Finally.
Got a mystery hand here for Sean. Hopefully that fills in here soon enough.
No, I like trying to solve this mystery.
Every now and again, it's not too bad to have, yeah.
Okay.
Especially if he shows a little bit of aggression here.
Okay. Show the sixes. Rap. You want to run it? Can we run it?
Nice hand.
Fold. Watch
got the fold.
It's not a rap.
It's not a rap. You only need 8.
I don't know. What do we need? I don't know what a rap is.
You have a gut shot. Is that like a gut shot? That just fold to a gut shot? Jesus Christ.
I always make fun of the beginner.
My 6 was good.
Bro, I hit open-ended.
I'm laughing, but I don't even know what it is either. Like legit.
Wow.
I'm just trying to act cool. That was funny though, bro. You don't know what a rap is?
Every end you have
One
a rap.
hand, though. Good play.
Strudel.
I call blind.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. Turn it off.
The walls can happen. Hot.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
the one we've been looking for.
Showing some waggle here with the little pot with the old ace 8-7-6 single to the high side. Solid little hand.
How much is it? 230.
Rap is like when like more than 2 cards make you straight.
Okay. Okay.
It's kind of nice having some middling hands in your raising range. You know, if you just raise only high card only, and then people can kind of attack you on these low to mid boards. So it's nice to kind of have some board coverage with a hand like this. It's kind of nice that a hand like this accomplishes that a little bit.
Yeah, you know, and
Like when you were playing half your hands were aces back in 2017. You know.
Oh, Sean.
And what a deck read by Sean. I mean, what a perfect.
Look at this.
That's what you're looking for.
Found the puzzle piece.
Top and bottom pair. He's got the open down straight draw, nut flush draw. This is what you live for here, folks.
Yeah, too bad he ran into nothing.
Yeah. Mickey's holding some cheese here. It's got a good shot to the 8, but pretty paltry hand. Diamonds out there. He's got nothing.
And gets shown the blade.
Wow. That's it. You didn't have a set. Wow.
Get 2 pair in a wrap.
What a flop.
And the nut flush draw.
So when you mentioned you did one trip to Vegas so far, when's the when are you hitting the road next?
I think we might be going next week.
Now, when you said we, is this a family-oriented time, or you're talking you and Tom Gabriel coming from San Diego?
Well, Tom's already out there.
I think Tom's got a 10 out there probably.
Yes, I think he's upgraded from the tent to a garage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did mention he had a nice little cash. Yes, so shout out to Tom.
He's been grinding the tournament scene.
He's a grinder, man.
Yeah, he loves it.
He's here for the action. He's made a few trips up north and played some 20-40 with him in nearby casinos, so LA style. So nice to see Tom come up and play. He's a good dude. He's also a fellow jiu-jitsu guy with you, right? You guys mix it up on the gi, or how's that all work?
He hurt himself a couple months ago and hasn't been back ever since.
Ooh,
but
tough one.
He said he might be coming back.
That's getting pretty popular with the poker players. I know you and Tom, and then I know, speaking of some of our friends that are great players, I know you're friends with Cole South.
Oh,
I've seen him post some like jiu-jitsu type of stuff. I don't know even how it is.
Yeah, he's been competing.
Okay.
Incredible now at jiu-jitsu. I mean, he trains a ton and super hard work.
Yeah, I don't expect him to do something poorly.
No,
so,
he's very good.
Yeah, he's actually good buddies with one of my friends, Wilton Tilt. They're good, pretty good friends in some ways. That's one of my good buddies from KC. Shout out to Aaron Wilt, a.k.a. Wilton Tilt. Good fella right there.
There are a lot of guys out in Vegas now that I think do jiu-jitsu. Sam Soverell, got Pierce.
Oh, Pierce. Oh, my God, Pierce. That's funny.
A lot, yeah. I mean,
nice.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu very popular with poker players nowadays. A lot of rock climbing.
A lot of male poker players, are listening to the Bro Rogan types.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
they get into the mixed martial arts stuff. So, how long have you been doing it for?
6 years.
6 years now. Are you if you and Cole squared off, how'd that go?
Poorly for me.
Okay. So he's like an 80-20. Do you have any out? Do you have a gut shot versus him at least? Or
I would have had a better shot at No Limit in 2008 against Cole South than I do in jiu-jitsu right now against Cole South.
And I'm assuming jiu-jitsu is the kind of thing where is it like chess, where if you're outgunned, you're going to lose like every time, or could you get lucky versus Cole South in a match?
I'm not going to get. There's impossible for me to get.
You're
lucky
losing
right
20
now.
out of 20 matches.
I'm losing 1,000 out of 1,000 matches.
I was curious. Okay. Interesting hand here for Young. He's got the ace, king. He's got the ace high hearts, but obviously having that extra card in your hand kind of dilutes the value quite a bit. Cuts down your ability to make a set and stuff. But
these are always fun hands if you can get the right runouts.
Yeah, if you get a board where a king makes a straight, obviously,
Yeah, to really drown yourself with the blockers. I can't help myself.
Yeah, if it comes queen, some kind of...
If the board complies.
Yeah.
I got to get that one.
Those are things I was always wondering about early on. Is what do I do when I get 3 aces, or how good is ace king? And these are kind of murky things that don't happen super often, so it's not super impactful to know all these answers. But yeah, every now and again when you switch over, you'll find yourself in a spot with one of these weird kind of trip hands, like trip aces, or it's.
We played it, George.
Do the sashimi platter and then
George.
Or like a really good hand, but it's 4 of a suit. It's just like it's kind of. But there's information out there, folks, where you guys can kind of get some answers to these questions. So,
a lot of PLO games now play with props for certain hands like this.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
Winning with trips in your hand, winning with quads in your hand, which is extremely difficult. Just to get dealt quads first and then winning with them. Oof,
pretty tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we do it so you can straddle on the button? Can we make an internal decision here?
I think they go.
Make the call.
Straddling on the button, again, pretty common in a lot of PLO games. Everyone has, all the places have their different rules for
sure.
what happens after the button straddle, right? Like, I know if there's a button straddle in Vegas, action starts in the small blind.
That one always crossed me up. I call it like tic-tac-toe. It like starts out here, then it goes here. I'm just used to being like one linear like direction, you know, like when it bounces around, I kind of get crossed up on that. But
we bounce around a little bit in San Diego, where it starts under the gun, goes through the button, and then goes back to the button. Like, yeah, no, they all have different rules around it.
That jacks me up, but I'm a short bus guy on a lot of stuff. I'm a slow learner in some ways. But yeah, that one always, I don't know, that one gets me. I like the more simple one, but I often think button straddles kind of kill the game because a lot of times people from early and middle position play tighter because they don't want to get freaking jacked by the button. And
yeah, absolutely.
So typically, I think it's, if you can, it's best just to have the straddles be from early position.
Oh, under the gun straddles always. 3 blinds is for sure going to be the best.
That seems to be the consensus for the from the players. Interesting flop here for Justin with the double paired hands. Got an up and down straight draw and a flush draw. MIKKI with a great pre-flop hand, but up in smoke here on that flop. Not a great board, but look at that run out there.
Into the nuts.
Yeah.
Maximum.
Maximum's going to take it down there.
That will. Fortuitous run out there with the king, queen, 10-9 on the old ace-6-5 2-heart flop.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a spot where, Justin played his hand a little more aggressively on the flop. He obviously is going to win that. Those are the kind of hands I'm talking, just not to say he played that hand poorly, but those kind of hands on the margins, what players are picking up those pots versus letting their opponents realize their equity. These little things like that kind of add up over time. But, of course, we like to talk about wide aces and guys sucked out on me, and, that's what you want to think about when you're pounding the steering wheel on your way home. But
under the gun.
All those hands on the margins are kind of really more what you want to try to be thinking about as far as improving your game. Coolers are going to just happen, regardless.
Yeah, absolutely.
So who straddles? Got it.
Looks like we got the straddle on here.
Mandatory straddle?
Mm-hmm. Mandatory straddle.
Mandatory straddle.
Looks like, did they agree to the under the gun or the button? Guess we will find out. Justin, the raise with the ace, 10-10-9.
Solid hand. Nice to be high suited there as well.
I like these kind of hands because there's that beautiful 10 of hearts that you're really trying to drill.
Oh, for sure. You always want to be
through.
Yeah, you always want to be thinking about those magic key cards you can catch. Yeah, and 10 of hearts would be Jenga here for Justin.
It's like you're going to steal someone's life.
Nobody flopping meaningfully here, but nice flop here for Justin with the ace high hand on this ace 6-3 2-diamond flop.
Should probably just take it down.
Young does have the nut flush blocker here with the king of diamonds, but obviously it's a bit speculative to even get to a point where that's going to be in play. Doesn't have any other equity with his hand, so reasonable fold there with even the king of diamonds.
Different type of bait. Different type of bait. More fun.
Justin Cushy. Engineering major from San Diego.
Engineer.
Yes.
Nice to have something else in your back pocket in case you miss a bunch of flops in a row,
Absolutely.
Nice to have
everywhere.
One of the happiest guys I know in poker.
Nice to have additional sources of income.
Even the phones and everything.
The what?
Or crypto, probably, if you're a poker player. Everybody's into crypto.
Yes, exactly.
Crap coins, is that what they call them? That might be the PG version, the way to say it. You're involved in those streets, right? A
little bit.
Throwing some mud against the wall, I think I've seen, maybe.
I mean, from time to time, yeah. Poker and the crypto scene is really intertwined.
Yeah, we mentioned the synergy with the poker players and UFC and stuff. But yeah, crypto obviously is another massive point of intersection between poker players.
Queen 4-4 here.
I love double paired hands.
I know.
I'm just a double pair son of a gun.
Yeah. This girl had a tongue piercing.
What was that?
What was it?
That's not true.
Oh, it's on me?
No, I'm good.
That's not true.
What if it gets infected? You won't get it.
The urine is
Me and him don't
sterile.
drink, but everybody else.
Oh boy. All the queens and fours gone.
They are
But
burned.
when I got it healed really fast, and it's hard to get infected.
I just do butt stuff. That's it.
Mickey with a set here. And top 2 for Jamie. This
Top
good.
2 pair amidst some racy sexual conversations have heated up again, it sounds like, from a few comments I caught. But
This is going to possibly get hairy for Jamie here. Mickey with bottom set and a cut shot.
Does anybody else have their penis?
You're not drinking? I don't drink either. I don't. Yeah, cancel.
top 2 versus bottom set. Obviously, bottom set with some additional equity as well. He's got the gut shot, backdoor diamonds as well.
300? Okay.
And equity favorite, as it turns out, once we account for all the burn cards and such.
It's so scary when he says maximum.
Surprisingly close.
He said it in a Russian accent.
Maximum.
If he says maximum, I'm folding aces.
Check. Maximum.
Maximilius.
And Mickey with quads here.
On point.
And what do you know, on the river, quad 3s.
Jamie really only beats a bluff here.
This is definitely a spot where if you want to be psycho, you can kind of turn your 2-pair into a bluff. I've definitely done that on occasion, but this might not be the time with the stack sizes and the players involved. But it's definitely a spot where you can turn your hand into a bluff, but well, not going to be good here. First quads, obviously, but
Jamie, not enough to even raise here.
So they could take the other ones, maybe. I don't know.
Call all in.
I'm gonna take it home, bro. Leave me alone.
It's kind of hard to find many bluffs for Mickey here. A lot of these king, queen, jacks don't really want to raise the flop into a 4-way lead.
Throw them all in.
I guess if you're trying to talk yourself into a call from Jamie's perspective, obviously she has all black cards. Maybe he could have a 2-heart hand that got the turn, maybe. But you know, that's I'm trying to be creative here, trying to think of hands. But yeah,
I'm gonna believe you this time.
It's good fold by Jamie here.
I feel like he had.
Yeah.
Nice time.
I didn't like the river.
Yeah, you can see it on that, dude.
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't like the river, it was a good river for you, Jamie.
I never watched the stream,
Set of 10.
It's interesting having a hand like ace-10 because you're obviously blocking full houses and somebody's betting stiff or big. They're kind of repping a full house, so it's.
And it kills my.
So if you have a certain dynamic, you can turn your hand into a bluff and maybe get somebody to fold a lower full house or maybe a 3 that bets. But obviously that takes a certain kind of dynamic and it's nothing you want to just do all the time. Obviously,
yeah. Definitely a little sketchy when you start going into the. I hope my opponent folds a full house kind of streets.
Yeah.
Definitely gotta play the player.
For sure. But in some nitty open casino games, though, that can be a thing.
Oh,
where,
absolutely.
You know, the player's going to give you the credit for having a full house there. And
how much is
Bomb pot or flip?
it's tough for them to fall. I mean, it's tough to call when you put it back on their shoes. I mean, whenever they bet and you come over, it's hard for them to call off with a non-nut boat there or whatever. It's
Aggression gets respect in PLO.
Definitely does.
I'm saying we just play.
Sean, big winner here so far, up 4.2K.
Sean's been playing great.
Yeah, no doubt. Panda's still stuck in the basement, but always live to get out of the hole in Omaha, as we've said.
Yeah, it was pretty much only that one hand at the start that started off. But the night is young.
The night is very young. We're on maybe the 3rd or 4th hole here, so we got a lot of. We're not even at the turn yet, so
They're doing it anymore.
you still got. A lot of gambling left, that's for sure.
Have you been golfing?
You know, it's so funny. I think the last time I golfed maybe was with like Zach Freeman or something like 3 years ago. It's been a minute.
Kiero.com, K-I-R-G-O.
Yeah, it's been some time. It's funny because I enjoy doing it. I guess I don't know if we count like going to Top Golf and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things that I really enjoy doing, but I just kind of fell out of the habit of doing it. But
very good.
I'm sure once I cross paths with people and golf comes up more, I'll probably get into it because I do enjoy it. I love being outside. I love competing and doing athletic stuff. So
put another jack. Put a jack.
Looks like this is the collection pot, and so we're about to see a lot of cards come on the screen.
And if I remember right, when I was down in San Diego with Gordo, did you golf with us? I feel like me, you, Gordo, and
probably. We've golfed. We've golfed before.
Yeah, maybe in Vegas, a couple World Series, I did some golfing on occasion, but yeah.
5 minutes. I have a blocker. 5 minutes. I have a blocker. All right.
It's an amazing game to gamble on, man.
Yeah,
having some money on the line, golf's incredible.
Definitely, one of the better games.
Yeah, such a great gambling game.
I have a blocker.
This could win also. I need a 5.
It'd be a very tilting game.
No, I don't want it.
And I feel like
definitely.
It gets even more tilting the better you get at golf, right? Your expectations get higher, and
let's do another flip.
And then it gets so much harder to improve. Like once you get to a certain point, it seems like you really got to work your butt off just to marginally improve. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking devilish.
To go from like a mid-90s golfer to a high, it's just like where are you at, by the way? Are you cracking 100, getting under 100 when you're playing?
I'm like around 100. I mean, I should be way under, but so my problem is I've never taken golf lessons.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm fixable at this point. Yeah. It's been so many years of my bad habits. And, I'm getting to the point where you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah. I'm the kind of golfer that keeps his score is how many balls he's lost. I'm one of those guys. Or how many pars or bogeys did I get? If I get a par, you're going to hear about it.
Oh, I'm the same way.
I get a birdie, you're going to hear it on the other side of the course. I'm yelling, I'm screaming, it's a whole deal. I've got 6.5 birdies lifetime.
Okay.
I'm stuck on 6.5.
That's pretty good. Right, what's the half?
Well, it's a par 5. My first tee shot went in the water, but then I re-teed 4 straight shots in the hole.
Oh, okay. That's I'm
not saying it's a full birdie, guys. I'm admiring. I'm acknowledging that it's but it was 4 straight shots from the tee on a par 5. It felt like something, I don't know.
That's like my wife's. She has a hole-in-one with an asterisk.
Oh, sick.
It was par the hard way because she hit it out of bounds on the par 3, re-teed into the hole.
Oh, yeah, that's a half a hole-in-one. You ask me.
Right.
Noodles.
That's so interesting.
Sorry, that's birdie the hard way. Is that birdie the hard way? That's birdie. That's birdie the hard way. Yeah.
It's so interesting about golf. I have a lot of friends that are golfers. One thing I think is fascinating about it is people's like hole-in-ones. Like some people could be amazing golfers and have none or one, and then somebody could be like way worse but have like 5.
Yeah.
Like the randomness of the hole-in-ones is like always interesting to me. Another standard multi-way flop here. We got some intersection here in this one. We got a couple people with some heart draws. Let's see what Justin does here. He's got a heart draw. He's got a 7. He's got some straight blockers if a 4 or 5 pinches off.
I really want you to win that. Because I know.
Repeating queen on the turn here.
Shai with the aggression. It's going to pick it up again.
It's going to pick it up. Some players would check back and let the other person realize their equity, but not Big Shai.
Shai is really putting the pressure on when given the opportunity.
He's picking up all that, picking up the loose money. That's a lot in poker. Who's picking up the loose money? Who's picking up all that money that nobody's really fighting for? That determines a lot.
I don't know about Nick.
Shai really leaps at all these opportunities when they gets checked too.
Yeah, I mean that's a good skill. I mean
it's tough to deal with, especially in PLO. Aggression is very strong in this game.
Gets rewarded, but then again, of course, you can't go. You can run too wild with that. You're going to be running into some hands too. So it's a good push-pull kind of thing.
You gotta definitely overdo it
for sure. So far, he's been walking the tightrope pretty well, I would say, though.
And if some of these players start catching on to this, Shai might start running into a couple of check raises.
Yeah, that's definitely could be on the menu
might
for sure.
Be getting set.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Once again, we're playing 10-20 pot limit Omaha here. 3K min, no max.
Okay, no coaching.
No coaching, no coaching. Let me play my strategy. Let me play my strategy.
Can I raise now?
Yeah, you have up.
Yeah.
I got something now, right?
Oh, now you want to see my cards.
Okay.
I have money in my backup.
I'll just check.
Check with my
How
rap.
many players in the hand? I'm a...
Okay.
That does not look good for what I have. Check.
Big flop for Gugo here. Top pair nut flush draw.
Let's go.
I don't make shot. What is it?
Let's go.
Sean seems to be the only one with anything else here.
Question, what's pot?
No, I'm okay. I got this right here. Thank you. This water is so wet.
Oh. Thank you for the respect, guys.
Hospitality.
Checking in the chat. What's up, Superman?
Depends on how you look.
What's up, Eric Hernandez? David.
If you like to party.
Thanks for joining us in the chat, you guys.
That's cool.
Sure.
Oh, you did.
Gugo taking it down.
Thanks, everybody.
Salute.
And looks like the players have got the drinks out.
Thanks for the drink, Sonny.
Thank you.
Sonny, thanks for the drink, Sonny.
And there's our game host, Sonny Kang. Did a great job putting this game together for you guys tonight.
Cheers.
Cheers. Did you drink
The
it?
players cheers and
Me? I don't drink.
I don't either.
I just do butt stuff. That's it.
Yeah, I don't drink either, bro.
Yeah.
Why am I trying to drink?
So I was like, okay.
Yeah, I don't drink either,
I
but
don't drink either.
I guess we're drinking. No, I'm good.
I think these players need to pull up a 10th chair for Sonny here. Sonny is quite a poker player herself.
So many flashes in my hand. Crazy.
Do you lose weight or gain weight on TV? Gain weight. Yeah, that's 10 pounds. So the round of straddles ended?
Looks like the players have taken the straddle off temporarily.
It was too grainy.
I'll just throw it.
Clean, and wrap.
We got Drip here counting the outs.
Yeah, I can't tell when he's trolling or not, but he's made a lot of like overtly fishy comments, like what's under the gun mean, what's this mean.
Oh, yeah, both of you.
I'm not buying it. Looks like we got Panda in the lead with kings and sevens. He's got a
small open ender
to the low side as well for some additional equity. Nice little mini raptor for Sean here with the 10-9-8 on the 7-6.
Oh yeah,
but
flush comes in and no one has it. It's one of those spots where I think any aggression would have taken it down, but Panda finding the showdown winner here.
It's easy to say it's a hindsight type of comment, but obviously if you get to the river with a hand like Sean has, where you have 10 high, 0 chance to improve and win the pot, you have a heart in your hand. That extra little heart in your hand can maybe be a little incentive to maybe just take a shot at the pot there and hope to take it down. You're not going to win the hand checking back 10 high, obviously, but again, easier said than done. But those are kind of little things you might want to have just to kind of tip the scale to bluff or not having a blocker in your hand. Just tilts the odds a little bit in your favor.
Absolutely.
hard to get called. Pretty much, if you're getting people are calling there much on the river without flushes. You know, if your bluff goes down in flames, it's because somebody check called you with a 7-high flush or whatever. But you're going to get 2 pairs to fold. You'll get sets to fold a lot of times. Definitely hands you can fold out, and obviously you're not winning checking back 10 high. So.
Come on, let's go. Deal me in, please.
So you mentioned what's your next tournament you're playing at the World Series?
I haven't really looked at the schedule, honestly.
Cheers, thank you.
10K PLO is on the radar.
Yeah,
that's going to be my personal main event.
That's the best tournament in the whole series, in my opinion. Kind of what you were saying earlier about the 5K, how it's multiple entries, and back in the day it used to be one and done. Well, that's the cool thing about the 10K. It's a run at once.
Yes, it's a free. Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, that one I think is just one of the best PLO tournaments every year.
Phenomenal, and obviously, if it's the best one to play if you're a recreational player out there. You're a certain degree of a professional. Obviously, it's a great opportunity to play that tournament. It's because obviously the great players aren't going to be re-entering that 7 times.
Although they have been trying to, they are kind of hijacking the player pool.
Stuff?
No, this year the 10K PLO is on the same day as the new 5K seniors event.
Oh, which is great.
No, not a good clash at all.
You want those players in the 10K.
There's a lot of crossover between those two player pools, but I'm sure it'll still get a pretty good turnout.
Yeah, generally speaking, obviously it helps the super pros. When they can rebuy 8 times in a Rex and they're buying once. It's kind of a little, not to say it's unfair, but obviously it's a better value for a recreational player to play in a tournament that's just like a one bullet type of scenario like the 10K PLO is. So
always look for those freeze outs
for sure.
Great value. It's like the main event, the original freeze out.
Yeah, right. And speaking of picking up loose money, look at Justin here taking a stab.
Yeah, there it is, the 10 high.
With absolutely nothing, no redraw, but just sniffing it out when everybody's looking out the window. Yes. So well played there by Justin. That's what I look for. Who's picking up those pots nobody's going after? That's
exactly.
Because I don't know. Sebastian, Justin.
A lot of Justins out there.
Yep.
My parents couldn't think of a name, so this my most common names. My brother's Ryan. It's like they're like, we can't find him.
I've yet to play. I played the 10K PLO. That's definitely my favorite World Series tournament. But I've yet to play the 25 or 50K PLO. Have you ever played the 25K?
No.
So you've topped out at 10 as well.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
10's as high as I've gone so far. So
I mean, I'm not even totally convinced I should be playing tournaments with my current tournament results.
No, we're like the same. We're literally the same in so many ways. We've had like success playing casino open games over the years, but we haven't peed a drop in a tournament, so to speak.
Yeah.
So. My biggest score is 106. Yours is 120. So I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
sure, we only play like 10 tournaments a year, which is like a small sample or whatever. But over 2 decades, it feels like what the heck?
Exactly.
Just, when you stretch it out over the time span, it feels really tilting. But obviously, the total amount of tournaments we've played is probably what a tournament grinder's year and a half is, or something. I don't know.
Probably true.
So it's really not that big a deal.
Especially nowadays, you can get into volume in tournaments, like especially during the summer. Like, I mean, they have 5 different casinos running tournaments pretty much all summer long for like 3 months.
I'm not sure if you play tournaments like me, but it's also harder for me to have a big score because I'm often trying to play the tournaments I think are better value, which are often these tournaments with 1,500 to 10,000 players. And obviously, it's you're playing a 3,000 player tournament. It's hard to finish third of 3,000.
Yes,
So I'm not playing these 300 person tournaments.
Well, I've been hunting out the PLO tournaments in the past, like at least starting last year, and those fields are much smaller than the limit tournaments, but they are getting bigger.
Yeah,
they're climbing up every single year. I've noticed, and soon they're going to be right up there with some of these like 1,500 no limit fields.
I think that was one of Negreanu's. Negreanu had like a tweet earlier before the World Series, like my 10 predictions for the World Series or whatever. And one of Negreanu's predictions was like massive PLO turnouts for tournaments. So
this year I believe in the World Series is the most PLO tournaments that they've had, because normally it's been just mostly no limit like throughout the series, and it would be like one a week of PLO. And now there are multiple, if it's not at the World Series, it's online.
Yep.
And then all the other casinos have had their share of PLO tournaments as well.
It's funny, back in the day, like 5, 7, 10 years ago, they'd always say PLO, the game of the future. And now I'm like, it's the game of the now.
Yes. Yes, the future is here.
I mean, honestly, I can't remember the last 3 or 4 or 5 World Series. If you tracked cash games above 10-20 in Vegas during the World Series, there's more PLO than no limit.
Oh, absolutely.
Like you'll see probably on any given day, I don't know, 5 to 6, 10-20 or bigger at King's Room. You'll have 2 or 3 at Aria. You'll have 1 or 2 at the Wynn. And then if you looked at 10-20 or no limit games are bigger, there's like half as many tables cash game wise.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I mean, it's definitely has its presence at the bigger cash games. That's what's so great about this Live at the Commerce game we got today, is it's kind of reflecting what we're seeing out there in the streets, which is a lot of people playing big pot limit Omaha cash games.
It's a great 4-card game.
Absolutely.
Like one of the commentaries. Kind of was like.
As Joey Ingram would say, the great game.
He's not wrong. He was a very early adopter to it. Shout out to Joey Ingram for being an early settler.
Chicago Joey.
In Pot Limit Omaha. I played a 10K with him actually maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It was really fun because we were both super talkative guys.
Yeah.
So we were dueling banjos for like the whole, I can't remember, it was the day 2 or whatever. But yeah, it was fun to have him at the table. It was a fun game.
Joey's always a blast.
No doubt. Interesting spider. Sean's got top pair, but he's got the pocket pair in his hand underneath the jack, which could be useful in the event of an 8 or 9 turning for blockers. But
absolutely,
he's got backdoor spades as well.
The pair of 4s, oddly enough, ahead yet.
I think he had a gutty with it as well, maybe an 8-6, I think.
Yeah,
but yeah.
8-6.
You don't like this way.
Not so clear with those hands. A big part of the PLO is the visibility of your equity, right?
For sure.
Yeah, like the pair of 4s here, it's not clear when those 2 pairs are going to be good for you, when bad for you.
Sometimes you'll make 2 pair, but it makes the straights and other things. So. Obviously, having the pocket 10s in your hand along with your top pair kind of sucks in that it's harder for your hand to improve, but there's also some of the blocker equity as well that can happen as well. So
absolutely.
Oh my God.
This is your main finger.
Look at this. Look.
This is the most important thing, you guys. Everyone's coming together.
Shai just really putting on the pressure.
Pedal to the metal.
Hey, this is your most important thing.
That watch zoom in. You got to have a watch zoom in.
Oh yeah.
We can't have a poker high stakes stream without a watch zoom in. You gotta see the bling.
Like this, just lift.
I love the table. That's funny. I find little joys in life when you're playing, when you're driving to a casino, playing poker, all this thing. I love all the table flexes. I love the 3 cell phone guy.
Oh yeah.
The Lamborghini key on the table guy. You know, there's all kinds of funny little table flexes at these high stakes games that I always get a chuckle out of. It's always funny. That's actually, speaking of table flexes, that's kind of what I like about PLO is a no limit. You'll see these people with all these like big 5K chips. When you play, you're like, man, you ain't never put 10% of that stack in the middle.
That's true.
This is all for Instagram equity. You're just posting your little stack. That's what I appreciated about Garrett actually, because whenever Garrett would come in and play, it's like your chips are in play, Daddy-o.
He would play.
You're
absolutely.
You're going to be put to the test with your little vanity buy-in.
No,
like,
yeah.
and I always loved that about Garrett, because I always just thought it was so lulz that people have all these silly buy-ins where they're like literally never putting any chips in the pot. But but that's the cool thing about Omaha is whatever you put on the table, it's live to get in.
There's going to be spots where you're just going to be forced into it, and if you're folding too tight, that's a much bigger issue in this game than in Hold'em.
100%.
Like you're going to be folding too tight way too often in this game if you're one of those kind of guys.
That fake thing you.
No, I'm trying to watch my figure. Thank you.
It's often why you see a lot of PLO players just going the other way and buying in short and trying to spin it up from the
for sure.
shorter stack.
That's a pretty common way to handle it, for sure. That's often an approach I'll use. Obviously, playing a 10-20 or 20-40 buying in for 2 to 5K.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of ways to do it.
Maybe
it'll take a couple bullets to like spin it up, and like once you get off the ground, it's
kind of fun. It's kind of like a tournament. You like get
very similar to a
tournament stack mine.
Yeah.
Like I'll get down once I get down to like 30 or 40 hours, like all right, I'll add on. But it is kind of, there's definitely spots where you can kind of capture some equity with your shorter stack with pre-flop moves that wouldn't be at your disposal if you're 200 big blinds deep. Kind of realize your equity more and capitalize it on dead money and pre-flop.
And especially with those double board bomb pots, so
for sure,
so much easier to play.
100%. I'm glad you brought that. That's a perfect example of that, for sure. That's a great example.
Just kind of stick in a short stack and realize your equity on both these boards.
Yep, for sure.
So much better than under the gun.
I saw a food tray get ushered behind the players. That's definitely whetting my appetite a bit. It's nice, always good to have some good Commerce Casino food. I've definitely eaten more meals at this place than any place in the world. I like the galbi. I like the chicken kebab.
My friend.
And there's also a great bar here as well. Open bar, or not open bar. Wow, I could have got in trouble there. Whoa. Happy hour.
Yes,
happy hour from 4 to 8. Nobody's getting married, I don't think, but definitely a good happy hour here at the bar from 4 to 8 p.m. Definitely come up to the Commerce and wet your whistle for some nice cocktails. But good food options as well. They have a new diner here called Mr. Banks that they recently opened. That's pretty good. So obviously we still got the Crown Casino, the nice hotel as well. If you're looking to come in and do a poker trip, you can just stay on site, not have to worry about renting a car or any of that. So
can I go eat them?
Always some good reasons to get up to the Commerce.
Thank you so much.
In addition to this awesome stream brought to you by Bally Poker. It's a lot going on up here.
A lot of new stuff if you haven't been here in a couple of years, like myself. The poker tables are all lit up now.
Yeah, there's definitely some new additions.
How are you, big boy? How you doing? Can I have one more?
I'm sad that they got rid of the high limit room.
Yep. Now the high stakes side closest to the hotel, for those that are familiar, now it's pretty much all table games, and all the poker games are on the other wing. But within that other wing, there's a little barricaded enclave that's the high stakes games, where you kind of walk through a little gate and stuff. I'd snagged a free water over there. But there's a 20-40 no limit game I saw going, and some limit games. And always tons of 5-10 no limit here as well at Commerce.
300.
Wow, Sean with a interesting
picking it up there. No blockers, no just going for it.
Yeah. Players are forced to respect that.
I like it.
Sean's finding some interesting spots here.
Yeah, I think we're going to maybe see a Sean Shai pot here, or Shai at some point. Yeah, Sean and Shai, yeah.
We haven't seen anything huge yet.
There hasn't been any
big coolers or anything.
Yeah, no big convergence.
Yeah, it's been
yet, but
it's been pretty casual.
Oh yeah,
pretty safe for all the players here.
I love this hand.
And it's not like they're playing tight. I mean, they're getting in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Multi-way pots.
Yeah,
nothing is matching.
We're definitely commenting on a lot of very profitable stabs people are getting through and stuff. People are definitely sticking their neck out a little bit. Just
no one's really running into it.
Yeah, which is kind of rare.
Yeah,
it's also been really rare the dearth of aces we've seen pre-flop. I feel like we've kind of seen a under amount of aces compared to what you'd often see, which often can dictate action with like a 3-bet or 4-bet pre-flop. But nice little double suited kings here for Jamie.
So everyone seems to be missing these boards here. Jamie still finding the bet here.
She does have the up and down straight draw, and she's got backdoor clubs, so she does have, it's not great to see an ace out there, and you got kings, but she has some additional equity to go with her hand at least.
Takes it down.
And I believe she raised pre-flop. And as a pre-flop raiser, that's definitely something you will get a lot of respect on ace-high flops in Omaha. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. As a pre-flop raiser, will often just, that's definitely, even if you, no matter what your hand is pre-flop that you happen to raise with, obviously you'll get a lot of respect betting ace-high flops.
There are a lot of aces, even though we haven't seen it tonight. But it's just believe us when we say aces get dealt quite a bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it, for sure.
He's talking like every day now?
Every day.
And even having a hand, like if you have like Jack-8 on the Ace-Jack-8 flop, you know, somebody raises pre-flop and they're betting, you know, you're sitting there with bottom 2 jacks and 8s.
Yeah,
it's not great.
You can't really do anything.
You might come from NOLA and be like, what are you talking about? I flopped like the top of my range. I got flop 2 pair off. But it's not, you don't want to be in there with bottom 2 on an ace-high flop.
You're definitely going to be asking for trouble there.
Even if you're technically ahead, somebody's going to have so much equity in the form of straight draws, flush draws. Just it's not a good spot to be in, having bottom 2 pair.
190.
Well,
Yeah.
I love this hand for Panda here. The King Jack 9-7 doubler to the high side.
Got popped by Young here. Spicy.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
With the rainbow 7-6-3-3.
He looks at the button and chooses violence.
Yeah. So we're here to see it. We're supporting that. Pretty favorable flop.
Pretty good flop for Young.
Kind of like what we were saying. Obviously, as a pre-flop raiser, you know, you're definitely well positioned to rep the ace. And then obviously when you have an up and down straight draw on a rainbow board, no less to go with it. I mean, this is about as good as you get for really not flopping anything of note, context-wise, you know.
Young takes that down.
Yeah, it's a very favorable flop in a situation there for Young. Well played.
It's lit, bro. It's really their brunches. Their brunches are the best.
All the players staying active. Still waiting for the big clash.
It's definitely a matter of time. I mean, we're seeing people ISO raise with 7-6-3-3 rainbow, and you know, people are rolling up their sleeves a bit for sure. Just a matter of time.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't leave my house. I work from home. I got a hack.
Canada card, please.
I think we got my girl Vicky in the box here again.
Yep.
Nice to see Vicky in the box. And shout out to Kiero and Jeff, all the people behind the scenes making things go smoothly here at the Live to Commerce. Appreciate all their work they do to make things easy for us, Cosmo.
Yeah,
We just going to be a couple ding-dongs in here talking poker, you know. It's
shooting the shit.
But for all the people touching the dials and doing all the work behind the scenes to make it go, really appreciate that. So
Yeah, thank you.
shout out to Jeff and Kiero and everybody involved in the production. Really appreciate all their work they're doing.
How many players?
4 players.
4 players.
Check.
Shai
spiking that Queen X.
Having
more like
everything.
King Queen X. He got the whole world in his hand here on this flop. Nobody else with the lone Queen X to tango, though, it looks like.
Wow, Shai. Giving the rope.
You know, not a bad spot to do it. You got, you know, a lot of the board in your hand. They're having the King Queen on the King Queen Queen, so definitely a good spot to play a little possum.
And he got Young to bite.
There you go. He bit the hook.
Oh, thank you so much.
Just like we were talking about, it's a matter of time before we see a consequential pot here, the way people are playing. Be curious to see if he's a one-pump chump or if he's a double-barrel Daryl here. We should see on this river here. It's going to be very interesting.
I'm hoping Shai finds the check on this.
Almost 2K as we approach this pot to the river here.
Don't lead, Shai. Oh, no.
Oh, no. I wanted to see if Young was going to barrel.
Oh, no.
I wanted to see if Young was going to do it.
We wanted to see.
I think he was going to do it. I think he would have did it.
I think so, too. It was nice. Nice pot for Shai.
No, I understand when you were in Shai's perspective, you feel like such a fish when you check and the other person checks. You feel like you missed out a lot. But the thing is, it's just you have so much of the board in your hand and the other person took the lead on the turn. I think you just need to to check that river there and hope somebody goes for it. So, in a spot like Shai, it's hard to have bluffs too. You're check calling and then leading out. It's not a spot typically people are light in as well.
Exactly.
It's my spirit animal.
Looks like the players might be taking a little break.
Yeah, I hate it when people do the coordinated. It's like, can't we, stagger our bathroom breaks or whatever?
Gotta be the third man walking rule here.
Yeah, exactly.
Classic rule in poker.
Sometimes the inmates run the asylum here.
Yes,
sometimes
exactly.
It's a player's game, so sometimes players just kind of dictate, and that's cool. We understand that as well. And to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to some short-handed hands anyhow. So to be honest, I'm kind of happy that multiple people left at the same time. So maybe we can get a squirrely one going here, short-handed.
Oh, did I put the bet? No, I already did.
Is that a raise?
No, I settled. Oh, okay.
Do you want to scan the card? Okay, anything okay?
Let's go.
I didn't realize I thought I just threw it in there.
Straddled and pot here.
Check.
Panda with the top two, but flush out there.
Jamie with the king of hearts. She's got no pair in her hand as well. See if she decides to hazard a bluff with her heart blocker and nothing else. But
now Panda with the second nuts.
Nice river there for Panda with that jack on the river, filling him up. Nobody else home, though. We shall see what happens.
Looked like Shai was reaching. Shai,
attaboy,
likes the green light. He thinks the pot was up for grabs, but Panda rivering the nice one there. Picks it up with the raise.
Panda just call her, or what's happening?
I guess he picked up with the raise.
Okay, there we go.
420.
You got to do for the culture. You got to do a 420 or a 69, or you got to do it for the memes. So
you can't do the 420 bet if they use the $25 chips, right? So
that's true.
No, it's just
that's why you got to go the $10.
Yeah, the $10 chips.
You got to do it.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Should we wait for everyone to get back for the flip, or we just get there?
Probably wait, right?
Goes a dealer switch. Bye, Vicky.
Vicky playing baccarat or what? I am getting hungry too.
Mickey's been taking a little bit of a break.
Got the chip counts here, brought to you by GG Poker and Bally here. We got the Shai big stack in it here, almost 11K.
Yeah. Sean and Shai. Jamie leading the way. The V-pips.
I'm sure most people know what the VPIP is, but that's just basically a measure of how often you're entering the pot, how loose you're playing pre-flop. Obviously, the higher the number, the more often you're entering the pots. So it's just a measure of looseness.
It's voluntarily
put into pot.
Yeah, and there's there used to be a dollar sign somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, the acronym. That was like a poker tracker thing or something. I'm getting vibes of Hold'em Manager or something now.
They removed the dollar symbol. It just looked too weird. Now it's just VPIP.
I just imagine some poor sack watching this who just watches normally on like, what's VPIP? What's that mean? I don't know what that means. I'm 60. I just want to watch some cards here.
That's how I know when someone says VPIP. It's like, oh, you've played some poker.
It's a tell. Yeah, it's a bit like, of a
It's not like you're watching casual poker on the TV. It's like you've played some poker.
It's a little quasi inside baseball terminology.
Bit, for sure.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Until what time are you playing?
And this is kind of a good example of a hand like this, 5-5-3-2. It's a nice little hand because it's double suited, but it might be like the equivalent of like Queen 8 off and no limit. It looks cool because it's double suited and it's got a pair, but you know, you mess around and play hands like this multi-way in Omaha, you can get wrecked.
This is, I feel like this one is like similar to like 3 deuce suited.
Yeah, so,
like 3 deuce or 4-3 suited kind of thing.
But that's why Omaha's good because you know people that are new to the game or whatever, it like looks like a fun, cool hand because it's double suited, it's this and that. But in reality, it's it's a hand to get in a lot of trouble with, especially multi-way. But
it's still a high card. I mean, this game is still like a high card game.
Yes.
So it's a high card game because high cards flop more hands. Now, this might not sound that intuitive, but like there are just more combinations of ace high flops than there are king high flops, and king high flops than there are queen high flops.
And by the time a board gets to the river, there's more chances for high cards to peel off,
Exactly.
and then
this is why you don't see any too high flops.
Yeah.
Right. You think about it in that way.
Nice flop here for Shai.
Oh,
Flopping
Shai.
top set here with the Wayne Gretzky King 9-9 deuce.
Justin peeling one off.
Justin does have the overpair. He had some backdoor hearts. He's got a gut shot with it as well, but he paired his 7 card here. He's looking to have an 8 or a heart, but he does have the blockers with the pocket 10s. Could get interesting here.
Yes, I get down.
Justin is a subscriber to the blocker punishment.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting out blocker chips here. He looks like he's going to turn his pocket 10s into a bluff here.
Let's see this. All right. San Diego Panda coming in with a turn check raise.
Representing San Diego poker very well here with this bluff. I like to see it here.
Shai been so active.
He is.
He doesn't like it, but he's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, he's not an easy guy to fold. He's tougher than a $2 stake as Shai. He's going to get in there and continue.
He's going to continue with this.
He's not an easy guy to pry off hands, especially when he flop top set. Very interesting hand developing here.
There he is.
Obviously, Shai's big stack, but, Justin only has 2.7K back, so he's got about, like a 70% pot left on the river or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the best cards I've seen for Justin here.
Pretty favorable one. He's still in position to rep that 10.
Wow, Justin goes for it. And this is a gross spot for Shai.
It really is.
Nice one.
And Shai says, nice hand.
And he lets it go.
And there he is.
When you play the casino, you PLO or hold on?
PLO.
Panda from San Diego.
Using those blockers.
It looked like this could have been a spot where the blockers would have sent him down in flames, but
it's hard to call with a set there on a straight board.
Very difficult.
It's it's easy when you can see the cards behind the the curtain here in the booth, but when you're in the octagon playing, you're just like, I'm just calling off to a straight and I'm a fish. It just feels like it's not a great spot to be in. And it's helpful if you have Shai's hand, if you have like a set of 9s with like a straight card blocker in your hand. Now, that can maybe tilt the scale to you calling or not. But when you don't even have any straight blockers in your hand, and you're thinking, well, I got top set, it's more likely that my opponent is having some kind of straight cards in his hand.
I'm really curious as to what Shai would have done on like a complete brick river king or something.
It would have been interesting.
It would have been, very, very interesting.
I mean, he raised the turn, which is when the straight came in. So it does bring in additional straights on the river, but still the primary thing he's repping was from the turn. But it would have been a little more interesting with a high card.
Yeah, the 5 is almost a mandatory fold for Shai, even with the top set there. Shai can just have an 8 so easily.
Yeah, for sure.
And just kind of shrug call any of these straights with an 8.
I
got 2 pair. Oh, wait. No. Oh, I thought that was a queen shit. I'm seeing things.
Oh, come on. King
9, 10. I have a straight now?
Hard one side.
No, wait. Back.
Yeah, you have a straight.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm two straights.
Just a 9.
I bet you a 9.
Oh, he's got a 9. He's got a king.
Got 2 kings.
Damn, I thought I was seeing. I'm seeing like so many different cards. I was like, straight. No, I was queen.
Once again, we are playing 10-20 pot limit Omaha. 4-card variety, no double board bomb pots, just the old-fashioned way here tonight. But I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Joining me tonight is Jonathan McGowan, but you're thinking, that's Cosmo. I know Cosmo. His name ain't Jonathan. He goes by Cosmo. So
Poker Cosmo.
Poker Cosmo.
On most of my socials.
Yeah. Give him a follow. He's hopefully you'll be following him on social media on the way to a final table here shortly, hopefully. That'd be nice.
Unlikely, but I mean, one can hope.
We're due for the mean reversion.
We're due.
We're due.
I tell myself that every tournament I enter.
What I'm beginning to tell myself is, hey, even bad players win.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
so
exactly.
he likes to assume even if I'm bad, I still should run into one, right? So
Exactly.
So
Everyone has
how
a
I think
chance.
about it. But yeah, to me, the tournaments are basically just a tax deduction. It's just my accountant, poor Russ Fox, he must be thinking, give it up, dude. Come on, every year we're doing these taxes. You're sending me all these tournament receipts.
Yes.
Like, get a hint, buddy.
Yep.
But, you know, whatever. Shout out to Russ Fox, the
poker tax
guy. If you're looking for a poker tax guy, he's been doing it for a long time.
Great.
So.
He used to market it at the World Series.
Yeah,
That's how most of the poker players found him.
Yeah, I don't even think he needs to anymore. He's been doing it for so long, and he's such a thorough, great accountant as Russ. So if you're looking for that kind of help, he can definitely get you sorted for sure.
Yeah.
Not the Saul Goodman type of accountant, if that's what you're looking for. No. If you're a Breaking Bad fan, that's not Russ's style. Russ always knows the exact size of the pot, so to speak. So he always knows what the pot is, and it's nothing else but that. So good guy to have in your corner is Russ Fox.
Got Panda with a nice, clean, double-suited lower rundown.
Yeah. It'd be nice to have coverage on other type of runouts if it's a pre-flop raiser. I can't remember if you opened this pot or not, but yeah, it's nice to have, you want to have coverage on multiple type of boards so you don't just get attacked on these kind of straight boards or low boards.
Now, finally, we get some action here. Drip with a middle set.
Yeah, this is interesting here.
Nut flush draw, nut gut shot, and a pair.
Yeah, this is about to get messy, I think.
Thank you.
Jamie having some of Panda's outs here.
Especially given the players aren't crazy deep either, I think it's not too unlikely that we could see some stacks get in on certain turns, perhaps.
Yeah, passive line by Panda here. Drip with the pot.
Now, obviously, when you have a lower set in Omaha, you're a little concerned about a higher set, but he does have the king in his hand, so that's a little helpful there as well.
Oh, turn looked like it went check.
Yeah, that kind of
went quick.
Yeah, that kind of went really quickly. Honestly, I wasn't expecting that to happen like that, but.
Drip winning on the river here with that.
But obviously, in Omaha, you got to be worried about having bottom set or lower set. Obviously, it's easy to run into higher sets. Obviously, the deeper stacked you are, the more that's going to be a consideration. But
absolutely,
in that particular hand, Drip had the king in his hand. So when that king turns, he can still feel like, all right, I basically have second nuts here. You know, set of jack still beats me, but it's it's helpful to have that king in your hand. Or if he had a jack in his hand and you have middle set, those are helpful things to have to kind of reduce the chances of you being up against a set.
I'm good.
I think I would like that line against someone like Shai, who really takes that green light.
Oh, for sure.
Really kind of pounces on the guys that are checking to him here. Guys or gals, excuse me.
And we've been seeing more gals in the game, which is a pretty awesome thing to see. I'm very happy about that. We got Jamie in the mix today, but yeah, there's definitely a lot more women in poker, and that's pretty awesome to see. We will want the game to grow as big as we can. So
absolutely.
Come one, come all.
Trips.
Not what you want to see.
Do it for the props.
Tell you what, there's a lot of really good female poker content creators out there.
Oh, there are, yeah.
Like, Marley Sprague's fantastic, and Caitlin, is it Comiskey?
Caitlin Comiskey is
her last name, but there's some really great...
Abby Poker.
Man, there's some really great female content poker creators out there that are really doing a great thing for the game. So it's nice to see them getting their shine and being more in the forefront in poker, so...
Welcome back.
I've really enjoyed also Greg Allin, his Instagram.
I'm not sure I'm from maybe I don't know if I know that one. Maybe
he makes some great comedic content.
20. Thank you.
Do you have any stand-up gigs coming up?
Don't have any on the near horizon. I've been super busy with poker and commentary, and I got some other moving parts going on in my life. So I've kind of been a little more busy than typical, but comedy is something that I always love doing, and I never go too far without getting on stage and telling some jokes. So yeah, it's always funny because all my comedian friends, they always think I'm crazy for gambling and playing high stakes poker, and then all my poker friends think it's crazy that people could get on stage and tell jokes. So it's kind of a funny admiration I get from like either side of the fence. But I enjoy doing both, and obviously comedy is so hard to do. It's like telling jokes and getting laughs is like a very not easy thing to do. So it's so funny, like when I have like a bad night at comedy, it feels so much worse than a bad night at poker. I mean, you get up on stage and you're telling your jokes and it's just bombing left and right. It feels terrible. It feels worse than getting stacked. I'll tell you that.
I'm curious. Is having a bad night at comedy the feedback you get similar to playing maybe a bad hand on poker Twitter and getting that blasted?
It's kind of interesting because sometimes there's like the results and the noise. Like that's what's so maddening about comedy is I could do one set at a place and it could do really well. I could do the exact same thing an hour later at a different place and it falls flat. And it's just like maddening. It's like, why did it not work here, but it worked over there? And then sometimes you'll get jokes and you're like, that wasn't even funny. Why are you laughing? And then you're like trying to like almost but yeah, it can be very mysterious. But it's like poker. It's the ultimate like trial and error endeavor where you just have to get a lot of reps. And the more you do, obviously, the better you get. But, yeah, it's hard for me because I'm still playing poker a lot. And it's a tough thing to kind of do halfway, so to speak. But I really enjoy doing it, obviously. And thankfully, I'm not, like, super to the point where, like, I'm getting flamed by a bunch of people, like, online or whatever, like you're mentioning. So I'm probably more like the 5-10 tables of comedy, so to speak. Like I've got into some festivals. I've done some festivals and stuff. But are
they a little bit more supportive in the ish?
Yeah, that can be. That can be, for sure, yeah. They typically like hearing all my gambling jokes, to be honest. Like people usually find this, playing poker pretty fascinating thing. Yeah. So a lot of my jokes are all about my personal life. So pretty
you don't hear enough of those. I feel like there's not that many, or I don't know of any comedian that has any good gambling stories really.
Yeah. I mean, gambling's getting more popular, and so is comedy. So maybe I'll be able to like make those intersect in a certain kind of way at some point. But yeah, so far I feel like I'm chasing two rabbits, so to speak, trying to do all these different things. It's kind of hard, but I enjoy doing it.
Sure. Probably not.
It's funny. Somebody who probably does that the best is Joe Stapleton, another fellow commentator of ours. I've done some stand-up comedy shows with Joe. Joe got me on one of his shows in Vegas, and Joe's a really funny guy, man. I've seen him do stand-up a couple times. I was very impressed because I know he doesn't, like a lot of comedians, it's like every day. It's like it's all you're doing day in and day out, and he's obviously busy doing commentary, all the other stuff he does, but he's a talented comedian for sure. And he got to travel with Norm Macdonald back when Norm was alive.
I didn't know that.
He and my buddy Jeremy, I actually got to meet Norm. One of my buddies, Jeremy, who knows Joe, told me like, hey, me and Norm are going to be in Vegas. So I told my girl, I was like, babe, I got to go to Vegas. Norm Macdonald's going to be there. So I got to play a poker tournament with Norm Macdonald at the Aria. I got to sit next to him, luckily. I don't know if I was behind him in line or how that all worked, but I got lucky to sit next to him. And I felt like I was watching a movie. I'm watching him lose every sports bet in like dramatic fashion. There's like some famous game where like Lillard hit like a logo 3 to beat Westbrook. And I saw Norm just like rip his ticket up. I literally felt like I was living a movie, seeing him like lose all these sports bets in a hilarious fashion. But what's crazy is he went on to win the tournament.
Oh my gosh!
Or he went on to chop it. It got down to him and somebody else, and they chopped it heads up. So it was like an 80-person, I don't know, $200 Aria nightly tournament or something. And Norm freaking got to heads up.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, yeah, all the bets he's supposed to maybe win, the sports bets, he loses, and then freaking he somehow threads the needle and finishes 2 of 70 people or something. But I was so glad I got to happen because, as we know, Norm ended up passing a year or so later. But yeah, Joe Stapleton, got to know Norm very well. I was opening for Norm a lot on the road and stuff.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Joe's definitely got some Norm Macdonald stories for sure. And I was so lucky to get to hang out with him one night in Vegas. Like I was like, it was such a thrill because he's one of my favorite comedians ever.
Oh, yeah.
So that was a rush for me. I think Norm did some like stand-up routine, like the PCA, like the Bahamas or something. I think my friend Kane Callis told me about that once. That
really
Norm went down for one of those PCA kind of Caribbean type of things and to play poker, and he did like a stand-up show down there or something for the poker players, which would have been amazing to see.
It's the same but, I bought in with.
Yeah, Norm was a big gambler. He liked to play poker and he liked to gamble. And R.I.P. to one of the best ever.
Mm-hmm.
Were you with me on when I believe it was LAPC, maybe it must have been like 12 years ago or something like that, when Chappelle was like underground, and we were at the Comedy Store somewhere in LA here, and they told us at the beginning of the night there'd be a special guest in the middle or at the start of the night. It was like Pat Walsh was out there.
That might have been because I often would organize nights out to the Comedy Store with a bunch of poker players. So like I definitely, I think I do remember that.
Yeah, and then, like I remember like at the end of the night I ended up leaving, and then like 15 minutes later, my friends called me back and be like, "No, you got to come back. Like Chappelle's here."
Yeah.
Like, and this is when Chappelle was gone for this is pre-Netflix. This is all this, and oh my gosh, I remember just feeling like I can't, like LA traffic. Like, I'm stuck, but I'm like, no, I should have stayed longer.
Yeah, if you're ever in LA, you should definitely go to the Comedy Store. You never know who's going to show up. There's always a chance that Chris Rock or Chappelle or some massive star is going to pop. It's called a pop in, as they say. But yeah, there's always people that pop in at the store, and it's such an amazing place. It's like the Wrigley Field for comedy clubs, like that. The Comedy Cellar in New York are like the two best places to see a comedy show. So if you're in LA, definitely head out to the Comedy Store. No doubt, it's a awesome place to be at. A lot of talent there.
From like Orange County area.
It's also improv or something, right?
Yeah, there's the improv as well. Yep, there's the improv. There's the Laugh Factory. There's the Ice House in Pasadena. But the Comedy Store, I would say, is like the most probably noteworthy place.
I think we have a Comedy Store in San Diego too, in La Jolla.
Yeah, I've never been down to that one. So a lot of my friends now go down there to perform, and I haven't gone down there yet to perform with them. But at some point, I hope to. I think it's maybe a little easier to get on down there at that one than the Hollywood one. But you haven't been to the La Jolla one yet.
On the water. Do you have a brother or a cousin like in Sacramento by any chance? No?
I'm actually thinking that would be a great poker game to get some of these comedians on one of these streams.
Game.
Yeah. Because they're all in town, and a lot of comedians have a degenerate side to them, and definitely would be an entertaining game, I think, for sure.
Oh, Jamie's not at the table, and look at that pretty hand that just got folded.
Yes.
Oh, it hurts my
soul. The pain.
Her hand had Sean in the prison.
Call with Cowboy.
Drip actually announcing his hand on the cutoff.
Wow.
You hear this?
Very interesting.
Said, I call with Cowboys.
There's nothing to see. It's a shitty card.
Going for like the reverse psychology play, I guess.
Gugo with a pretty one here.
Unfortunately, Gugo with one of those kings, so it's going to be pretty hard for Drip to smash the flop here with his rainbow King 9-6. But nice hand for Gugo with the double suited ace king to the high side here. Ace king 3 deuce.
Really stupid. What's that 100? What's that 100? That's too much for me.
Nice flop here for Sean, flopping the nut, gut shot, and nut flush draw here.
How many people are in
there? Funny lead out. No one really has much of anything.
Yeah. Yeah, typically you're going to run into like 10-10 or queen 10 or something. I feel like it's
it's weird. It's like there's these six-way flops, but like 5 people don't have anything.
We're definitely under EV, so to speak, on the intersection of hands. We're definitely due for more than what we've been getting so far, for sure.
Yeah, Sean blocked none of the pairs, but then no one else even touched any of the pairs.
It's really interesting how it's just kind of...
They have 4 cards each. Yeah. This doesn't happen that often.
The situations are just whiffing tonight, unfortunately. Yeah. But that's not going to continue very long. It's very surprising it's lasted as long as it has, to be honest.
Mickey's been gone from the table for quite a while now.
Yeah, perhaps a commerce smoke break. You never know, perhaps. But
there you go, my kind neighbor.
Got Sean and Shai leading the way.
All right,
Vicky.
10-20, pot limit Omaha, 3,000 men, no max.
Just do it.
Here at the Commerce tonight. 4-card pot limit Omaha.
Honestly, when the stats always come up like this, the VPIP stat is just, in my personal opinion, the real,
sure.
Who's winning.
No doubt.
Who's really, showing their stuff.
They brought you another shot.
Yeah, we've seen some impressive hands. It was a really nice blocker bluff we saw there. Was it from Justin a few hands ago?
The blocker bluff from Justin, the blocker bluff from Sean. Both of them getting through.
Yeah, for no doubt.
And both of them, having to fold pretty reasonable. Yeah,
got to fold the nuts on the flop, top set. Set an eyes out.
Sean got the flush to fold, but with 3 clubs in his hand.
Yeah.
And then, Justin with folding out top set.
Watch it. Quads.
Don't put it that.
Jack, 4-4, the double Roby.
That's what's so fun when you switch over from no limit to PLO. Once you get in these spots for the first time, you're like, oh shit, is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Am I gonna put on a blocker bluff?
Yeah.
It's fun to put yourself in those kind of uncharted waters. You know,
absolutely.
It's definitely makes it more fun. You know, when you've been playing poker, you know, we've been playing poker for 15, 20 years. You know, it's every now and again it's nice to twist the Rubik's Cube a different direction and you know, play a different game and stuff. To be honest, I've been way bad on that. Like,
this is
I think it's one of these double board run at hands. Yeah.
I have an ace, guys. Hold on 1 second.
But no, you play a lot. You've ventured out a lot more than me. You play a little mixed games, right?
A little bit.
What are your other games you like besides no limit and PLO?
So I really enjoy playing stud 8.
Okay.
For a split pot game, I think that's just kind of interesting. It's very different from these flop no limit and Parliament game or Parliament Omaha games. I really enjoy the deuce to 7 no limit and the deuce to 7 triple draw.
Those are the ones that more seem to have a calling for me. I've never
Absolutely.
really. Yeah.
I actually 2 years ago, I'd never played deuce to 7 no limit before, and I played a deuce to 7 no limit tournament at the World Series.
There you go.
And bubbled the true final table of it.
Oh man!
But in these mixed games, it's so interesting because you get a lot of players that are similar to me, where it's just like, oh, you know the rules of the game, like let's play, and that's really like the majority of like the knowledge of what like players are just kind of figuring it out. Like a lot of them are like no limit players, or Parliament Omaha players, and when you get into these mixed variants, they think, you know, because you know Hold'em or Omaha, you can play all the games.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a lot of nuance in some of these mixed games. When I got deep in that deuce to 7 tournament, I'll never forget this, because between day 1 and day 2, day 1 I was just playing my own like personal knowledge
self-taught style
of this, and then in between the days, I saw Dan Zach asked me, do I know how many Pat Jacks am I supposed to have on when they draw 1? And I'm thinking, because I know a Jack is better than a draw 1, I was keeping all of them. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, oh, if they draw 1 and I pat, I just have a Jack almost all the time. And when they bet into me, I'm puking.
Yeah.
But if they go draw 1 and I go draw 1, then I have possibly some bluffs.
Yeah.
And I can make better than a Jack.
Shout out to Dan Zach for the alpha.
And I remember going into day 2 of that tournament being like, oh. So, yeah, I mean, it's funny, the little things that can
to get into that
really turn your game around.
No doubt.
Games with your homies.
Yeah. Just kicking back with the homies.
We forgot to struggle, Jamie.
Oh, I did. Nobody reminded me. I would have did it.
90.
You guys just got to remind me. I forget, because I don't realize he's not there.
Thank you. Have some if you want some.
Look how many shots they gave me. It's like 1, 2, 3.
No one called?
Yeah, but I drank all
Me and the beach.
You guys are lagging. I came here to eat.
Help yourself.
Yeah, the one thing that's tough about those mixed games is it's just like it's hard to get the reps in, because you can't really play these games at like 5-10 level or 2-5 level or whatever. Like you kind of just have to play $1,000, $1,500 buy-in tournament or to learn, which is kind of the good thing of it too, is because you're not playing against a bunch of people that are super seasoned as well. So that's also a benefit. But it's it's kind of a double-edged sword.
That's true. I feel like the only in the cash game world too, the only small mixed games you find are in Vegas randomly, because everywhere in all the other smaller cities, the level they play mix at is much higher, like 100, 200,
sure.
200, 400. I mean, this is limit, so it's not like, you know, that big of a swing, but it's you're definitely paying for the lessons if you're
no doubt about it. And we got a hand brew in here between Jamie and Shai.
Oh yeah,
definitely a cooler kind of scenario. We got an over pair of kings with a the gut shot and a king high flush draw. We get the nut flush draw and a gut shot as well with the jack. So it's a lot going on here in this
Jamie
hand.
and Shai called, and we're running it. Shai in the lead here.
And definitely kind of plays itself, especially given the stack sizes here. Jamie was pretty short in the hand, so
yeah, absolutely.
Hand kind of plays itself here.
Run it once, and Jamie misses all the outs. Looks like Shai's going to pick it up with a pair of kings.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, diamonds, too.
Tough spot for Jamie. She's got a huge hand, but obviously sucks that, Shai's got a couple of her diamonds. He's got an ace.
Kind of sharing like a opposite wheel draws.
Diamonds, that's fair.
But pretty academic hand there. It's,
we get more chips.
Those hands are going to get their money in with those stack depths. So
yeah,
just take care, comb your hair kind of spot. Nothing you can do about it.
Absolutely.
Freaking.
Hey,
Doesn't have that flush draw.
Not that I'm going to need it, but
Hold on.
if I need to rebuy all cash out, you'll give me.
Yeah, I should have some, yeah.
You can hear me out in a second while I get on my shit.
Hey, they're watching us, so we gotta act like we're like real homies, G. Like. Yes. So they can tell the difference, We're homies.
Just give me a second. Don't hear me out for like.
We are homies.
Fuck yeah. So everyone would know, Like the public.
3,000 behind.
3,000.
We are homies, that's guaranteed for sure, yes. Oh, could I take this one home with me?
I'm pretty drunk, guys.
That looks good.
Way too much, 42.
Have a pretty spicy chat going as well. Thanks for tuning into the show on our YouTube chat. We appreciate all the likes and comments we've been seeing come through. Thanks for supporting the show and engaging on the threads on YouTube and social media. Appreciate all that engagement. It's been a fun one here. 4-card pot limit Omaha. Nice to see the great game of Omaha being spread on the streams. Got my boy Cosmo here with me. Cosmo Poker on the social media. He's about to go to Vegas and take down a bracelet here in a few days. So
keep speaking it into existence.
It's happening, Daddy-O. It's happening. We got to get that Hidden Mob page to be more than one page. We need to go to the next page. We need more entries.
Wait,
so.
they do multiple pages?
I hear. I assume. I don't know. I'm a one-page guy myself, so I
didn't know that was an option.
Yeah, I think it is for some people.
I just did something I said I'm not going to do.
And if you guys don't know, here with me is Adam Johnson, a.k.a. Comedic Gamble.
Yep, just a couple old washed regs here.
There he goes.
Before we get put out to pasture here in about a decade and a half. So.
Oh, we got some trips.
We're the only fish
running into each other.
For Panda, he's got the trip 10s. He's got the pocket kings, king of spades.
And Young here with the trips and the flush draw.
Yes.
So there's very weird spots.
Yeah, it's interesting in Omaha. When you got trips but like no kickers, it's definitely a hand you're kind of playing counterpunchy sometimes.
Yeah.
You're not going wild with it.
Absolutely not. Definitely not a hand to play a big pot with.
That's definitely a hand when I was just converting from no limit. I probably could have seen myself over. I got trips. I got a flush draw.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but the money's coming in there.
But, here we go.
Panda.
Yeah.
Looks like Young made the race 900, and Panda's shoving it in, and we're running it. Now we're starting to get some some pots, some regular PLO pots that are being played here. 50-50. Surprisingly, the spades all live.
Yeah, it's helpful to have the spades.
Yep.
I'm okay, thank you.
He doesn't have a pocket pair in his hand, so he's got some live side cards to fill up.
Exactly. Ooh. Kicks a field goal between the 7 and a 5.
Yeah, he's got some additional equity there, some straight draws. Can pinch off an 8.
You're already on.
Oh, that's right. Oof. Running it once and whiffing twice.
Yeah, that's a rough one there.
And Panda, that's what we were talking about. Lost the first big pot 5 minutes into the game, and this one's going to bring him back close to even. Maybe still down a little bit.
Why am I flipping time cards? Why am I shuffling time cards? Bro, honestly, I don't want these anymore. You could have it.
Why the only one that needs one?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. We haven't even, the time chips, not even a thing. I mean, these guys are playing quick. They're letting it fly. Chips are moving around.
Yeah.
Nobody's staring at anybody for a neck pulse read. It's a good vibe here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll keep 2.
All right, let's go.
Nobody's wearing scarves or facial things, doing that whole get up. That's becoming another hot button topic in poker. It's the late reg topic. It's the face coverings topic. That's I'm trying to think of all the trending topics on the poker Twitter sphere. But the
GTO solvers on the phone.
Yeah. World's coming at us fast.
From these cards, let's see what they are. My chancla is.
Thankfully, there's no solver to teach people how to deal well with losing money. That's
easy money.
Yeah, no. That's just comes with experience.
That's always going to be a thing. It's always people going to tilt. People going to respond poorly to losing, getting stacked. So there's no solves, no easy solves for that. Thankfully, soft skills are still very important in playing poker. You got to deal with the ups and the downs, and swings.
Go ahead.
This is a game where if you're coming from no limit and you're not really accustomed to being in spots where you have no control and losing, this is one of those games where you just gotta kind of accept it sometimes for long periods of time.
Yeah, it's a little easier to have a glass jaw as a no limit player.
Yes,
but you better have a pretty tough chin playing Pot Limit Omaha because you're gonna hit the deck a few times.
Yes, absolutely. Panda now playing his rush here. Easy game. Easy game, says Vicky.
It's got that Dab Woods hoodie, which I believe is a certain type of plant people like to light on fire out here. I believe so.
Nice. Okay.
I think that's what that brand is about. Not that I would know anything about that type of world, but out in LA, you become familiar with such things. So, shoot, even in Vegas now, when you go to Vegas, man, you smell that stuff everywhere in Vegas. It's like taking over Vegas.
They used to be very strict about that a couple of years back.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of loosening up.
Ever since COVID, it's been
Yeah, that
they used to arrest people, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's insane. It's insane how it used to be. Yeah, it's funny, like marijuana and like online poker are like the same thing. It's like legal in certain states.
Yes.
It's on a state by state basis.
Yeah. Every hand.
It's one thing that I'm actually surprised hasn't returned back to California is online poker.
Yeah,
I mean we've been talking about it for ever since Black Friday. It's actually surprising that this is, we're living in pretty much the biggest economic state in America, and be a lot of dollars to the state.
No doubt. Whenever that happens,
poker back.
One of our sponsors, GG Poker, might get in there and have a card room. They're definitely got a great presence in the online poker sphere. So, yeah, one day, definitely remember the days where you'd be watching SportsCenter and you'd see a Full Tilt commercial on the break.
Oh,
I mean, it was
Poker Stars.
Poker Stars, yeah. I remember having my account frozen for multiple years and not knowing what was going to happen. That was fun. Fun time. People selling their online accounts for 80 cents on the dollar. That was that whole phase where people were selling their accounts and stuff. Thankfully, I mainly just played on Full Tilt, which were the harder games, but also Stars and Tilt were harder, and then the more fledgling sites were easier games, but then you had more risk associated. So those people took a bath on their deposits.
Well,
a lot of those sites back in the day, but
on Ultimate Bet, they paid back all the players in like 2017 or 2018, right? That was wild because I had a lot of friends from the Ultimate Bet days that played on that site, and I told them all like their money kissed that goodbye. But. You
would think, and we'll see if Young Money's going to kiss goodbye here in this hand. He's up against the nuts here. Sean's got Queen 10 for the King High straight, but Young in there with some equity. He's got Ace Queen High straight as well. The higher straight draw. He's got clubs as well. So we got a big pot here brewing.
Let me see a turn here, or he raised.
It's like the nuts from Sean here, raising back to 1.6. Young, not a lot of meat on the bone behind here. He's only starting the hand with about 2.5K, so should get in on a lot of turns. We shall see here.
Wow, and
double flush draw now for Young.
That was a pretty big turn for Young.
Absolutely.
If you were wondering why it looks like Young's ahead, it seems like there weren't many spades or clubs being folded in a lot of the dead cards.
I'm torn on that. I kind of like the old-fashioned way where we just say what the equity is, not to mislead people and to think. But it's also nice to, it's,
like this is the truth right now.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is kind of the reality of PLO, and
for sure.
Probably not the best way to learn it, but here Young with the nut flush
backdoor. There you go. Like I'm saying, those got to look at those backdoor outs. He had one spade on the flop, but
all the spades rolling off. And Sean flopping the nuts, going down in smoke there.
I think if you have a backdoor flush draw, I think you maybe get there like 3 or maybe adds 3% equity to your hand or roughly something like that, which is very meaningful.
Absolutely.
Having an extra 3-4% equity is definitely a thing. And then if you add that into having like an open-ender with like a 10-9 jack with backdoor spades, now we're maybe getting up to 4 or 5%, which is, with backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. So definitely something you need to be very cognizant of when you switch over from no limit to PLO is all the backdoor equity.
You can keep it.
Nothing Sean could do there.
No, not at all.
That's one of those spots we were talking about where he just has the nuts and he's got to take it on the chin.
Yeah.
So what can you do?
You just got to wear it sometimes. But yeah, that was a graveyard turn for him, picking up a double flush draw there. He still had the higher straight draw. Tend to give him a higher straight. Although of course you figure one of those 10s currently out there with the queen 10, but
3 or 2. Which one?
Wow, what a draw.
6 of diamonds.
Any black card?
Any red card has.
6 of diamonds is nice.
I think even on the turn, any red card is not calling you. Right? On the turn, if it's a red card, you're not calling the 1500.
No.
I don't know. I had like 1,000, like 900 left.
The spade give you
the
motivated.
spade made me for sure to call.
Okay,
Thanks for the spade.
Can't call 16 and fold for 1,000 on next.
No, we've done it before.
I mean, one player I fold for sure.
Cool. No more throttle, guys. Oh, I forgot.
The boys are
Let me check.
What are you checking for?
First card, okay.
There's a lot of cards to check.
Second card, very bad.
Third, middle.
Third card,
Who is that?
Fourth card pass.
Kept getting uglier and uglier.
My cards.
Is it 50?
Let's go to the corner.
They can't run it twice here. It's like a visa.
Actually, there's a lot. There's some of the ones that do run cards.
No, the commerce doesn't.
Oh, Commerce was in a lot? Oh, Commerce is great.
Why is that?
Awesome.
3, 4 check, 6 check, 9 check.
Big flop for Panda here. Not the nut flush draw, but
200? 150.
Oh, no, 250.
250?
Yeah, because the race is
Okay, 150.
Check on lower. All right.
no one seems to have anything. It's been a lot of these hands where it's been one person hitting and everyone else missing.
yeah, it's really bizarre, especially when you consider how many people are seeing Slack. It's like a heads up. You see it, you expect it. It's almost like it's happening at like a heads up pot frequency, despite there being 4 or 5 people.
Yeah,
it's really
like no one actually flops anything.
Yeah,
like
it's
not
really
even remotely close to.
Yeah, it's really wild.
Let me forget that.
But that behooves those that are taking shots at pots.
Yeah,
And,
that
those
is true.
people that have been taking stabs have been rewarded tonight. That's for sure.
Maybe it is hard to make a hand in this game.
Yeah, I guess maybe we just need to start just betting into 4 people more often, I guess. Yeah, you know.
It's really hard to make a good hand, huh?
But that is what's cool about it. I mean, you watch, these 5-hour streams, you can, see a couple hundred hands. It definitely gives you some increased visibility about learning a game without having to actually pony up and risk your money, drive to a casino.
Absolutely.
I watched so many of these streams, back in the day, when I was in college and playing 2-5, fresh out of college. And, I always remember, man, one day I want to play these quarter 50 games, these 10 a quarter. One day, you always remember watching these games, a lot of envy.
I'm just dead. Get it.
You definitely can learn a little bit while you're watching, for sure, if you're a aspiring young poker pro out there.
Absolutely. You learn a lot from the hands being folded, too.
Yeah, no doubt.
You can kind of see like where people's
thresholds are.
Yeah,
exactly.
Which is very important. Knowing like how capable certain players are, and like,
100%.
Trying to think, do they deserve my action?
No doubt. Yeah, all the hands that make all the highlights, you know, are all the big pots, the coolers. But to be honest,
none of them are that interesting.
If you're trying to get better at poker and you're trying to learn and stuff, yeah, you definitely kind of want to watch these streams and kind of watch all these hands that happen in between the big ones, because that's more what's kind of actionable and what's going to affect your bottom line.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Are you into coffee? Like, thank you so much.
Classic mistake I remember making that a lot of people I feel like make when they cross over from no limit is just like way overvaluing pocket kings, you know, just doing the 3-4 bet pre-flop with pocket king. Oh my God, I'm so unlucky.
Yeah.
I ran into aces. And then you
same mistake.
It's a classic one. We've all been there.
And then I would play all my kings and all my queens and all my jacks.
Yeah.
And a lot of my tens. And not, you know, being like, oh, I just have kings or I have queens. It's similar to Hold'em, and not thinking about the side cards, like how good or bad these kings and queens are.
Of course, then you learn, against aces, I'm a dead duck.
Yeah.
When I have kings, then against random hands, I'm barely ahead with king. So it's like, what do we do? It's like, what do we do? And then you get a little better, and then you learn the new one. It's like, oh, I have ace, king, king. So that's kind of, I guess I could kind of let loose a little bit with this. I'm blocking the hand I'm worried against with the aces. But, yeah, that's what I love about the Omaha. There's all these just other little layers of nuance that you play more of it. You kind of peel back more and more kind of layers of the onion, so to speak, and it's a fascinating game.
It's being called sushi, you know? There's that thing. Sashimi is supposed to be.
Justin with a nice hand on the button.
Absolutely.
It's one of the bomb pots. I think this might be a bomb pot.
I'm wondering if it's not, unless a couple people just happen to be out, sitting out. But since it's only 5 people, I feel like it's just a normal limp pot, I guess. But
everyone's holding their hand like it is a.
Yeah, you're right. With the way people are.
Yeah.
I guess we got people. Maybe people are sitting out. I guess.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing like 7 or 8 hands up there for a bomb, but.
Oh, no, they're playing it. Trips for Shai here.
Some people just being a little cavalier.
Trips for Sean.
Yeah,
Trips
big
for
spot
Shai,
here.
Trips for Seon.
Big spot here for Sean.
Trips and nut flush draw for Sean. Wow.
I'll go with you, no problem. If you're walking past the gate.
And if you're wondering why Panda is considering a call, deuces is probably the least likely trips you're supposed to have in this game.
For sure. It was a limp pot, but still.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
even that with with the raise pot, that would reign more supreme for sure. But it's definitely not all trip boards are created equally, obviously.
No, exactly.
Having a 10-10x is a lot different than a 2-2x, or whatever. So
now flush with the trips, but Shai pairing these 8.
Hit that skinny 8 on the turn.
Yeah, and this could get hairy for Sean.
This
very hairy, actually.
This will get interesting here.
They told me I had to drink. The whole table drinking.
Had him drawn pretty thin on the flop, but poker happened on the turn here with that 8 of clubs.
Now Shai.
You know, his agents can't see that well.
Shai with just a call. And now finding the lead again. Oh, and now Sean
kind of realizing the gig's up here. Not often a spot people are going to be light or bluffing, but also not fun folding hands and automatically losing either. So
yeah.
Looks like he's just going to Negrano him and call and expect to lose, and we shall see here. Yep.
Nice.
Narrow path to victory, but he found it.
Sean probably figuring he would have bet that amount anyway if check 2, the deuce in his hand.
Wow.
Didn't get dinged too hard.
But yeah.
The river would have been magical.
Now you don't bet down.
And Shai.
You had 8, no? You had 2 8. You had 2 5.
Breaking in another one.
2 5.
I mean, oh,
5 nuts versus nuts.
I had
Nice hand, Shai.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, 5 would have been good.
5 would have
You get paid off.
Great.
Good, Brett.
Thanks for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we're playing 10-20 Parliament Omaha. $3,000 minimum buy-in. No max. Running it once only as well. No double board. Just plain old traditional old school Mississippi gambling pot limit Omaha Tunica style here tonight.
One winner, unless they're chopping. Sharing is caring.
Man, I wish I played Omaha back when I remember one of my first poker trips as a professional was going down to Tunica.
Oh, my.
And playing a
you ever
poker
play with,
tournament down there.
Bubba out there? Maybe the cash games?
I don't think I played with a Bubba. You mentioned Pat Walsh earlier in our comedy story. That's one of my biggest people I look up to in poker. Phenomenal Omaha player, Pat Walsh. I'm from Kansas City, and he's from St. Louis.
The Ghost, right?
He's phenomenal, man. I played a lot with Pat in these 2040 Parliament Omaha games of commerce, and he's phenomenal player. Pat Walsh, Vegas Lynn. Everybody knows Lynn, but those are some of the old school PLO gamblers that I respect quite a bit.
Absolutely. I love Len's Twitter.
Oh, Len's great. Yeah. It's always him going on tilt about somebody bringing a dog into a casino. It's fantastic. So he has a
lot of great stories.
Yeah, he's a great player, great personality at the table, good steward of the game. Shout out to Lynn Ashby, that's for sure, and Pat Walsh. Well, yeah, Pat Walsh, he disappears a lot more. Sometimes I'm thinking, where is Pat? What's going on with him?
Is that why they call him the Ghost?
Might be. He just randomly shows up and plays amazing poker for a couple weeks, wins a bunch of money, and then you don't see him for moons.
There you go.
Yeah, you're going to get it.
Wrap it. You're going to get it back. Wrap. You have a wrap again?
I think I saw a picture of Pat on Len's Twitter earlier this summer.
I believe it. I mean, Len, I think Pat actually won the 10K PLO maybe 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
He won it one year.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Nice with you.
I scared him with the penis talk.
Oh, nice.
Maybe.
Where do you live?
Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's why you like Katana?
Yep.
Okay, $100 tip again.
Hey, what about you?
I live in Studio City.
Studio City. Not far.
Keep doing it until I win.
Jamie's
I'm
neighborhood.
keep doing this. I win this.
She just moved.
Yeah.
She moved to Sherman Oaks.
Oh, Sherman Oaks.
I used to go to play with her on my scooter.
Doing some LA geography here. Everybody's mentioning their certain neighborhood. Los Angeles. If you're wondering, Commerce is about a 15-minute drive from downtown Los Angeles, about 30 minutes or so from Hollywood, but Commerce is pretty centrally located for LA.
You can't win all the flips, okay?
Pretty close to downtown, though. That's the closest hot spot.
Is it still the largest poker room in the world?
No.
That's a good question.
Because they have removed a couple of tables. I remember back in the day it was the largest.
Definitely was at one point.
The largest.
And one of the biggest casino, I don't know if it is at the time, but at one point it was either the biggest casino or one of the biggest, the WinStar at the border of Oklahoma and Texas. Yeah. I would go down there every single year and play their main event and play like the quarter 50, 10, 20, no limit PLO games. But the games were incredible there at the WinStar. Oh my gosh. Because at that time there was no casinos in Texas, no card rooms or anything.
Yeah, that's right.
So you get all the people that would drive up from Dallas it's like right on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. And the games were incredible. That was obviously pre-card room Texas days.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
You really have top set?
I'll buy a 69. Oh my God.
Collection pot.
I hope I have.
But at one point, that was like the biggest casino in the country, or like one of the biggest in the world. It's this massive casino on the border of Oklahoma and Texas.
3, 4.
Yeah, Jack right.
4, 7. That was straight? 4, 7? No straight.
Looks like we got a shenanigan hand going here.
Deciphering a murder scene.
Yeah. We're seeing who's going to pay the rake, I guess. Got that collection pot button you'll see there right next to the jack.
Oh my God, I beat you with the key. Oh wow.
Do they already know Young is the winner?
Yeah,
Back to what I was doing.
No, Jamie, that was straight right there.
Yeah.
That's the hand you want.
For those wondering about what is collection out here in LA and a certain high stakes PLO game or no limit game, it varies on the place, but it seems to be around like $15 a half hour, I would say, something like that. So maybe it could be 13, could be 16 or whatever, depending on the place, but that's roughly what you can expect to pay for your rake for the time for the half hour.
It's free.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, yeah.
A lot of places in
Yeah,
California.
compared to home games where they're taking hundreds of dollars out of the pot if you're not getting cheated or anything else.
Yes, it's
Yeah. It's definitely
certainly one of the safer options.
Yeah, definitely want to play casino poker to have a fair shake, and not many better places to be than the Commerce, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely take advantage of that
That's when you want to.
that bar scene. We got that happy hour here for a few more hours. So 4 to 8 p.m.
4 to 8.
Yeah.
Looks like they've been taking advantage of the
Yeah.
happy hour.
That's what
here.
made me think of that. I saw some drinks getting tossed back. So
that's why Justin needed a driver today.
yeah, right. It's like he's gonna see how he plays with a few Zimas in him. We'll see here.
Have seen Justin drink a little bit. He's not there yet. His glow can get a little redder for sure.
Okay, I've heard of that. I've heard of that dynamic before. I've heard that mentioned.
It's getting a little red.
Yeah,
I see it.
I need all low cards. I don't want to see any face.
We got Gugo in there. We got everyone in there again.
We got a whole multi-way family limp pot here.
You could have this one too. All no signs.
Are we still playing PLO?
Makes you wonder. Sometimes you have to ask that question.
Looks like Drip flopped the nuts here.
Yes, he's got to feel good about that. He's got the nuts.
Oh, there's PLO being played here. Drip.
Who poked the bell?
The full pot here.
Oh, you really got the wrap.
Told you. You got a wrap here.
He said nothing higher than a 7.
You got the 580 wrap.
Who's a rapper?
No, you got the 2-3 wrap.
Google is a rapper.
Yeah.
There are a lot in here, really?
Hell no.
Throw some bars down. Let me get a beat going. Don't worry.
Sonny trying to give poker advice from the rail.
Shout out to Sonny from the rail there.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Flush draw.
Not easy to get games going during certain times of the year, especially during the World Series. You know,
Absolutely. You got somebody trying to Drip with an 8 on his head.
And then that happens, you know.
It's a good one to show. I mean, honestly, a lot of these like 8-9, 8-9-10s,
Sure.
7-8-9s.
No doubt.
Yeah, but no, Drip has.
Maybe we're doing it all wrong, Cause. Maybe we need to start putting the cards on our forehead. Maybe that's the key.
And, Drip takes that one down.
For a sushi date.
Sean considered it for a little bit with the 5 in his hand and 2 pair, but it's too dicey in this game.
That might make a good graphic there. 8 of spades on his forehead. Maybe that'll make it on a promo.
Yeah.
Shout out to our sponsors, Bally Live Poker and GG.
Hey, Cheryl.
Playing a great game of Pot Limit Omaha at the Commerce Casino. Live at the Commerce. 10-20 Pot Limit Omaha, 3,000 min, no max.
Yay.
No, she gave me like 10 shots. I'm waiting for it. No.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised nobody's lobbied for a 5 card, or you know, it's so hard to get. People always want to, you know, make the game a little different, straddle, do this or that. But it seems like everybody's pretty content to play the same format, which is nice that there's not bickering back and forth about let's do this, let's do that. Sometimes that can happen in a poker game where people want to play 5 card, or people want to play double board, or it can be hard to please everybody at times.
So you mentioned to me that you've been playing a little bit of 5 card. What
lately? Yeah, it's been a fairly new development for me. Yeah.
So what are the big differences between this 4 card variation and the 5 card?
Well, it's funny, something you mentioned earlier. Definitely a higher card oriented game. Obviously, that kind of reigns supreme. You definitely want to play, you know, the higher cards. You really want to stay away from like the low cards, the low double pair low hands. You know, aren't 7-7 5 hand. You don't really want to get in there in a 5 card game as much as you would in a 4 card game. And obviously, aces don't have as big of an equity advantage pre-flop as they do in 5 card. That's another main distinction. But
Are there 5-card combinations?
But I've only played like 2 sessions. I mean, I'm not underplaying it. I'm truly newbie. Yeah. Maybe I've done some work away from the table, but as far as actual sessions played, I'm pretty raw.
Oh, nice. They've been when I was out in Vegas, they were playing 5-card double board.
Yeah, that's what they do at another place around here. So
wow.
yeah.
That's a weird game because it just feels like hands like aces are just stronger because it's hard to beat aces on 2 boards, right?
Yeah.
And aces have to worry when it's a bomb pot, but like when
my friend,
they're choosing what hands to play, it's just seems like not the greatest game. I don't know.
Yeah, I went to a kicking and screaming. I like 4-card. I assume there's more bluffing and more loose play in the 4 cards than the 5 cards. So that's kind of why I've been hesitant to truly learn it because my instinct is to want to lean to 4-card as well. But sometimes you gotta do what the ecosystem presents when you're
it's
playing poker for a live. So
I see this happen every so often where it's like people make variations of games, but they ruin the original game.
Yeah.
And a lot of these variations, like Big O, it's just like, oh look, you got 5 cards, and it's like a high-low and stuff like that, and you kind of get down to the nitty-gritty. You're just like, wait, you just have to play tighter than the original game. What are we doing here? You're making a worse game.
I could not agree with your sentiment anymore, for sure. We got a big spot here. 2 people flopping the nuts here at King Queen. Young does have the king of clubs that he could maybe decide to go crazy with on certain club runouts, but I'm not sure that'll even be a play, or we shall see.
Let's see a board pair and see who has heart to really take this down.
You know, some backdoor diamonds for Jamie. There's no backdoor flush draw available for Young, so that's something Jamie has going for her in this hand.
Looks like Jamie found the raise, and the money's just flying in here.
Yep.
Whack. I hope you guys chop, because you've both been getting whacked.
See if we can get that a little additional backdoor equity we talked about, those diamonds. See if that comes in for a little bad beat story.
All your heart.
Jamie's got...
Young does have a diamond in his hand.
He has a better kicker. And she has diamond.
Great bedside manners.
Yeah, you got it.
Young has the pair. It could come up like...
we could see some random...
9.
Could see some running pairs to have that pocket pair come home. But
looks like we're going to find a chop here.
Yes, we're going to see a chopski.
Ooh. Set.
Oh!
Chop it up.
Yeah, kind of what you were mentioning kind of happened here at the Commerce, because there used to be, the 10-20 PLO, there used to be a 5-10 PLO, then double board started to get popular, and then some people want to play double board, some people want to play normal PLO, and basically what happened here is it just converged to, all right, we're just going to cut the baby in half and do 1 round of normal PLO and 1 round of double board. So that was kind of how it ended up playing here at the Commerce PLO-wise, as far as the high stakes ended up being a half 10-20, half $30 ante double board bomb pot. So that was a pretty popular game here for a handful of years post-pandemic.
That's
cool.
But if one of us,
I don't know how that feels.
We would have left.
I don't know how that feels.
And double board's fun, but it's so slow is the thing. Everybody's getting dealt 10. People don't know whose turn is it. It just the hands take so long, and then a lot of times they're chop pots. So it's just like, man, we're just paying a lot of rake and getting fewer hands in. A lot of the hands are chopped. It's just like, but certain types of people that you want in the game push for those kind of games. So you're kind of left in a certain kind of situation. But
we play with a cap. So that it plays like a little bit quicker.
Oh, okay.
So, like you reach the cap pretty quickly, like
interesting.
on the flop or the turn. And
so down there, what's the cap for?
It's like we do play like a 1K cap with if it's 5-10, and like 2K cap if it's 10-20. It's kind of shallow, but it makes it like a quicker kind of variation.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
See some merit to that.
We sort of did it so that everyone can learn how to play bomb pots without getting fried, like how I learned how to play bomb pots.
Have your great session ruined when you run it up from 3K to 10K, and then you get dinged in some dumb double board hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've all been there. Nice spot here for couple 9-7 hands, flopping the nuts here. Gonna have to fade the spade draw here from Young.
Yeah. Shockingly, Young's equity is slightly ahead. Well, maybe with the dead cards here.
Considering the three ways, you know, doing pretty well.
Again, not clear with where he's at when it goes pot, pot. And Jamie's going to find another straight for straight situation, back-to-back hands.
No doubt.
And he's probably going to get in here.
Go in. Same hand?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, redraw or no?
Nah. No, I never.
Funny, no one's had to redraw in these spots yet.
I never have a redraw.
And we're gonna find another chop.
This is a bit specific of a spot, but sometimes you can be in a spot like this where you can know, hey, we each have straights here.
Yeah.
So sometimes there can be some value. You know what? I'm just going to call here because why am I jamming? He's not folding the straight. And
exactly.
If I get a board pair on this river, I get a flush that comes in. When they check to me now, I can turn this chop into a win by bluffing certain rivers. But that's maybe a little inside baseball. Maybe going a little too far ahead.
Also a little bit easier to do in position than out of position.
Definitely want to be in position. You know, stacks need to be a little deeper, but there's definitely dynamics at play where you can kind of tell with the dialogue of raising, all right, we both got the nuts straight here.
Yes, yeah.
And there can be some merit to just playing it as a call in position and repping certain runouts. But
safe on the turn before.
good way to get hurt too sometimes. So don't go too wild with these creative little things I'm mentioning. But it's interesting to think about. It makes Omaha interesting. Those kind of hands that develop like that. Same thing you mentioned earlier with when two people have aces, obviously pre-flop, and the other person can kind of figure out, okay.
Been waiting for that spot. Like, I feel like it happens frequently enough where we should be able to see it at least once in a 4-hour period.
That's another kind of fun wrinkle that is fun when you're coming over from No Limit, these kind of weird little hands that happen.
Yeah.
I wasn't excited about it.
For those who don't know,
a pleasant experience
if you have two players that have aces raising each other, pretty much get 4 cards off the top of the deck, and you're going to be doing pretty well against two players with aces. It's a pretty sweet spot. I learned this lesson the hard way when I was going through my phase of playing PLO way too tight.
Yeah.
And they just always knew when someone else had aces with me.
So I thought our mutual shared friend that was telling you this advice was, I figured it was Gordo, but who was it, Dan Zach or Brewer, Chris Brewer? I guess Brewer had more of a No Limit guy. So
this was Christian Flanders back in the day was my tighter PLO coach.
Okay, I don't know if I know that. Maybe I was a screen name or something.
Online player.
Okay.
Went by trade by day.
Okay.
On UB. And he would be like the technical, like, oh, you want to fold all these hands because they're all bad. And then Gordo is the guy being like, he's crazy. He's crazy. You need to get in there and make the nuts and then stack people for hundreds of big blinds.
Speaking of getting stacked, we might get some stacks in here. Of course,
a lot
people
of these
sharing hands again. Yeah.
There you go. Drip with the card on his head.
We need Drip to have like the ace of hearts to have like a nice little sweat here for like a flush draw fade or something. But
Justin's right. Like Drip's got a sticky forehead.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. I guess we do got backdoor spades, possibly like a pinch off here.
It just naturally sticks like right there.
It is pretty good.
Oh my God, Sonny.
You don't see this stuff at No Limit games, guys.
No,
you don't see people
not.
putting cards on their forehead. I mean, this is what you see when people are having fun.
So Google flatted?
I have the nuts, but
Give me 2K, please.
I don't want you to call me and then get your flush.
That's right.
I always love the transparent commentary in the hand.
Drip has been very honest. He's all his
Drip,
holdings all year.
Say what you want.
Game.
Drip is an honest broker. He is a very honest broker, that Drip.
Oh my God. Can we do that?
Yeah. No, he gives the call and then
Okay, I call.
check the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, another house.
And so they get in and chop.
7-7.
Another waste of time.
Yeah, now we're getting into
well, that's the best case scenario.
a lot of this happens a pretty fair amount of the time with these straight PLO.
For sure.
Now, we see this in this regular PLO, and if you extrapolate this to double board bomb pots, you can see how straights can be shared pretty frequently.
Yeah.
And so maybe a reconsideration on how strong a nut straight is on one side of these double board bomb pots.
Hence the importance of having something on the other board.
Yes, indeed. So, especially when these hands can get quartered in the split pot game.
I was gonna say that wasn't going to talk to the next time.
It's always with him.
See, I was trying to be friendly. I was like, I don't want you to call and hit your flush.
You know, I asked you because I had the nuts too. I want to see how you think, towards me, towards the game, and it was exactly how I expected. Good job. We are.
The Drip's having a blast in there.
Yeah, Drip's loving it, man.
He's like showing me. I love that, bro. That was so cute.
If there's ever like a liar's poker game, I know who to stake. I'll tell you what, he's very comfortable with a card in his forehead, that's for sure.
Whoa. And it looks like we're playing some PLO here.
40 times 9. What's that?
360.
Handed with the pot.
Yeah.
Not the greatest queens. I mean, no suits. And suits are important in this game, but, high cards are high cards.
Yeah, you don't want to be rainbow, but if you're going to get in there with the rainbow hand, I guess you'd rather have a high card-oriented hand, I guess.
And a lot of these limping hands do not have very many high cards.
He's a math genius.
All his queens are out, though. So kind of an issue.
Pot Limit Omaha is a game of post-flop playability, so obviously you really want to shy away from playing rainbow hands and single-suited, low-suited hands, and you really want to be able to have a hand that's going to hold up on multiple boards and have coverage across a lot of runouts. And
I wish I was.
Oh, we got Gugo and Shai, though, with the only two reasonable hands here.
Actions consolidated down to 3 hands.
And wow, that's a pretty interesting fold by Google. Yeah. Shai not going anywhere, though. Shai knows his hand should be live.
He knows you all go high, I go low.
High, you go high. Yeah.
He's very all around him with the deuces, but no intersection somehow. Obviously, when you put in a big raise pre-flop with like an aces or kings or a queens, for example, it's obviously nice catching these kind of orphan flops here, like a 9-deuce-deuce rainbow flop.
700.
It's a good spot to continuation bet and kind of pick it up with your overpair.
You have pocket twos or what?
It's hard for your opponents to have something to continue with in a 9-deuce-deuce rainbow flop.
Damn it. Pocket nines, bro. Oh, we'll find out if you're lying, huh?
You really believe it?
A very large amount.
Can we remember that hand, please? I have to find out. I just...
Saba John in the chat says, Mavs in 7. Good luck with that.
Wow, yeah. Well, I mean, if Kristaps Porzingis is going to be out, that'll definitely help, but still pretty hard to win 4 out of 5 games. Yeah, tough sledding there.
These Celtics look pretty strong, although I've played enough in a card room where it does seem like everyone in San Diego thinks the Celtics are going to win. So, I mean, when you see that kind of dynamic in a card room, you got to kind of, be a little hesitant. Justin with the aces here.
Rainbow aces here, ace 7-6.
finally what we were talking about. But
unfortunately, Sean has such a raggedy hand
so bad. It's such a bad hand.
Yeah.
But we were talking about it, and it finally happened.
How come we can't have the queen 9, 8, 7 double or something?
Oh, and Sean, it's so bad, even against the aces that he has to get out of here.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Sean didn't wake up with a more playable hand there.
Yeah. And Justin in the cutoff can obviously have way more hands than just aces here. Jamie's going to be largely aces from the under the gun straddle.
Looks like I think she's yet to act here. Is she going to be putting in a re-raise here, or is she going to be playing her aces slow?
I believe there's a raise in front. Now we're just
here are the 3-bets coming in here now to 640 from Jamie.
Justin finding the call here. Interesting.
Perhaps he's putting her on aces and doesn't want to just shovel in another raise pre-flop. Wants to play in position and maybe get her off of it. I like it.
I kind of like it.
Very kind of expertish kind of play, but I definitely...
if you're in this spot, it's a very weird spot because you don't have the ace of hearts.
Yep.
And now this can get a little grimy.
Yeah. Very, very possible for her to have aces with ace high hearts for sure.
Yeah. Once you hit that, it drops.
Jamie with the full pot wager here.
Now.
And you have big hands, so you're going to be able to...
Yeah, now this is not the funnest spot for Justin. We can see that Jamie doesn't have the nut flush draw here, but if Justin's putting Jamie on the aces, he just knows that he does not have the ace of hearts.
Yeah. You get your extension?
Tough spot to be in.
Justin finds the fold here. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean...
Spike to 7 too. It's a little helpful. He's got some 2-pair outs, trip outs, but still, she basically bet half. She bet half her stack on that flop. I think she bet 1.4 with 1.2, and obviously he doesn't have a straight draw. He doesn't have a flush draw. There's so many hands that she can have that's going to have additional equity in addition to the aces. Like obviously ace high flush draw, like you're mentioning, but obviously could have open ended or a litany of things.
Definitely.
So. Tough spot for sure. I definitely kind of like what he was doing by just calling. He's probably thinking, I could just raise her back and we could get all in pre-flop here.
Yeah.
Which kind of negates his positional advantage and kind of card player advantage, so to speak. But when she pots into you, though, that's kind of takes away a lot of the options you were hoping to have by calling.
But I'm curious. What if, like, if she's the type to just pot any board, and then those scary boards that are, it's just like, oh, well, what have I done to myself kind of thing, Yeah,
because you end up kind of surrendering a lot of equity in the hand, which is a big sin, obviously, that, if you just would have played it straight up, you would have, realized your equity.
It's kind of like you're maybe slightly behind kind of thing. It's interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting
it is. That is an interesting hand.
I have like 3.
Maybe, is the 7 enough?
That's what I was saying. It might be without the 7. It's obviously tougher having totally nothing to go with.
It's 7 with a backdoor straight draw.
Yeah,
it's from our point of view, it was enough. But it's difficult to know in the moment there.
She's not super deep too, so it's not like if in other spots where she bets 1.4 with 3 or 4K behind.
Exactly.
It could be a bigger mistake. So I mean.
Gugo with an absolute stone lock on this hand.
That's a tough one there, but I like what he was thinking pre-flop.
Yeah.
Like hey, I know you got aces. Why just do this all-in pre-flop thing? Like, let's play some poker here and use our position. But obviously that can go against you too.
It would have been fun if Sean had something a little bit better than that Queen 7-3.
Yeah, no doubt. That would have been fun. And Gugo flopping the king's full here with the pocket kings.
With a little, giving him a little eye, a little acting.
The demonstrative.
Sean's just going to find the easy pull here.
Very easy for your opponent to wake up with the Jack X or pocket kings.
Sean's played well. Aggressive.
Just raised.
Shout out to Shai.
Shai. Shai's played well. Shai, he knows where he's at in a lot of these spots.
No, he's seasoned. I've played a lot of PLO with Shai here.
Kind of tell he's played a good amount of PLO.
Yeah, He's been around the block a few times, that's for sure. He's.
That's the kind of the thing about being the table captain aggressor is a lot of it forces a lot of the players to kind of play face up to you in a way. You kind of get to see what happens. You
kind of get to dictate the game on your terms. People are checking you more. It's kind of
exactly like they'll either lead into it's just like they'll do funny things to your aggression.
False read.
You're feeling good about that.
And you maximize the equity of your hands. You often get to force yourself to see the river.
For sure.
Which then you get luckier on people.
It's always better to be playing the game on your own terms if you can.
I don't think I played it right.
Panda.
Oh, no.
Nice little double suited hand there to the high side. Ace, king, 5-3.
You know, me and Google put a card on our head, and we went all in. We both had the same hand. Waste of time.
It's queen, 7 deuce hand, kind of like pocket 8s and hold them. You know, you're just hoping to get in there and flop top set or something.
And there's the top set
there we go.
Against the nut flush gut shot of Panda here.
He's got the top set. He's got no redraw with it, but that's all right. He's got the nuts.
It looks like Young is the one that's betting into this pot. We don't know what Young has here, but
we're definitely seeing a confrontation between Panda and Sean in this hand, that's for sure.
We're going to get Panda coming along here.
Panda with the nut flush draw, nut gutty to the jack.
Sean is sitting there waiting to check raise.
Stacks are deepish too. They're playing, over 5K effective behind as well. We got a pot with already 1,000 in it pretty much before anything's happened. So notable hand here in the works here in this 10-20 pot limit Omaha game. 3,000 min buy, no max. Let's see how the chips get in on this hand. Got that mystery hand in there as well to make things interesting.
The one thing we can say about this mystery hand for certain is that it is in third place.
Yes,
that's
a good way to put it.
This mystery hand is not in good shape.
And for the no limit people wondering roughly what can you make at pot, it's basically 3 times the bet plus what's in the pot. So if you're trying to figure out, what can he pot it to here with, it's going to be, 3 times 450 plus what's in the pot. If you're trying to figure out, what kind of raise we can be working with, how much of a stack he can get in on this flop raise if he does pot.
And Sean does pile it, and we're going to get a confrontation between Sean and Panda here. Finally, we're getting some of these hands that we're talking about that are colliding.
Yeah,
the top set versus the nut flush draw gut shot.
100%. It usually happens more often. What do you know? Pinched it right off there with the king of diamonds.
Oh.
And Sean just trying to plow through it here still.
11.2K pot. 1 card left. Panda with the nuts on the turn.
Open to fade a board pair here. Has one of those pairs in his hand with the king.
I have a block. 1.
And Panda from stuck 4K to probably one of the biggest winners right now.
That's the great game of Omaha. Fortunes can turn on a card.
Big turnaround for Panda here in C1. Not much Sean could have done there. I mean, it's just, what can you do?
Pretty tough stuff there. You got a lot of money on the flop. I don't know if he can just check fold for, I don't know what it was, a fourth of the pot or whatever it was at that point. But
it's over. I mean, it was probably one of the worst turn cards Sean could have seen, but it didn't matter. There was too much money already in.
No doubt. And maybe 1 out of 10 times you're going to jam and get somebody to fold their wrap that turned to straight that doesn't have diamonds. I'm getting creative here, but just trying to mention some things to think about. But that was pretty. Hand kind of played itself there. Just a cooler.
And Sean's been the only one on the bad end of these coolers so far. He's had the nuts twice, and the board's just the nuts change. The nuts don't stay the nuts often in PLO.
No.
It's a great game.
It is a great game, especially when GG Poker's involved. Shout out to our proud sponsor, GG Poker.
High level something.
And there it is. Panda tops the chip counts. 11.9K, Shai in second.
I'm gonna win this.
We haven't seen MIKKI in a couple hours.
Yeah,
so.
MIKKI's doing like the home game. I'm making an appearance and I'm skedaddling or whatever. I don't know. He'll probably come back.
Yeah.
I have like 3 friends.
Might have had a business call to attend to or something. You never know.
And look at that.
Bro, yeah.
Panda.
Just wait.
From the doghouse to the penthouse. Shai in second. Justin, cool, almost 2K. Sean's starting off the night really hot, and now.
Can you not play this one, bro?
Past like 3 big hands, and how quickly it can change.
It can change in a hurry here in Omaha. You cannot hide in this game. Your chips are at risk. Good luck trying to lock up a win playing PLO. Absolutely. It is not easy to do. Hence why it's a great game.
What are you gonna do? Fold the nuts? Like you can't. Sean can't do anything in these spots. Like
nope.
I mean,
your chips are at risk.
He's forced to get the money in, and there's just nothing he can do. He's at the mercy of the poker gods.
At the mercy of the deck.
Woo.
And thankfully, there's not the FOMO of, I should have ran it once or twice. It's like, there's no, you can't even play that game with yourself. So, they could have easily got it down the flop.
Oh, yeah.
But, just one of them hands.
Something. For the ball. No whatsoever. 6 again.
Oh, my God. 6 is hot today.
What the fuck?
We just have a pair.
Here comes the cards.
Yeah, it looks like we got a collection pot brew, and I assume I don't see the collection button, but it looks like that's what's going on.
Yep. Am I in the lead right now?
No, you have 6. I was in the lead.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my 5.
Straight.
No. I had a 6. A6.
Full house.
Full house.
I love all the space behind the table. It's almost kind of reminiscent of like a World Series of Poker rail or something,
It's like stadium seating.
Yeah, it is cool.
Sure.
That is a cool layout.
A spaceship.
No doubt.
Valley Live Poker spaceship.
To the moon. Speaking of to the moon, I don't know what to do. I haven't checked crypto prices in like 36 minutes. So, I haven't checked my crypto HUD. To see what's going on, but
it's maybe better not to check.
Yeah, maybe did we breach 70? Do we hit resistance? Do I draw a triangle? Shout out to all the traders out there drawing triangles, predicting the future. Doing the Lord's work.
Astrologists.
Yeah. I think our good friend Tom might have been mixed into that world for a bit at some point, perhaps. A lot of poker players
he's been pulled into that world from time to time.
Yes, a lot of us get sucked into that undertow every now and again.
Wasting the time trip. I know, it's so useful.
I'm of the opinion that nothing matters. Just,
I mean, the easiest way to win money in investing or crypto, just the buy and hold.
Yep.
Let time play out over time. And
exactly.
It's easy to get whipsawed, trading in and out, trying to predict shorter term things. Just,
I know I can't predict anything, so let the cards fall where they may.
Just
like this game.
Yep.
Are we playing after the feed? Are you guys staying after the feed?
No, I gotta go.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of that, one of my poker buddies, speaking of poker and crypto, one of my poker buddies, Jason Less, now the CEO of Riot Blockchain. I just saw him in a tweet with Donald Trump, and now Trump's doing all these crypto farming messages today, but yeah, it's pretty cool to see people that I know from poker kind of branch out into other stuff. And what a great success story for my buddy Jason to be the GD freaking CEO of a massive publicly traded crypto mining company. So that's pretty awesome to see him go from playing no limit hold'em and heads up to being in the crypto world in the mining game.
Yeah, Brian Pellegrino as well.
Oh, interesting.
Layer Zero.
Okay.
Yeah, developing on the Ethereum blockchain. Yeah, a lot of guys are in there. Doug Polk, CoinFlex, and all.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Here come the comments.
All the developers.
Yeah, it's so crazy seeing Jason on like CNBC doing interviews and stuff. I was like, what the heck? This guy was just playing like Heads Up versus like that bot and whatever, like that him and Doug and those other guys where they played the bot and Carnegie Mellon or whatever it was. Yeah,
that is Liberatus or something.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the but yeah, he was Jason and Doug and a few of those other guys. I think played the bots. Shoot,
they beat the bots and then they ran it again a couple years later, and I think the bot improved significantly.
I forgot how that even played out now at this point.
There's a lot of Doug students that the second time around the bot was a little too good.
Yeah,
it sounded like the humans might have tilted off a little bit too as well.
Yeah, thank goodness we're still doing that as humans.
Yeah, humans can possibly do that.
Make money playing live poker if people are still don't have their emotions in check.
I like that idea of running the simulation with like symmetrical cards, where like they played both sides of
that is really cool
card distribution.
That's a cool, elegant way to kind of get the truth, so to speak.
But there is variance in that. That's still. I mean, it sounds like it should be like 100%. Like
it does seem like more of a meritocracy than otherwise.
For sure, most certainly, but
not
like,
perfect, I guess.
No, definitely not perfect. There's a little bit of variance in like in terms of like if you choose one line or another, you get to see turns and rivers that happen to be like 100 big blind coolers. You're just like
like 5 hours.
I saw that because it's like there were two sets of players that played the same kind of sets of cards, right? And like one would get cooler and one wouldn't. And it just so happened to be because like one happened to see bet and then like continue on with a line, or it was
totally different sequence.
Yeah, very very interesting. But there was still like variance in that.
My friend Brian does it well.
And we're talking about Hold'em variance.
Yeah.
This kind of variance right here is on a different level. So.
No doubt.
Here's a man that knows a couple things about variance tonight. Sean getting in there with the Ace Jack Jack 3.
Did he go from penthouse to outhouse?
Yes.
Yeah, he did. He's got that distinction today so far.
Got 460 in the middle here. Set of 10s for Drip.
Multi-way raised pot. Yeah, he's got the flush draw, and I'm even thinking about the 4, 5, 6. All
right, let's see the 10 of spades on the head right now.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Not much of anything for anyone else here. Oh, Shai's got a little top pair flush draw action, but
and a rub.
I would show you if we were heads up.
Everybody got a little something. Sean even got the nut gutty to the queen. You got backdoor nut clubs, but probably won't get to realize that with a stiffer bet of this nature. But
yeah.
That's a good discipline fold. I mean, you got really top pair, you got a flush draw, but in a multi-way pot, you're going to be in trouble there a lot of the time with a hand like that. Good discretion there by Shai.
Sean in position.
And Sean's playing his position with that
backdoor flush draw.
He's got some nut outs and some good board run outs.
If you call here, if it comes one of these straight cards like a 9 or
Lord,
you rip the queen.
What a deck read by Sean.
Yikes.
Just instantly got it there.
The queen. I was about to say, like, he's gonna need to do something hairy on like an ace and a 9 if you have the 2 jacks in your hand.
If you're gonna be calling bets like that in the flop, you definitely need to be earning it on a lot of turns for sure.
Absolutely. Sean, maybe turning the ship around here in this hand.
Yeah, it's definitely
Drip has a set and a flush draw, but things got hairy real fast.
Yeah, he's gonna have to fade some stuff, but heck of a turn card here for Sean.
13-8. But that's what she was saying.
13-8. He bet because he all the both 4-6.
Big pot brewing here. Hand 79 of this 10-20 pot limit Omaha game.
Bet 1380.
How long do we have? Like 30 minutes? 40?
Drip hates that queen.
Having to call about half of his stack here.
Wow, Drip makes a
very disciplined fold there.
Disciplined fold. Wow.
Give me your ID.
Hey, bro.
Sean picking up that nice one.
Good. Nice to see Sean get some added funds. He went from the top to the bottom, and now he's working his way up the leaderboard. So nice little respite there for Sean.
Absolutely.
Late night run-up.
They never come until we order something, huh?
You want service? Okay, service.
That's right. Let them know.
Hey, that's how you do it.
Thank you.
She's going to take care of you.
You want a tequila? There's one over here.
No, I don't drink alcohol. I want coffee.
You want time chips?
I need time chips. Here we go.
I got to say, Bally did their thing with this room. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, I was shocked when I first walked by this area. I couldn't believe that this was the old restaurant.
Yeah, it's the old arena bar, man.
Yeah.
The old arena bar.
Rest in peace, arena bar.
Yeah. For all you old school gamblers, that's exactly where this is taking place right now. The arena bar that was right on the outskirts of what used to be the high stakes poker side, closer to the hotel.
RIP high stakes poker side.
Yeah, right. Now it's all the table games are taking over. I kind of like it, though. I kind of like that it's all the poker's on one side, because you get more of the foot traffic, more of the curiosity people, whereas before when it was kind of segregated from high stakes to low stakes,
absolutely.
You're not as likely to pick up that random walker that's maybe taking a shot or whatever.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that it's all on the same side, so to speak. But, some of the more high stakes gamblers that are more used to more of the privacy, more of the space, kind of like being a little more secluded on the hotel side. So there's some drawbacks too, but all else equal, I think it's nice that it's all on the same side.
Oh yeah.
No chips, no.
I gotta see the flop.
I'll give you mine then.
Justin with the 3-bet here.
3-bet here with the double paired hand.
2 7s were mucked.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Oh, and Sean finds the 10, but the ace on board might save Justin here. But 3-bet pot.
Yeah, like we said, he might.
And ace high board.
Well, yeah, this could get very messy here.
Yeah, depending on how hard Justin wants to try for this. I suspect if the board comes a jack or a queen, this could get extra spicy.
You see jack, a queen, a diamond could pinch off. Very interesting. I'm not sure if he tried to rep like an 8 or a 9 coming off with the 2 7s, given that he put in a lot of heat pre-flop, but he's got a lot of blockers for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting, though, when you have like a range that looks like ace hand.
Yeah.
But
because, I mean, it sort of looks like when Sean calls here, he has ace 10.
For sure.
So, I mean, all those cards are super scary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's...
I mean, Justin was really hoping for that queen or a jack.
Yeah, we got an interesting one brewing here for sure.
Justin gives it up and checks back here. Or no, checks the small blind, and now it's up to Sean here.
You got to be liking your spot here when it's checked to you from Sean, but you're always fearing that. Am I getting slow played by aces trying to check raise me? That's always in your head.
You don't need it. You're playing better without chip.
That looks like he
just folded.
Took a stab and bet and took it down. The heater continues for Sean. He went from the penthouse to the outhouse, and now he's kind of on the ground level here. So
swinging game up and down.
Building a stack in the living room is Sean. He's working his way up the leaderboard here.
I canceled that. He doesn't need it anymore.
Doing a little refill action as well.
Reload, yeah.
Some people like we mentioned, when they get low in PLO, they kind of like to tournament stack it.
Yeah.
And look for a spot to kind of get it in pre-flop and kind of get a lot of equity, get a lot of dead money in there, and ISO a hand heads up or take it down pre-flop. But he's going the other way. He's putting some more meat on the bone. Got to like to see that. For those wondering who that vacant stack is, that is MIKKI of Stream Lore. He's got the 10K buy-in there, ready to rock, but he's on a bit of a sabbatical here these last handful of orbits. But
I mean,
anxiously awaiting his return for sure.
We had the poll earlier. Would MIKKI run it up or punt it off? He did win like 4 hands in a row when he first sat. Would that be considered a run up? I mean, I don't know.
Run it up, punt it off, or run off.
We didn't
have the run off.
We didn't get the run off option.
But I think he's a pretty good candidate to come back here and finish strong. We shall see. I can't imagine he drove all the way up here through traffic to play a couple orbits and not to play anymore. So have to assume he's going to get back in there at some point.
Forgot how hard it is to get around LA area.
Yeah, it's not fun, especially after 2 p.m. From 2 to 6:37 is pretty tough.
I have to use the restroom.
So this looks like what Drip Bet and Sean called.
I think this is.
Or maybe Sean bet twice, huh?
Not much for Drip to do unless he decides to go ham with those blockers, but he decided not to.
Sean is.
He's on the comeback trail.
Yeah, he's really been picking his aggression or his spots really well.
He has.
Thank you.
It's not easy to play great when you're stuck like Chuck. It's got to be. I'm always more impressed with people. You learn a lot about people when they're having like a bad session and stuff. So like I'm really big into sports fans. So like I'm into the draft and scouting. Like when I'm playing poker with somebody and I see him like take a bad beat, like throw the cards at the dealer, I'm like, you're off my list. We're not drafting you. Like you're gonna have a tough road to hoe in poker if you're reacting to things like this. Like poker is maybe not going to be a good thing for you. It's a lot of being a professional poker player and doing well is being able to kind of handle those ups and downs the game deals with you. And when I see people that emotionally react like that at the table, I'm just like, man, it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
I feel like the most frustrating parts of poker are when you do it to yourself.
Oh, for sure.
I want my
and like that you have only yourself to blame for a lot of those spots. Like that can be like self-tilting, but I mean like Sean here, there's nothing he could have done.
Yeah.
I think he knows it, and so that's why.
That's what
right,
he does.
It's just like he's like, well, today wasn't my day.
But some people can wallow in that sorrow, like, oh, I'm so unlucky, and then they get in this negative feedback loop of blaming the dealer or blaming their luck, and but it's nice to see people overcome that tendency people can fall into.
Was it 120?
Nice hand here for Shai. He's got a little raptor around the 8-5 with his 9-7-6.
9 high like a boss.
Up against that 9-8-6 though.
That turns the nut flush draw. Ooh, this hand could get a little spicy.
No doubt.
It's a good card for Jamie. Goes check. Shai with the nuts. Jamie rivering 2 pair. Jamie kind of has an interesting bluff catcher candidate here.
Yep, she's got 2 pairs. She's got the 6 in her hand, blocking the
6 is nice. Shai is obviously a player that has been really putting on the aggression. This is not.
You can definitely see why one would call here.
Absolutely, it's not an easy spot for sure. And Shai just having it, Jamie running into it.
I always wonder, had Jamie say potted or bet the turn, how does Shai react to that? We'll never know that counterfactual, but always I'm kind of curious how that would have played out had she bet that turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of nice trying to take bets with hands on turn when check 2 when you're often maybe not going to be able to win that showdown, I think.
Yeah,
So I think you really kind of need to try to leverage those hands with bets when check 2. But,
especially when your hand is the ones that can just river the nuts accidentally.
Sure.
Those are
no doubt.
Extremely nice spots.
What happened the last 10 minutes?
But of course, some people don't like doing that because, if I bet and I get called, now what I'm going to do on the river? You're definitely putting yourself in harm's way a bit doing that. But if you're trying to play at the highest upside, game you can play, I think, taking stabs like that when check 2 are a good thing to implement.
Well, the biggest disaster is what happens if you bet and get shoved on. Yeah. And you're like, no, what did I do?
It would have been nice to realize your equity and see a river, but, that's fine. Just find a fold.
Where's my coffee?
6-9 most likely gonna call. Calls.
C9 call, C1 call, C2 call.
Good.
Not flush draw for Shai.
Nice hand here for Shai.
We haven't been able to see a couple of Young's hands in these spots.
Yeah, he's been a little...
he's got the mystery hand.
Yeah.
It's nice to try to figure out the mystery hands. Young fires the bet.
To date ourselves, when we first started watching TV poker, that's what you had to do. Those old school
the
WSOP
readers.
broadcast, you know, pre-hard, pre-hole cards, and it was wild.
Do you remember
like Robert Varconi days or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think those way back in the day.
I remember watching like the U.S. Open when Eric Seidel was on it, and Eric Seidel would actively try to hide his hole cards away from the camera, and they would keep telling him like, "No, you can't do that." And like,
I mean, that was a very controversial thing back in the day, like lifting back the curtain and showing people's cards. Like some people, like, "Oh, that's BS. You shouldn't. I can't reveal my cards." You know, like that was definitely the big thing back in the day.
Yeah.
I forgot the person who invented the hole cards, but man, talk about somebody that's like made a massive impact on the growth of poker.
Is it Maury?
I might be. I don't. Yeah, I could. But whoever invented that, man, that was the game changer as far as growing the game. It's just infinitely more entertaining, obviously, to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we've had friends make final tables and stuff, and you know, you rail them for support, but that is the most brutal.
Yeah, you have no idea what's going on until it's too late.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
you only see like the all-in moments, and you're like, yeah, let go, but then it's just like, well, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. It's true. It's a little bit more fun if you're sweating the mixed games, like stud variations,
there's some,
where like the hands are
there's
half the hand is face up,
a little more
kinda
data up, face up for sure.
Play a little puzzle along.
Okay, C4 mixed straddle. C4 mixed straddle.
Thanks for tuning in here. We got 1020 pot limit Omaha. 4-card style. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media.
Oh, Justin, where'd you go? Oh, Justin
Got
Reyes.
my buddy Cosmo in the booth as well. Jonathan McGowan, Cosmo from San Diego. Cosmo Poker on the social media. We're both, our main game is 1020 to quarter 50 pot limit Omaha. I think that's probably our average stake.
Yeah, pretty much.
For the past handful of years. We're a couple weathered pros, a couple 15-year plus vets in the game, but we mostly play 1020 to quarter 50 pot limit Omaha in Southern California, so play a lot in Vegas as well.
Bring your dog.
Justin with aces, not flush draw.
Yeah, bring your dog.
Nice hand here for Justin.
Oh, Sean with a set of deuces.
Set of deuces here.
There we go.
This is we got a pot brewing here for sure.
A pot brewing.
Obviously, bottom set is a hand that can be played a little carefully in pot limit Omaha compared to no limit.
Sure. Interesting spot here for Justin. He blocks the jack. He's blocking
Do I need to
King Jack.
for them or what?
Bit of a board got a little hairy for the flop straights and big flush draws. Come runner hearts.
Justin kind of let off the hook there.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely could have been a bigger pot there had it ran out a little differently. And the heater continues for Sean. He's been stacking them chips up quite a bit.
Turned it around.
He sure did.
So small advances.
Yellow chips are $10. Whites are $100. Teals are 1Ks, and then every so often you might see one of them pink 5Ks tossed in the middle. You see one of those pink ones on MIKKI stack there.
One pull, just call. Two call.
So you have your next event lined up. I forgot what you said. You're kind of somewhat playing it by ear. Are you playing cash doll when you're out there? Or
a little bit.
How's the King's Room action been so far? Is that where you played? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it's they have games.
Yeah.
You know, I think the games in California are probably a little bit better than the ones in Vegas right now. You got some of the best PLO regs.
Sure.
From everywhere. Literally everywhere going out there right now.
High concentration of traveling pros.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely it seems like the opportunity is more to play the tournaments, you know, when you're there.
Yeah,
as far as the opportunity cost.
Definitely lots of value in tournaments right now. Yeah, so, and
hard to realize your your equity is the only catch with that.
Exactly.
It's,
I like to say we're earning Sklansky bucks, maybe.
Yeah. We've earned so many theoretical dollars over the years.
Shout out to David Sklansky for writing the old poker books back in the day at 2+2.
No doubt.
You remember Sklansky books?
I do remember that back in the day, yeah. He's got that Theory of Poker, which is kind of like one of the Bibles of, you know, the Mount Rushmore of poker books. You know, Theory of Poker, you got the Doyle Brunson Super System. Maybe Mathematics of Poker would be up there. It came out a little later. But, there's a lot of great poker literature out there. Of course, now it's kind of evolved to these training sites and such and solver programs and whatnot. But if you're a dinosaur like Cosmo and I, you went to Barnes & Noble and learned about the great game back then.
Learned Hold'em through a gentleman named Harrington.
Oh, yeah. that would be up there, too. For the tournament books would be on the Mount Rushmore for poker books, for sure.
That was a great one.
And there's, you know, trying to think of some Jeff Wang PLO books maybe I got for learning PLO when I first started playing. And then, of course, there's the more inside baseball ones like Let There Be Range or the Tom Chambers books or whatever. And depending on how deep in the weeds you want to go with the poker steady stuff. But
what is that?
Who's extension?
Straddle C6. Yeah, C6.
Definitely tons of resources out there to learn about the game if you are so inclined.
Absolutely.
And this is one of those resources. Watching these games, how they play out live. I feel like a lot of the online videos and stuff, they're useful, but the games just play so different.
Oh, absolutely.
Live casino-wise versus, you know, some of these online stuff that you're watching. Definitely a little different muscle playing live. But still, a lot of those principles you can learn from those things are still good things to learn and definitely have value as well.
How much is pot?
We got a nice one here. Sean with top 2 and Drip with top and bottom and a flush draw.
Got some stuff in the works here in this hand for sure.
The max.
So top 2 can get pretty hairy, especially Sean's top 2 with. This is about as good as he's going to have right now. Oh, but I mean, Drip finds the fold here. So.
That's very helpful.
Yeah, that's going to
didn't expect
keep
that.
it pretty clean for Sean.
You would hit it.
Good, I don't know if I'm good.
You would hit it, and you'll be good.
I don't know where I'm at.
That time was just the kind of more.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you really want to think about how your hand's going to play across multiple streets. And while top 2 is a great hand, if you don't really have anything else to go with it, there's just going to be so many turn and river cards to where your hands diminish greatly. So
top 2 in PLO is similar to like top pair, top kicker, right? That's like a top
proxy,
pair, top kicker.
For sure.
It's like good.
Yeah,
it's a good hand, but it's like one pair. And Hold'em, right?
It's a good hand, but the more money you put in the pot, and the more you narrow down your opponent's range by making the pot bigger, your top 2 is probably not going to be good. Or it's going to be up against a huge draw where you're going to be flipping. You're going to be flipping or in pretty bad shape oftentimes if you play it all in at reasonable stack depths on the flop with just the top 2 hand. You want to have some additional stuff to go with it if you're going to play a big pot.
It's one of those hands where if you, similar to like top pair and Hold'em, where if you get raised or have aggression, it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we're in trouble.
Yeah. You have to be somewhere.
Get a hit run on my ass.
Sean.
Gonna get you, Mickey.
Making a comeback. Was down 7K, now only 4.3.
Yeah, like $50 if I win this.
Been clipping off some pots recently. Panda's still big winner tonight.
Okay.
Shy, second place.
$50 and one titty. No, just kidding.
Wow.
Gugo quietly up 500 here.
I have to win this. I have to win this. I have to win this. Chin, I have to win this. Big small. Okay. Play the ball.
I'm secretly hoping for one of those games where we only get one winner.
Those are hilarious.
And everyone is just losing.
I feel like there should be like a shorthand term for that. If you're in the chat, let's see what your best guesses are. What do you call that? We need like a shorthand go-to phrase or terminology for a game where literally just one person wins, everybody else loses.
The irony of that is that kind of happens in a lot of live PLO games, especially with like communities with like some hit and runners or like people that want to spin it up and lock it up, and so the winners are always ones the ones that are leaving.
Yep.
And the guys that are staying for the long haul are
stuck
usually
like Chuck,
buried.
Yep.
And you get that dynamic a couple of the nights, you know.
Everybody's miserable.
Everyone's
It's 3 in the morning.
Yeah. Everyone's stuck.
Thank you, Jamie.
Oh, I know that too well.
Yeah.
I broke even. I got these two. No.
And some shared misery, though. You know,
it's so interesting. And sometimes the game's so good, but you're dead tired. You're like, I want to leave, but I can't. Yes. You're almost like rooting for like the whale to leave, which is like so mental because like that's what you play for. But you reach these points in time where like, man, I've played 13 hours. I'm fried. I just want to like call it a day. But obviously, as a professional, you know these opportunities are finite. You know when the games are great, so you want to squeeze as much juice out of the lemon as you can. But sometimes you just want to go.
I fucking did it. Dude, I leveled up. I leveled up. Guys,
No.
I didn't though.
This. See? Just this. Play with the thumb. Not this. No, take it back.
Yeah, you're right. I've been trying to do this. You're right.
Don't do this. Look,
Like she is.
don't do this. Do this. Yes, and then back with the thumb.
All right. You hear in my left hand for some reason. Yeah.
I'm squatting right now.
I jerk off with this
I
hand.
got my house. That's why I gotta go.
Very recently. When I went to bathroom. We're in the middle. Took his last break. I was gone for a while. I came back.
Excuse me.
What was it for?
Can I get a toothpick? Thank you.
How much is it? 40?
40.
It's a race.
You want it?
I'm leaving 7:15, guys. I have to go.
No, I'm leaving at 7 too. I think the stream ends at 7. Right?
He said around 8. Yeah,
I have to leave at 7.
7:15. I gotta go.
I have to be home.
Oh, Shai has a nice one here. And now, even nicer.
Huge flop here. You love having these big wrap straight draws, but what's the key is to have them on flops that don't have a flush draw, which is not always easy to find, but this is what you're looking for.
Sadly for Shai, a lot of his outs are in the other player's hands.
Yeah,
the 2 8s, the 2 3s,
unfortunately,
the 7 and the 6 6. Oh boy,
he's even got a double backdoor flush draw to go with this hand as well. I mean, that's perfect. You get a big wrap on a rainbow flop. You got 2 backdoor flush draws to go with it as well.
Wow, even turning the flush draw.
Turns the flush draw. Let's see if anybody tries to pick this up on this pairing turn here.
Jamie holds with the pair of 6s here. Let's see if Shai's been really...
It's like everybody knuckled back here.
Look at that. Shai just leaps all over these spots where it looks like the players are not interested in the pot.
And again, not to be a broken record, but these are the meaningful things to see here. Like who's picking up these pots here.
He's all over it.
That's really key. Good instincts there by Shai. Good instincts for how you can afford to buy a ball man shirt and all that drip.
Yeah.
Picking up all those loose pops. What they call that back in the day? Your red line or whatever?
Yeah, red line.
How good's your red line? How much are you picking up those
Shai?
Those pops without showdown?
His red lining.
He's red lining hard. He's got a big red line today.
Yeah.
Also tilting back in the day online, you could like see how much under EV you are. It's like, oh yeah, come on. It's like comforting at times, but it's also still tilting. But
well, in this game, I've seen graphs of like
back in the day,
hundreds
like,
of buy-ins under EV.
Yeah, I'm sure your boy Cole South could show you some spots where he ran $1 million under EV or something mental back in the day. I'm sure.
Yeah, Gordo had some nasty ones.
Oh
too.
yeah,
because he was heads up pot limit Omaha. Oof, it's wild. It's wild to see. And you just look at it and you're just like, oh well, nothing really matters. It's just running good, kind of, you know.
That helps sun run.
Yeah.
Especially when you're playing these really big games that are kind of few and far between. I mean, it really sucks to like get one of those spots that doesn't happen often and have poor luck, and then you're just not able to really get that opportunity again to get the mean reversion. It's tough.
Got a wrap here for Sean. Oh, where did our flop go?
Pot.
There you go.
Do what? Oh, yeah, blockers. You have your own blockers. I know what blockers mean.
Like
yeah.
Like rap.
Yeah.
Not like rap.
The opposite of rap.
The opposite. That's what it is.
I'm a 3-bet G-bet.
3-bet G-bet.
Like that? I haven't heard that one.
All right. I feel like this is a new energy now. I'm gonna G-bet this. G-bet.
Is it on me? Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought that was 10.
No, I'm sorry. That was my shadow.
Not much of anything on this flop. Sean has the blockers.
Not the blockers, couple backdoor spades, but yeah, I like taking a shot here at the pot, man.
It's gonna work.
Even somebody wakes up with like some kind of ace 9, 7, 8. It's not a great spot for them to check call with not a lot else. And nice to pick up a hand with a pair of fives, right?
Yeah,
is that what he had? Pair of fives? Yeah. If you can do that, that's not a bad option.
Even last night at the same price.
Anytime you can try to pick up pots with a hand that's very likely going to have like hardly any showdown values, not a bad place to start, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Thinking about it in that kind of way. Having the blockers is pretty useful. I just love how Drip has no drip besides his necklace that says Drip. No rings, no bracelets, no earrings.
He's a simple man.
Yeah, just.
You can go home.
Ace King 9 deuce, double suited.
Very quality holding here. Double suited to the high side here. Ace King 9 2.
I'm sorry?
Spades and diamonds.
Oh.
Justin woke up with the bigger one here.
Yeah.
Ace King,
a real nice
Queen
one.
4, double to the high side as well. Spades and
Covering
hearts.
the spades.
Yeah.
Got the raise.
Yeah. I would raise it, but we're friends.
Friendship has been announced here. Matter of time before Drip puts a card in his forehead.
Friendship's overrated at the poker team.
That's for sure. We're all out for blood. Everybody's out for blood. 10-6-3.
Both
all
players
clubs
are going to hate this,
Yeah.
but kind of looks. It's one of the boards where first to fire gets the cheese, and
no doubt.
Justin here is just going to have more of these higher nut flush kind of combos.
Good bet size. You don't need to bet big here. You don't need to bet pot or 3/4 pot or you
just got to blow on it.
Just a little 3/4 pot. That'll do it.
Little puff.
Yeah. It's just hard to continue there without a set or a flop flush or a nut club blocker or something. It's good bet size and action there from Justin.
That was polite.
This one. It felt nice to get away.
Oh, sorry.
That was 40.
Straddle? Are we doing the straddle? Yeah.
I'm not going to force you.
This is a weird topic, Merge, but you're somebody I look up to in poker Cosmo because you're married and you have kids or a kid while playing poker. So like, I'm seeing into the future a little bit with you because I'm engaged and plan on getting married and starting a family soon as well. But I always kind of wondered how that works under the backdrop of a poker lifestyle. So what's it like being a gambling dad, Cosmo?
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, kids are like the greatest thing ever. Yeah, I mean, the flexibility that poker provides is like pretty much the greatest thing.
Absolutely.
I can take any time off to help my wife Anna. And we like work great as a team.
That's great.
In that sense, and yeah, I mean, it's just fun watching them grow.
Oh, I can't wait to, just have a kid, get involved in sports or whatever they decide to sink their teeth into. Yeah, for sure.
I tell all my friends, just have kids, just do it. Like, everyone's worried about how much time it'll take away from, the things you like to do. But
a lot of seconds. So you're telling me I can't get a smooth 8 or 9 hours sleep as easy?
No, you lose less.
No more smooth 8s or 9s?
You're going to lose sleep, but yeah, I mean, it's sleep. It's fine. Everyone figures it out pretty much.
Decent little turn here. Got top 2 pair.
I have a new pair coming. Brett.
Full house.
Ace 4.
Sounds pretty good.
You're going to have to go online to see this one.
How bad was it?
Sean making a backdoor boat there.
That's one thing it's good about doing, commentary is, it's good to have a sham job as a professional poker player when you have kids because, some people might not want their kid to know their dad's a gambler or poker player, but hey, my dad's a broadcaster, right? Or he is a crypto miner or whatever, It's like I always wonder about, have you decided how you're going to have that convo with your kids? Or because obviously, a lot of people, it's not easy to be a gambler for a living and playing poker. There's some pitfalls.
That's no, for sure. But like, my view on gambling, I mean, there's people gamble on a bunch of things.
Sure.
They don't really label it as gambling.
Sure, I agree. But it's often not people's profession, though, too.
It's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's certainly different. Would I recommend it to my kids? Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting doing something for a living you're praying your kids don't also do.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, I think if you want to do this for a living, you gotta love the game, and
no doubt.
I tell people this all the time. Like I really do believe that I love poker more than anyone else. I was so excited to come up here and watch 5 hours of poker with you. I was just like, yes,
I'm with you.
I'm just like, I'm obsessed by like watching, playing. I just love games of all kinds like this. So
it's a great thing.
If that's something you love to do, and if my kids would love to do that, like, very supportive of whatever route they would take.
But they got to earn their own bankroll. No,
sure, yes, yeah.
No bankroll boost from Papa Cosmo.
I don't know if Daddy will stay. Especially my daughter. My daughter is a little bit of a degenerate.
Oh boy.
I've introduced her to the claw game, and that is.
Oh, the claw game.
Oh yeah, that's gone poorly.
No, arcade claw game. I was kind of disappointed when I took my nephews out to an arcade. The claw game was like they got to keep going until they got something. I'm like, that's jacked up.
No.
You're supposed to cry in misery.
Where is that claw game?
Back in Independence, Missouri. You know, I was very disappointed with the participation trophy of the claw game. You know, it's not right, but.
Making sure my rap is rap, you know? Check. I need a 6. Check.
I like to be a speaky here. Straight's good.
I don't have anything. Almost.
I had prepared, I got everything. Scared me. Look at this.
I had a king high flush draw.
The flush wasn't flushing.
I had a straight draw, flush draw. Dude, somebody brought me this shot, and I don't drink, so it's all you. This is a 42. That's a big ass shot.
Oh, a shot.
Bro, this is like a. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, I'll just take that then.
Can I get 110, please?
Careful.
You okay?
Yeah.
$110 freeway.
Are you my friend? Are we locked in?
Really bored, huh? You singing?
What?
Hot. This is a wrap.
Sorry, and we're back with drip all in on the turn here.
Yeah.
Your favorite hand.
At the top 3.
And Sean's going to give him some action.
Yeah, he's going to give him a bit of a loose tug here with the old inside Getty. Little mini straight draw here.
Half pot on the turn, so.
I heard 3 times.
Yeah, 3 pairs.
On the run at once.
Put a 6 out there.
Sean got a puncher's chance here.
Absolutely.
See if we can get some middling cards.
Put a 6 ball.
Whoa.
Not on that pairing king.
That's a pretty good fucking hand.
Trip with the full house.
Well, you know, Sean was on a heck of a roll there. I think he'd flipped a quarter, did landed heads like 5 times in a row there. So
yeah.
Ladies. Flipping and shipping.
I'm not even sure. After Sean went from the penthouse to the basement to now, I'm not sure where he's at. I feel like he's maybe evenish.
He was he was.
Or is he down a little bit?
He's down a little bit.
Down mid.
Now, yeah. But I mean, he was definitely on the comeback trail for a little bit, especially after that big pot with Panda. Again, most of the big pots that Sean played tonight, just nothing he could have done.
Yeah, they were just kind of setups.
Absolute setups.
This guy is my spirit animal.
Looks like Mickey's been picked up.
Yeah, everything looks good. My big brother.
That'd be funny, like Mickey's out at like the table games. He like ran it up to like 50K playing blackjack, and the casino's like, "Don't go back. We need you here." It's like everybody's fighting for the man of action. situation. I definitely could see that literally being what happened, possibly, but we'll never know. I definitely have seen some posts from him about like playing table games and stuff like that. So that's definitely a candidate to. Speaking of that, that's one mini downfall of many a great poker player is not being able to walk past the table games.
You noticed that where they, especially in Vegas, they put the poker room all the way in the back of the casino through the thing.
They make you walk through all the temptations. It's a dark feeling when you like see one of your fellow brethren at a blackjack table at 3:57 in the morning trying to get unstuck at the 2-card poker or whatever. It's like if you don't want to judge people, but you're just like, oh, this isn't the way. But
I've encouraged many of poker players to sign those papers.
to bar themselves from the table games or whatever. That's smart.
Yeah,
that's another added thing about making it so hard to be a professional poker player is you got to walk by all those pitfalls and temptations and kind of know what your lane is, and it's not easy to do.
Drip with the nuts here again.
Absolutely, nice little flop here for him.
Sean with the pre-flop premium.
Pre-flop premiums. He's got the blockers, but
he does have the blockers.
Tough to go ham 4-way here.
But I mean, Sean has really shown.
He's shown some waggle.
Yeah, for sure. He might consider something here,
but he's gonna have to do it versus stiff bet.
Very stiff. Yeah, Drip going full pot. I mean, Sean peeling.
I'm trying to pinch off a queen or a club or. If I'm playing Drip, I'm not acting quick. I'll tell you that. I'm waiting to see him put a card up because he will give you some information.
Sean folded here.
That might work versus me. I'd be like, man, if you had king queen, you're not going to show me the queen. Call. They're like, oh, I got stacked.
You lay down 2/3 at this point in the game.
I know what he's got. I don't have no idea.
Speaking of PLO tournaments, one thing we haven't mentioned yet that's new this year is obviously that mystery bounty stuff's been a big trend in the poker world. But there's a PLO mystery tournament. I'm almost positive after the main event.
Oh, I have not even seen this
I figured you had. I thought you were the kind of guy that had all the schedule highlighted and memorized all the 4-card things. You threw me off. Thought you were going to know that one for sure.
I've been going week by week this year. The kids have been keeping me too occupied. But I know on those mystery bounties, have you played them before?
Never got one, but I've played it. Yeah, I've played it before.
So GG Poker runs the.
Shout out to sponsor here, GG.
The iPad that they when you get the bounties, you spin your bounty on an iPad first, and usually there are only like 50 mystery golden chests before going up on stage. That entire atmosphere when they do it for the day 2 on those bounties.
It's a very interesting dynamic. It's always funny the person that wins it and doesn't act like they care at all, and then that person gets roasted for not caring. It's like a whole other thing.
That was
like
this year.
Yeah,
the guy that won the million this year. It just seemed like he was like not very excited.
Yeah. How are you responding? If you're in the chat, what are you doing when you win that mystery bounty? You going nuts? You playing it cool? How y'all playing it out there? I don't know. I think I'd probably doing something.
I go back and punt off my stack. Yeah, just gonna get a drink after.
No doubt.
I mean,
I've actually kind of thought that's what's going to happen to me. Like I played all these dang tournaments, haven't peed a drop, haven't had any success. Knowing us, our biggest score is going to be a stupid lotto scratch off bounty deal.
Yeah,
that'll be our biggest score. My biggest score was having a briefcase picked for me or whatever. Like that's how it's going to be.
Come on, guys.
But yeah, there's a mystery PLO bounty one. I think it's a 1,500 or 2K. It's not a big buy-in.
Nice.
But yeah, I think it's like after the main.
Keep my eye out on that.
Yeah, I want to say it's like mid-July.
Bink.
2 pair for Google.
Obviously the Commerce has had, I believe, some World Series of Poker circuit, I believe, here recently. Obviously, Commerce works in conjunction with World Series of Poker, so there's often some promotions regarded to winning buy-ins at tournaments and stuff like that. So definitely stay tuned at the Commerce and the World Series and stuff for seeing any kind of future opportunities that could exist there. But there's just a WSOP circuit here. Did you play that one here in LA?
I haven't.
It was about a month or so ago, I believe.
No, I watched the stream though.
Yeah.
Love watching the streams for these tournaments.
I think one of our commentators here. Jared, I think, went deep in that Commerce main event, if I recall correctly. He's got a lot of really good tournaments results.
Jared Greiner?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Jared comes down to
no relation to Brittany, I don't think, but he's a heck of a tournament player, apparently.
He is, yeah. I've seen him. I mean, he's been around for years. He's probably as long as we have. Jared's been around the scene.
Yeah, I think he went deep in that one, if I recall correctly. But yeah, nice to see some LA folk do well that deserve it, put in the hours.
Absolutely. Young, ripping off the straight.
Absolutely. What a run out there for that hand on the flop.
Yeah, hard for Drip to get him any action, though.
He flopped bottom 2 pair, but ran into a straight here on the end.
I can't wait to watch this hand. Open-ended. We're going to see it anyway, bro. Can I see it? Yes.
Nice friendly show by Young.
Can I see the flopping thing?
That was a pretty good Did he actually make good?
I don't know. I forgot everything.
Did he have a 10 and a 9?
I can't tell you. Can I tell him? No, he said no.
So I forgot, how old did you say your kiddos are?
One's 4, one's 2.
4 and 2. Yeah. Nice. Boy, girl?
Oldest is a girl and the youngest is a boy.
Oldest, okay.
So fun.
Nice. Yeah. That's exactly, having 2 kids, boy, girl, that's like, you couldn't have played it any perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
My fiance just wants to run it once, so I think we're running it once in my household, but I'm kind of hoping for a run it once, but with 2 runouts. So I want the twins, I want the boy-girl twins for the one time, but that's what I'm hoping for. But
that'd be great.
But yeah, I grew up. I have 1 sibling. I have 1 sister, so I think I think it's nice. I think it'd be nice to grow up with the sibling.
Jamie here with the ace.
It's also not my body pushing that thing out either.
No,
so
that's true.
I don't have much a right to really speak too highly on that one. I can't pound the table too tough on that one. I'm not.
I don't know about the. You could do it again.
Yeah. Easy to say when you're not the person deliver. Yeah. So.
Oh, we're gonna get some action here.
Absolutely.
Drip with bottom full house.
This could get interesting here.
With the 8.
Now, obviously, something I remember learning early on is if you have the bottom full here, like pocket 7s, basically any 8X with overcards is like 40% equity versus you. This is something that's kind of interesting to learn when you're kind of early on in the game, is that you can flop a full house and not even be that big a favorite versus trips and higher side cards. But
looks like Sean made a flush here, but
Ooh. I wonder who.
Panda betting and Drip finding the pot, and this is it's just gonna end it for Panda. A very vulnerable full house here.
Yeah, it's really weird having the underfull here with like a pocket 7s on an 8-8-7 flop. It's definitely, it's like a monster hand, but it's also one you got to play a little carefully, especially at deeper stack depths.
Oh yeah,
that was a G bet.
That was a G bet.
It's weird. Maybe sometimes it kind of feels helpless having that hand. You're just like, oh man, I know they have an 8X, and they could already have the 8K7 too. It's just like it's.
Years and I never took the time to learn.
But yeah, obviously it's so strong. You're continuing with it, but it's an interesting type of hand to have.
It's definitely scarier when it's 8-8-7 versus something like 8-8-3.
Oh, of course, because the type of trips are very live.
Yeah, you got to think like the hands that people play with an 8 are connected. And
exactly,
8s
100%.
And the 9s and the 10s.
Exactly, that's 100%.
Huh? 9-10.
Yeah, sketchy spot for Drip there for sure.
What would 9-10 do?
Top 2?
No. Oh, I had a 10-3.
Oh, you had 10-3.
I feel like that kind of stuff tilts to the old players. Like, what the heck? I flop a full house and I'm barely even. Like, they're like, this is stupid.
Yeah. It's like, no, this is what makes the game great. It's just like, don't get married to your full houses. Sometimes
you're gonna have to earn it and think across multiple streets and deal with the nuance.
Yes. Things change. You got to be okay with things changing in this game.
Yeah.
You just gotta. You gotta just accept. Sometimes your good hand is no longer a good hand.
No doubt.
And it's okay.
Definitely.
Maybe the next hand will be your hand.
It helps to be a pliable person in PLO.
Yes,
for sure.
Ooh, you have a fan now.
Not good for the rigid types.
No. Certainly not.
She's like, no way he's doing it to me. Bro, what happened? It was just 40.
280 now. Oh, you put him in with the...
Andy Wynn in the chat says, go Young.
And I think he's around even. And I'm around even. Win. It's the win. I'm tired of playing.
We have like
2 hours later.
If you don't want to play, let me in there. If you don't want any chips in front of you, let me in there.
No, dude, I was down to like...
No, like an hour.
Oh, you're supposed to 8?
Yes, have fun. Good luck.
I'm not even. Down to 1,000.
He found the way.
I mean,
No vaping. No vaping.
It's all right.
If you vape, blow it under the table so he doesn't Hey, can you give me something?
It's so hard for me to play like straight poker.
Rack.
Like I need more. Yeah.
Sean getting frisky here. Raising the turn. Did not expect to see that.
Wow.
Jamie hitting that queen on the end.
it was humbling, didn't it?
Good. How's my jack? Good. It was straight.
So next week I'm gonna have a bunch of
Feigning the Jack X there. Of course,
Yeah.
and backwards.
nothing wrong with playing a little street poker, Sean. We like it, you know.
Yeah.
Respect.
For sure.
Flip, right?
Watch her Derek's brand, the wheelchair guy.
Jamie 100.
Sean has some moves.
Yeah, for sure.
We like seeing that. Sean definitely has some moves.
We'll get in there and dance a little bit.
Yeah.
2 on the side.
No, 100. I'm going to do 100 with him.
Okay.
Panda. Big winner. Shai right behind him. Sean was on the comeback trail for a little bit.
Back in the basement. Yeah.
What? No way.
But like we said, the way he's playing, he's very live to shoot up that thing real quick.
Oh yeah. I mean, and as you saw, like
Time to win.
this results can flip in a heartbeat.
no doubt
It only
about it.
takes a hand or two.
No doubt about it.
Oh, yeah? You should go over. Yeah, I do. We do have a pool.
Should we do
You could come to any kickback brother. Thursday, Sunday,
It's a
pool
tiny
party.
little flip.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do 110.
110?
I gotta mix it up.
I just figured it'd be better chances for us. We're both not winning.
You want to go safe or chop?
That was
Let's
so
do
fun.
safe then. We could do safe.
Let's go Augusta. But then, you know, that defeats the entire purpose of this.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Let's chop the just.
Alright, we'll do chop.
That would be so cool. I fucking love that song.
Because we both have a 109. It might be the last one.
Oh my god, I have a monster. I have a monster, dude.
Mine, yeah. It's a flip.
I have to be at home. I mean, I have mine.
Let's see it.
Let's see it.
No action.
There's no action.
Yeah.
Flip it. Let's do one at a time. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Give me all hearts. I know, right?
All right, come on.
Oh!
I have a hearts. Let's see it. Oh, no, the fucking hearts. Stop it.
I need pocket 10.
Come on.
Looks like we have another collection pot here.
Down and wins the flip. I'm gonna lose my shit.
Rat.
107's the final hand. Thank you so much. That's super helpful.
Oh, it's 6. Come on, let's go. No more hearts.
Now you need a 10.
Nothing. Don't. How is it?
That's a bad card for you.
All I need is a 10.
Got something?
Ring 5.
Hold on, my friend.
There's a lot of side pots.
Look, 10, queen. 10 and 5.
I have a boat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
I need a 10. All right, I'm done. Oh, 10.
Beat me here.
Yeah, you.
He beat me there.
Yeah, good job. You got 10s over.
Hey, just give me my 100
You got
back.
queen 5. Nobody had a 10.
Yeah, of course I did.
I'm fucking doing
Look at that.
We win half.
I'll give you your 100 back.
Sits down.
Oh, so
That's amazing.
Right now.
I didn't like that 10.
That's amazing.
What do you do?
What did I tell you? I love
They take it out of it.
They take it out of it.
I didn't have one.
There you go, bro. I'm gonna give it all to you.
This one.
I told you that.
Hey, but you owe them money though. No, you won.
No. I wanna do this. Look, yeah.
Okay, C8, how much?
How did they go half?
What's that? How much are you gonna pay you?
You gotta pay the rate. The time.
Yeah. How much is it? I don't know.
Right now, so
My
160.
my friend.
Oh, how many chips do I have?
Yeah.
Started with 3,000. Oh,
My friend,
okay.
look, my friend.
Did I win that?
Look,
Started with 3,000. You gotta start with 3,000.
that's you.
yeah.
That's like half of it.
Now in the 8 player.
Yeah. It's more than that, motherfucker.
All right, man.
But thank you for splitting.
That's a lot. I want to flip. That's.
Thank you for splitting.
I own it.
So you need a pay collection.
Bro, you gotta pay the
Collection.
person.
How much is collection?
Half the pot.
166.
Looks like we got a new player jumping in the fray here for the final few holes of action here. It's always interesting when you got
there we go.
a new
Late
person
addition.
mixing it up. Yeah,
Oh, love to see it.
absolutely. I think I spotted him from the rail, so he jumped the rail and got in the seat. Hey,
There you go. The more the merrier.
there you go.
Yeah. It's your lucky chip.
Got through TSA, worked his way to the rail, jumped the rail, got a seat.
They're down. Okay, I'm leaving by 7:30.
Pretty good way to play it.
TSA pre-check.
Yeah. I'm so silly. I've never done that. Never done the pre-check, the clear, and I used to like fly as ridiculous that I never went down that road. Are you a clear guy?
No, I heard it's a good idea to do though.
Yeah, no,
it's only
it's
like $100 a year or something like that.
Yeah, it used to be TSA pre-check, and then they added like clear. There's like a few different tiers of it now, but yeah.
Last time.
Did you help me do the
Gotta go.
Sit down, some winning flips. Sit down and start winning pots.
I know.
Immediately. Right.
I haven't won one all night. Goddamn it! You win the first one.
Nice chance for last.
Scan your card.
Looks like our new addition is Brett in the 8th seat next or between Gugo and Shai. Brett has come here to play. Yeah, all right.
What happened?
Love this hand for Shai here. A little ace 10, 9, 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
High
Cut
suited
off.
here.
Got a 4-way flop.
Nobody connecting in a meaningful way here on this one.
I know that.
Little 2-out shout here for Jamie. Pinched off that set. Real proper here on this turn.
Shai, nut flush draw and a gut shot.
Yeah, we could see
Probably
some.
going nowhere.
Absolutely, we could see some battle in here now.
C8 call. C9 call.
Brett's getting in there with his 7-8-6-5.
Jamie holding.
How much longer are we streaming?
Finding a nice $200 block here.
Hoping to get called by an aces up kind of hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
10.
Oh,
wow, Brett gets frisky here.
Thinking spicy thoughts.
He's like, I got a 7 in my hand.
Yeah.
Let's party. Blocked out 7-4 straight, but he decided to
teased us.
Duck out there. That would have been epic, man. Just coming in off the rail, just go ham the first hand. Like, that's amazing. How do you play against that? It's like,
Your next one's
it's not easy.
No, not at all.
Bye, Shai.
Jamie.
How'd you do?
Looks like we're losing Shai for the night.
Yeah.
Great player.
Yeah, absolutely. I just,
Very entertaining.
Absolutely. It's so interesting to see somebody's hole cards that you've played a lot with. I was definitely impressed with Shai.
Was he more aggressive or less aggressive than you pictured from?
Probably a little more aggressive than I thought. Yeah. I definitely didn't have him as like a nit in my mind, but I also didn't have him as some like crazy lag. But I guess that's right. He wasn't super crazy laggy, but he was definitely pretty good about.
He's definitely putting his foot down on for pressure.
Definitely had real good discretion throughout the session. I was impressed.
Will that make you rethink any folds against him?
You know, it's funny. I'm trying to think of any like hands of consequence that I've had versus him. It's been some time now. So if I did this stream like a year ago, I would definitely have a lot more recent hands in memory. But yeah, I can't think of anything of note that stands out, unfortunately.
Well, that's good. Nothing will keep you up tonight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll be able to sleep all right.
Let's calculate it.
Unless they make very loose calls.
Bro, you don't know how many people I'm with.
Ooh, Panda with a spicy little hand. He's going to 3-bet it to 140 with a King Jack 10-8 double.
Oh, I like it.
I can't fuck with him because he's good with stats.
Looks like Justin opened the pot with the ace queen 10-5.
Yeah, Young is going nowhere with the king in the bottom end of the deck.
Yeah.
You're up, no? Huh? You're up, no? No, I'm even. I'm in for like...
It'd be an epic call if you get one from Sean with the ace 555s here.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's seeing it. He's doing a little flopsy. He's got the... Oh my gosh. Well, he's got a lot of blockers here.
He's got a lot of blockers.
Yeah. Ever gonna...
And knowing Sean, we know Sean likes his blockers, but wow, Sean opts the check. And
it's harder to get frisky in a 5-way pot, especially with the flush draw out there. He doesn't have any hearts, but man, so tempting with 3 5s. Maybe he's going for a check raise, possibly. We'll see.
Kind of the thing about Sean's hand is he doesn't have the key 5.
That's true. He doesn't have that. That's a
hearts.
Fantastic point, Cosmo. Yeah. He does not have the 5 of hearts. It'd definitely be better to have that for sure. It's just so funny seeing somebody play trips and then have that. You know, it's like, what are the odds?
A dream.
Yeah, hilarious. If he would have stayed in there, he would have pinched off an ace, and we'd have the 3-5 blockers if it would have played out a little differently. But
now Panda with a double flush draw this turn, but he doesn't know that one of his flush draws is struggling right now. It's kind of a difficult spot for Justin.
He definitely would have thought if any of his flush draws were deficient, he would think it would have been the spade hand, but it's actually king high hearts or what's got him in trouble.
Justin with only the pair and 3 hearts in his hand is facing a pot-sized wager from Panda here. They got the LA Panda versus the San Diego Panda.
Here we go.
LA Panda putting on the pressure.
Okay, it's over.
LA Panda gets the fold.
Got the fold. I was really rooting for a call on bricks and let's see who wants to earn it.
Yeah, this is kind of a difficult spot for San Diego Panda there.
You can only run it.
You can, but you might get kicked out.
Is there currently pandas at the San Diego Zoo?
I'm sure there are.
Yeah. When's the last time you've been? It's supposed to be like the best zoo in the country, right?
It is. It's great for kids. It's, just get a seasonal zoo pass, and anytime we have the time, we just go over there and walk the kids around. And it takes a couple days to see everything in there.
Yeah, it's been a while. I've been there before. It's been some time, but
a lot of fun things to do in San Diego.
It's a great city. I always call it chill LA.
Yeah.
It's kind of more of a relaxed kind of vibe. It's actually a little chillier temperature-wise as well, it seems like.
Especially this year. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you guys have gotten this similar weather to us, or we've just gotten like a lot more rain everywhere in California.
Yeah, I got a lot of rain the last few years.
Yeah, wild.
Speaking of kind of weather and stuff, one thing you mentioned earlier about golf, I don't do that as much, but I'm a big skier, and that's a very precipitation dependent type of activity. But
I know the ski seasons I hear just go into the summer now.
Yeah, that's something. Growing up in Missouri, I would have never thought that you could be snow skiing in California in July. I'd been like, you're lying. Like, but it's literally you can get good conditions in like May.
Yeah,
at like Mammoth and Tahoe, it's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they've been getting tons of snow up there.
That's a nice perk of being out in LA. Is you obviously the classic thing of being able to surf and snow ski the same day. It's like pretty mental to be able to do those two things the same day, but that's what you pay the high taxes for.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
we're getting some feedback.
Speaking of that, we got some weather front moving in, it looks like, with some rain and hail, but looks like it passed through pretty quick. Trip kings here for Brett on the turn. He's got a hammer lock in the hand here.
New addition. Welcome to the table, Brett.
Yeah, rocking that Billabong. That Pac Sunwear. It's always interesting, I think, when a stream's kind of nearing the end, because people are kind of psychologically attached to what they're up or down. You know, is somebody going to try to lock up their win and kind of duck out of a marginal spot? Is somebody going to try to go for it and get unstuck? It's always kind of interesting when you're going in those final few laps, I think, of a race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of seeing how it unfolds. Kind of learn a lot about people, how they approach that.
Even like $800.
Yeah.
What is it? The weight is 1020.
Some of these guys look like they want to go all night.
Yeah, you know, you never know. Maybe we'll be so lucky as to get to jump in afterwards,
right
perhaps. I wouldn't be opposed, but
Sean and Panda, for sure, they just have that all-night swag.
Yeah, man.
You can just see it.
C2, fold, C3, raise.
Okay, guys, I'm leaving in like 20 minutes, okay? It's not fine.
Sean with the nice ace, queen, queen, 5.
Oh, yeah. Like to see that. Obviously, when you have kings or queens, it's nice to have the ace as well to kind of reduce running into aces. And obviously, if you can pair that with the ace-high flush draw, it's obviously pretty nice as well.
Hugo with the kings here.
Yep.
Brett with an ace 10-10.
Got some playable looking.
These are proper
highest card hands, yeah.
Proper PLO hands.
For sure.
Nice little collision.
Oh, you're running only double board?
That's
crazy.
Does Mario go there?
Okay.
Okay.
Get the Michael Jordan flop here. 2, 2, 3. 2 spades. Nobody with a spade draw. Nobody with a open ender as well. We do have Sean with a gut shot with his queens. He's got the ace 5 to go with it on this 2-3. Snap off a 4 for a wheel.
Yeah.
Sean with 300. Hugo's probably not going anywhere for at least one bullet.
And this is a tough spot. Like a lot of times when you have a hand like kings, you think you might be good, likely on the flop, but with no additional draw. And obviously, you know, a board can be a lot more dynamic than this one, but it can be tough check calling hands like overpairs on boards where you got no additional stuff going with it.
The spade, I didn't see the spades there too. It becomes difficult for Hugo to kind of continue with the spades on board.
Yeah, for sure.
Sean taking it down.
Taking it down.
Sean has been really active all night.
Absolutely.
But it's like not. He hasn't been crazy.
No,
it's just active.
Yeah, it's been
nice. Like
he's been responsibly crazy.
A healthy amount of activity.
Yeah, responsible aggression, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
He gets unlucky.
Anytime I win.
Which is a pretty good way to play. I mean, that's to be honest. I mean, put pressure on people until they put pressure on you. Then maybe you start to walk back a little bit. But yeah, no.
Shai was doing a very similar thing earlier.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good posture in these games.
Yeah. And half it up.
Oh, straddle.
100?
Oh, did you move over there?
Yeah. A lucky seat.
I didn't know you can move on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I'm confused.
Oh, yeah.
No, they never let me move on screen because it's already like. It's locked for the thing.
Ooh, the nice double suited 8844.
Double suited, double paired. Not a bad place to start. Yeah, these are the hands I've learned that aren't great in a 5 card. Like Jack 8844. Like your sets aren't that valuable, and people are going to be making flushes and higher sets. And
I mean, even in a 6-way pot.
Sure, even in this, there's some truth to that in 4 cards as well. Obviously, yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of not a bad hand to 3-bet just to get a heads up to where you know your outs are always going to be better. But yeah, not a hand you're wanting to see like 6 people to the flop with. Rather kind of isolate and thin the field a bit.
Not much of anything for anyone here. Ace queen for Panda with the flush draw.
Pretty good run out for him here so far.
Yeah.
Jamie's got some nice equity with straight draws and a higher flush draw, but needs to improve versus the ace queen.
Huh? That was burned, no?
No, I killed him.
I need to double this.
What are you in for today?
Blind race.
Woo. Sean, what are you in for?
Looks like we have a blind race here, so people are not backing down as we approach the end here. People are increasing the size of the game. Like to see that.
Oh, Sean with a nice one here.
So looks like we got a blind raise to 80, I guess. It looks like I heard blind raise announced. I'm seeing to 80 there, so there we go.
Sean rewarded with a nice hand in the blind 80 raise, huh?
Yeah, well, that's pretty sick, man. What a deck read there by Sean to put that blind raise out there.
Woo! So Gugo on the button.
Yeah, nice little hand too. Good little matchup here.
Are you playing next week too? Are you playing next week?
What are they playing? Same thing?
I think so.
Should be 15, 6 the same.
Yeah, it's kind of in between hand here for Panda with the Queen Jack 7-5 double.
Got to come back from Vegas this Tuesday.
Jacks are diminished by Sean's Queen High clubs, but
No, till Tuesday.
he's got live spades here.
Let me Fabian.
And he flops a straight here, 9 high straight with the 5-7. He's even got the gut shot to the Queen High straight as well with the 10.
I know, I was like, oh.
Is it like a big amount?
Yeah.
Sean, this might be a combo he's thinking about getting spicy with, but he checks.
He does have the ace of diamonds, which is useful, but...
and a 10 in his hand.
And 10.
With the gut shot.
He blocks him. He's got the queen 10 for the gut. He's got some things, and what do you know, just like that, pinches off there on the turn.
Hot.
This should end the events for this hand.
This will be a tough continue for Gugo here. He's gonna goog on after this bet, I think.
690.
I really enjoy watching how Sean is fighting for all these pots.
Yeah, it's great, man.
He's run into a lot of difficult spots tonight.
Yeah.
He's navigated a lot of the in-between hands really well.
He's getting a few merit badges for me, that's for sure. If he had a football helmet, we'd be putting some stars on, like the Florida State or whatever, you know. He's made some good plays.
Are you winning or how much are you in?
At least 3,000.
Huh?
At least 3,000.
Yeah. Yeah. For you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing good then.
Absolutely.
I'm even right now.
Couple hands remaining here on this 10-20 pot limit Omaha stream. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble. Got Jonathan McGowan in the booth with me as well, a.k.a. Cosmo, a.k.a. Cosmo Poker online. It's been a pretty interesting night of action tonight so far, Cosmo. It's been a treat.
Yeah, it has been. It's been fun doing this with you.
Absolutely.
It's our first time getting together and finally making it happen, right?
Absolutely. It's always nice to have some dueling banjos in there at the same time. I'm used to doing the one-man Bill Burr podcast where you're carrying it the whole thing, by yourself. It's nice to have somebody to ping some ideas off of. So, yeah, it's been fun.
I always love watching the great game of PLO.
It's fun, man. It's we don't get too many opportunities to get to a PLO stream, but thankfully I think we're going to be getting more of them in the future. Kind of like what we're saying with how the game's getting so popular, and
yeah, absolutely.
The World Series events are kind of emblematic of that, as well as the number of high stakes PLO games that are being spread in Vegas during the series and just at the casinos here. And across the country. So it's definitely a growing game, and it's definitely exciting to have it on the stream here tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Young, you even? You're even?
Yeah, I'm even.
Somebody else.
And a little depressing to see guys I don't even know are playing great. I'm like, man, I didn't know this guy, and he's playing top shelf poker, man.
Oh, yeah,
like Shai and Sean, you know, it's like nice to see people do well and play well, and definitely two people that I have a lot more respect for their game now than when you know
they're fighting all night.
Yeah, I'm impressed for sure. They played very well.
Lifetime in that game. I don't think I could ever win it back.
And everybody's played, you know, there hasn't really been anybody that's really been, you know, everybody's been playing pretty solid, but also giving action too, taking shots at pots, and it's been a fun one. I think everybody's suited themselves pretty well tonight.
You're gonna go play bunker?
We'll see if we can get something cracking here on this final hand here. It's always interesting when it's the final hand of the session. You hope for fireworks. We'll see. We shall see what we get here. We got the new wild card Brett in the game.
Yeah,
so
Brett's only had like 10 hands worth of action. Panda with a
boy, what a hand to end on here.
3% premium.
Yeah,
there.
that's some rarefied air there with that hand.
I want to play PLO.
On the button too.
Dude, my swing's in bot card or
Brett looks like a flops here.
Yeah, I don't
think
he jumped the rail to fold.
Absolutely not. Especially if they tell him he only has 10 hands worth.
For sure.
No, he's going to give us some action here.
You want to make it count.
Yeah. Sean also in the big line coming along.
Pretty spicy flop for Brett.
Brett rewarded for
absolutely
the light peel here.
Absolutely.
Let's see if we can get there, but
had a very favorable flop.
Is the most comfortable situation and flush right off the
top here on the turn.
Sean. Feisty Sean.
That is just gunning for it, man.
Yes.
Reward him with a little 2-out shout 3 on the end here. That'd be sick.
Oh my. Or do him dirty with the 5.
That would be interesting. Yeah, that would be fun.
We haven't seen that yet. A lot of the Hold'em players don't realize the 5 is the...
That's very true. Yeah, that would be a fun one to see come in.
Yeah, especially when they have like a queen or whatever. What?
Yep,
we got Brett raising, and Sean just finds quick fold.
So if there's 3 of a kind on the board, obviously, you know, having the card for quads is great, but if not, you need the pocket pair in your hand was going to play there.
Yeah, the single pair alone is not enough.
You must play 2 cards.
Yes, must play 2.
Very important rule.
Well, this looks like we're going to be wrapping it up for tonight. Panda with the biggest stack ending the night. Sean, my personal winner of the game, Sean.
No doubt.
Holding the highest VPIP. And,
absolutely.
Panda winning the most money with Young coming in second and Trip third.
Absolutely. Everybody acquitted themselves very well. It was a really fun night of 4-card action. Definitely going to see a lot more of that in the future on this stream.
Absolutely.
And definitely, it's been a pleasure to be in here and tangling in the booth here. So it's been a lot of fun. And thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for sticking around, you guys. Fun stream. Fun to always do this with Adam. And,
I'm sure we'll do it again at some point in the future, I'm sure. And it's definitely nice to be on the forefront of a burgeoning new game. So Pot Limit Omaha. Get in there and mix it up, folks. It's not that scary.
All right. Have a good night, you guys.
All right. See y'all.